Good morning, beautiful people. It is Tuesday, the 21st of January, 2025. Welcome to TDA, the day after, your favorite news platform and the home of popular culture as defined by you guys, the culture. And of course, like we are every blessed day, we're hosted by the very best. Brent, you in the building?
Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody in the chat. Let me just do a roll call. Quick. DCF Mux, Christy, Energy, Davina, TJ, namesake, Bex, Amy Snow Globe, Uman, Susanna, T, Priz, Dr. Mani Mobizi, Timmy, Daniel, Ghana Greatness, Chijoke, Nati, and Yvette. What it do? I hope you all had a fantastic weekend.
Big up you guys.
Straight.
Rhea and Easy Bambina just jumped in, so big up them as well.
Boom.
We also have an amazing guest with us today as well.
Come on.
Big up. How you doing, man?
What's going on?
If you guys remember, was it last week? We were chatting about, the relationship between black people throughout the diaspora, global black community, and we had a call from TJ. And we invited him on the show. Mm-hmm. So lo and behold, he's here, man, in the flesh.
What's happening? Nice to meet everybody. Thanks for inviting me.
No problem, man. No problem. How's life, man?
Good. I'm living a dream.
Good. You had a good weekend?
Fantastic weekend.
Good. Even in this cold weather?
Yeah, I was with family, doing, I don't live in the UK, so when my family gets together, it's a beautiful thing for me. So, you know what I mean?
How much longer you got here till you go back home?
Go back in 2.5 weeks or so.
Okay, cool. Because we're definitely going to get into, because you're based in Uganda now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. So we're definitely going to get into that. You got a YouTube channel as well. Can you tell the people about your YouTube channel?
Got a channel called The Subi Shop. Originally, it was like something to share my journey over to Uganda. But I wasn't really finding much success telling that story. I did grind out probably a video every week for about 1.5 years, something like that. And then I started experimenting with talking about current events and whatnot. And one of the things that I realized is that being in Africa changed some of my perspectives on what was happening back here or what I saw happening. Things that I thought maybe were cast in stone in my mind. You look from a different perspective when you're out from another place. So I would talk with this kind of perspective and stuff. So that's it, basically.
Sick. You guys check out the Subi Shop, yeah? SUBI.
SUBI.shop or SUBI shop.
Sick. All right, so we got a lot to discuss today, man. So should we head right in? We got a few comments to read from the community, though. First one is from Joe. I believe it's a she. She says, I appreciate the attempt for some of these discussions, but it definitely needs some fine tweaking. This level of convo with people in the study and online needs an impartial moderator. People online were sometimes hurried off when people in the studio disagreed with them.
That was in relation to the second community service episode.
Okay, on Friday.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what she's talking about because the people online were talking a lot.
So you sure you didn't
So
let
the
nobody
people
off?
online as follows, right? Emily.
All right, pick up Emily.
All the time. And she really kind of got in her bag. She basically shared some of her experiences. So you could just imagine the response from the people in the studio. Yeah, because Emily's lived a life.
So I was gonna say, I was just about to say that I'm beefing Emily, because she should be on the show by now, man.
Yeah,
We've opened the door for Emily since the beginning.
She will be.
All right then.
But soon come.
Okay.
Second was Stacy.
Okay.
And I think her Zoom was low. She should have turned the Zoom up. But again, she had a lot of time to talk. So I don't know if it is that that's who this person was talking about. I don't know. And I think the third person was Veronica. She was online for a while.
Okay, so she pulled up.
Just imagine what she was talking about. And The lack of moderation, 100%. I was hands off completely. I only got engaged when somebody said my name, and when they said my name, I changed the question. But if you would prefer I moderate, then cool. I will do that in the future.
Okay.
But it was a cool back and forth. It was very interesting. You know, Rob was in the building.
I was just about to ask you, who was in the building?
Yeah. We didn't want to go on camera though.
Oh, Black Rob, man. Why? What happened, man?
And when Jackie saw him, like she was stunned.
What?
For a good, I don't know. I didn't ask her what was on her mind because she said a few things while she was there, just looking at him saying, "Oh, that's just spun me." But I don't know. But it was cool, man.
Christy was in the building as well.
Came true as
Big up Christy every time. Queen of BOE.
love her.
She said that they were hating on my questions, man.
Yeah, they thought you wrote the questions
Why did they think?
because of what the questions were.
Oh my goodness, this guy.
Yeah, one of the questions were about dilution.
Dilution. Okay.
You know some of your thoughts about mixed race people.
What am I?
Can you hear that?
See how he started?
TJ?
See how he
Can you hear
started?
that, TJ? All right. All right.
Don't listen to
This
him,
guy
man.
is reckless. What's on your hand? On your arm?
Remember I told you I had that issue, man? What's it called? Is it tennis?
Heroin addiction.
It does look like that, right?
Nah,
So I
man.
find that vein.
Golfer's elbow, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, like this. It's basically kind of like the opposite of tennis elbow. It's like you got an issue with your elbow, basically, innit?
And what happens?
It's just hard to do stuff, innit? To
That
lift
right
shit.
hand, innit?
What's that mean? What's that?
Just say this on your right hand, innit?
DJ started, you know.
Tension. Talking about tension, it's hard to, I don't know, gripping his hand.
Imagine. But yeah, man, like basically when I was doing like pull-ups and all that, innit? Trying to beat my record and that. Can you guys beat the record, like 45? Yeah, anyway, trying to beat my record and whatnot. Yeah, man, like recovery was bad and it just got worse and worse. And that was it.
All right, okay.
Kind of messed me up. So this basically just helps with support.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Cool.
Next comment. This is from Shark Tank 25. They said, "Oh, they had a problem with Veronica making generalizations about black businesses, but okay with generalizing about African American people. Keep the same energy." And another thing, LOL, African American people were enslaved for 400 plus years. Then there was black codes, Jim Crow, police brutality, lynchings, etc. And despite all of that, we have survived. And let's be clear, our culture, in bold, our culture, black American culture, is the one that's influential worldwide. So obviously this is an African American. Big up them, big up them. And the last comment from Leslie T14. Big up Brent /TDA for facilitating this. Great topics, great conversations, and allowing for different perspectives to be shared. Nice to see some of the regular callers, Stacey, Christy, and Jackie on camera as well. Big up you, man.
Straight.
All right, let's get into our headlines. All right, people. So our first headline, trigger warning on this first headline. The Southport attacker, Axel Ridakubana, was referred to the government's anti-extremism prevent scheme 3 times before the murders. So Ridakubana, who's now 18, pleaded guilty to the murders of Alice Da Silva Aguirre, who was 9, BB King, 6, and Elsie Stancombe, 7, at the Liverpool Crown Court on what was due to be the first day of his trial on Monday. He also admitted 10 counts of attempted murder and possession of a kitchen knife over the mass stabbings, as well as charges of producing ricin and possessing an Al-Qaeda training manual found in searches of his home in Banks, Lancashire in the following days. It's now emerged that he was referred to prevent 3 times amid concerns over his fixation with violence. Anyone referred to the scheme is assessed and, if deemed a terrorism risk, referred to another program called Channel, although many referrals don't result in any further police action. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer said that there were grave questions to answer as to how the state failed in its ultimate duty to protect these young girls. Next headline, and pardon me. What is this? Next headline, speaking in the House of Commons, West Streeton said that 18 of the projects, this is to do with the building hospitals, will now be started between 2030 and 2039 instead of the original 2030 deadline. So Mr. Streeton launched a scathing attack on the Conservative Party for making a promise to build the facilities without a clear funding plan. He said that the new plans would give patients an honest, realistic, deliverable timetable that can be believed in. He also said, this Labour government is rebuilding our NHS, and as we do so, we will also rebuild trust in politics. He claimed funding for the 40 projects was due to run out by March of this year. This is why he's attacking the Tories for just lying, basically. The promises to build 40 new hospitals by 2030 was originally promised by Boris Johnson back in the 2019 election campaign. Some £20 billion in funding promised by the last government was never delivered. This according to a government announcement today or yesterday. And our last headline, President Donald Trump has proclaimed America's decline is over as he vowed to act swiftly through sweeping executive action, including declaring a national emergency at the US-Mexico border. In his inaugural address, Trump said that he's confident and optimistic as he returns to the White House with a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal, referring to the last 4 years under his predecessor, Joe Biden. Following a ceremonial peaceful transfer of power, Donald Trump said that he planned to sign a series of executive orders to crack down on the border, to boost domestic energy, and also to end government-mandated diversity programs. The golden age of America begins right now. This is what he said from the US Capitol Rotunda, where the ceremony had been moved due to the freezing temperatures outside. Trump outlined a number of steps that he plans to immediately take, including sending troops to the border, declaring some gangs and drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. All illegal entry will be immediately halted. This is what he said again, adding that his administration will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. And that's it for our headlines. Let's get into our topic of the day. All right, so today's topic of the day is going to be briefly about Trump's inauguration, right, and also how it relates to Black unity. So obviously, the conversation that we had when you called up was about Black unity and the relationship between, I guess, Blacks here in the UK, US, and back home in Africa, right? So I kind of wanted to mix it in some capacity, right, and kind of have like a part two, but start off with Trump. First thing I did want to do is mention that Biden, because I know. Me personally, I've had a lot of criticism for Biden over the years. And I did want to mention that, where is it? I won't actually read the article for you guys. I did want to mention that on his way out, he did pardon one of the greatest Pan-Africanists ever, the great Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Of course, the legend has passed on, but he was convicted of mail fraud back in the 1920s, right? Obviously, that was just a way to kind of just stop his movement, you know what I'm saying? But long story short, in his final day of office, Biden basically pardoned him, and basically that conviction basically been removed from his record. So a lot of people are kind of happy about that. Me personally, of course, I'm happy about that, but I don't know if it makes much difference because I never thought he was guilty of the crime anyway. And if the US government sees him as guilty, that's fine from their perspective. Me personally, he's a free man, one of the greatest Black men that's ever lived. So it hasn't made that much difference to me. But that gesture, though, do you feel like that does anything? Do you care about it?
Don't think it does anything. I think actions. Actions is what needed, not gestures. You know, how about we do some prison reform? You know, to me, that's modern day slavery. And I would like to investigate all of the alleged conspiracy theories around the idea that they actually want to funnel, or there is systems to funnel people into jail. You know, long sentences for cannabis and sort of a pipeline where there's, you know, people incarcerated and then those people have to work in jail for very low pay. And I don't know, there are appears to be multiple interests that would benefit from that happening. Yeah. Even maybe into the music industry, what music is released, what music is pushed, to keep encouraging a sort of particular agenda.
Oh, so you feel like it's definitely linked. There's something there.
I don't know if it's definitely linked, but I think you asked, does that thing that he did was a gesture. I would like to see him say, all right, guys, a lot of people are saying this, or this is the situation we have. I want to prove, he's done that to prove, or to kind of, we're not racist over here.
Yeah.
That's what I hear when he's trying to do that. Okay, I don't think that does much, but why don't you do, okay, we are going to investigate this thing, and we're going to look into it. You've got that documentary, The House We Live In. I don't know if you've seen that, where this kind of story is put out. People have been saying this for years. It's like, this is the kind of thing I would like to see action on. Yeah. You're at the top. You say you want to help black people. Fine. Then let's get to the bottom of something like this. That thing will move me more than something like this. By the way, he also pardoned like every member of his family in advance, just in case.
Yeah.
Which was a middle finger up to Trump.
100%.
So, I don't think there's any he's not a righteous person. He's a politician. So that's my view. I mean, anyway.
Yeah, I hear you. To be fair to him though, because I do feel like a lot of black people, or let me just say, some black people, and especially the Democrats, will like that he also pardoned the Virginia House Speaker, Don Scott, who was convicted of a non-violent drug offense back in 1994. What's funny about that whole 1994 thing is the whole crime bill,
right,
that Biden was basically the architect of, that decimated black families, that people forget about. You know what I'm saying? Like this whole situation that happened under Clinton, but it was actually, he was the co-author and advocate for this particular crime bill.
What's this, 3 strikes?
Exactly. So basically, that, just to give a bit of information to the people here, it was known as the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act. It was during Bill Clinton's presidency, and basically it was, the bill led to an increase in incarceration. It disproportionately affected black and minority communities due to harsher sentencing laws, including the 3 strikes rule. Basically, any free crime sort of thing, you get sentenced and you're done. You're just done, right? And basically that expanded the funding of prisons as well. So everything TJ just mentioned, basically, I don't want to say it completely started with Biden, but a big part of that exponentially just went through the ceiling under Biden.
Right.
But under Clinton's administration, but Biden was basically one of the main advocates and the co-author of that particular crime bill.
Right.
So obviously when he's come back now, or when he's now in power as a president himself, what does this all do? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I read or listened to something about that a few years ago. Forgive me if I'm a bit rusty, but there was, it's if you commit 3 felons, I believe.
Yeah.
You get the maximum. You get life, I think. You commit 3 felons. So there are several trivial felons. And then there's things that can be trivial. Anyway, it came about because I think there was a woman that was murdered, and the person didn't get. He had 2 strikes before the 3 strike thing. He'd done 2 felons, and like if it was a reaction to that. So if the 3 strike, or this is what they said anyway, if the 3 strikes rule was in place at that time, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to do this murder. Yeah. So it was a reaction to that. So I don't know. People try and put things in place. You know, like think about the laws that now may come in place because of the Southport killing, potentially. Yeah. But well, how did this happen when there's outrage like that? So but they don't always know what the outcomes will be of that or think it through. So a circumstance where someone does 2 robberies, that's 2 felons, and then steals a Mars bar or a Snickers. Yep. That 3rd one is a felon, and now he's going to do life. That's maybe where they didn't think it through properly, or I don't know what. So, what was it? Correlation doesn't always mean causation. I'm not willing to say that is a specifically racist law, but maybe they just didn't think it through properly. Yeah. And the effect is that it hurts, it adds to the prison system. I don't know. But it's also not lost on me that ironic what you said, that he pardoned one person that was affected by the law that he pushed. So how many thousands or maybe hundreds of thousands even in how long Clinton was 25, 30 years ago.
Yeah, 94. Yeah.
How many people have been incarcerated under that?
This is it.
So one person, it's like, that's
Yeah.
like going into a casino and losing all your money, but then they give you a free hamburger.
Can you imagine? Basically. Obviously, because we're in the UK, we don't fully know about the details and I guess how widespread this free strike law destroyed a lot of people.
Right.
So I just wanted to read out a bit of information. As mentioned, it was introduced in the 1994 crime bill, which Joe Biden helped draft and Bill Clinton signed into law because he was the president at the time. And basically, many people got life in prison for minor third offences, just like TJ said, yeah. So the first and second strikes could be any serious or violent felonies. It could be burglary, robbery, drug trafficking, assault, something like that. But a third basically had to be a felony, but it didn't have to be anything violent. It could be any minor offence. And then this person is going to prison for life, right? Crazy. Also, just wanted to mention there was some later reforms. Some states softened or repealed that particular law. And Trump's First Step Act, 2018, when he first came into power, reduced the federal free strikes penalty. Just wanted to mention that. Before we go on to the rest of this, did you hear about Nelly performing?
I saw his interview with what's his name? Willie.
Yeah, what's his name? From the Ghetto Boys.
Yeah, I saw his interview. I think it's interesting that even for me, there's been an evolution in what my perception of Trump was in 2016 and what he is now.
Okay.
And I think a lot of people have had that. A lot of people have had that change, and I think the votes showed that.
Share your thoughts, please.
Trump is not necessarily a nice person. And in 2016, I would have agreed with you that he's kind of this loose cannon that is racist and he's an offensive person and he's not a good person to be president. But over this period, I think probably starting with COVID, they're disingenuous about him. Even though he says funny things or whatever, particularly in this campaign where he just had against Kamala, so he made a tongue-in-cheek gesture that I think everybody with a thinking mind can understand when he said, "I'll be a dictator on day one," and signing the act of drilling and drilling for oil in America, making oil again. And then he goes, but he didn't mean I'll be a dictator. Yeah. And a lot of the rhetoric once he said that, in my opinion, was disingenuous. Like, I don't know how many times I heard Kamala say, he said he will be a dictator. And Oprah said this may be you may never be able to vote again. She said that. So what I'm trying to say is, if you're going, if we're going to charge Donald Trump with being this terrible person, then accurately quoting him should damn him. If you're going to talk against him, and I found too many times where they were being disingenuous, and then like every news media outlet has just picked a side, and deciphering what the truth is becomes way more murky. And so I think that I think I was captured by a particular viewpoint on who Trump was. Not saying he's the nicest guy in the world, but is he the most effective? We just talked about Biden and these laws. I don't know if you ever saw the Joe Rogan episode where there was the Innocence Project guy was on there.
No, I didn't see that one.
So this guy, Innocence Project, he does pro bono, takes on pro bono cases of people that they believe to be innocent on death row, life, whatever, freeing many black people, Hispanic people. You know, like guy comes from Mexico, doesn't know the system that well. A murder happens, close proximity, he's arrested, and now that guy's is on like doesn't know the system, doesn't whatever. He frees people like that who are clearly innocent. Now, he accused Kamala of blocking DNA evidence on people that they knew were innocent so that her stats remained high when she was a prosecutor. So you can put that up against, let's say, the stance on abortion. Like people will shout at you like Trump is rolling back the rights for women's reproductive rights. And then, you know, so maybe that what I'm trying to say is I've tried to have a more balanced view of Trump and who would be most effective. And I'm not sure it would be someone like Kamala. Yeah. And so, you know, I don't think I would have had that level of processing if I hadn't started to see this disingenuous kind of behavior towards Trump. If he's really bad, if he's really terrible, say it like it is. Quote him correctly. Take him to task on the things he's actually done negatively. If you cry wolf, you look
100%.
Less legitimate. Yeah. And now he's in. Let's see the results. The results will tell us.
So you've changed your mind about Trump being racist?
I don't know if he's racist. It's possible. I think Trump's the kind of guy that does anything for his benefit, and if he needs to appeal to one group or another. But I mean, I've seen quotes where it was like, "Oh, Trump sent a plane to get black people from this thing when this situation happened," and I'm 41. Trump
is the guy that said Nigeria's a shithole.
Me,
Trump.
Okay.
I'm asking.
Does that make him racist?
I believe so.
Why?
Because that's a racist comment.
When was the last time you were in Nigeria?
Wait a minute. By the way, he's Nigerian, right?
So am I.
So is he.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait. So you'd say Nigeria's a shithole?
No. I asked you when was the last time you were there.
I've never been to Nigeria.
Okay. So how can you evaluate what Nigeria's like?
No, I can't. I just think it's a racist comment.
Why?
I don't think that he's been to Nigeria.
I'm asking you why.
I'm answering the question.
Okay.
I don't think he's been to Nigeria.
Okay.
And I think that making sweeping negative comments of that sort in the station in which it is that he made it in is racist.
Okay. I don't have enough information, but I heard someone giving a list of all the things he's done to help black people prior to his presidency. Stuff like he sent a private jet for, I can't remember what it was. There's lots of stuff he's done. On top of that, where I was going earlier was, like I said, I'm 41. By the way, this guy's turned to look at me directly.
No,
the guy was looking that way the whole time.
It's only because you're talking to me.
And my man's done.
I didn't want to be disrespectful. I didn't want to be. When I asked you if it is that you thought Trump was racist, right? Because you had said you'd changed your mind about Trump.
Yeah, but
so I wanted to know where the basis was before, where you were before to now where you are.
Yeah.
So it sounded as though you are in support of Trump now. So I wanted to know, all right, where were you before? So that's why I asked, do you think Trump was racist?
Okay. So, a couple of things. So, up until, I don't know, 2015.
If
Trump
it's more comfortable for me to turn around.
No, it's cool. I'm just making a joke.
All right.
Trump was in every rap song ever heard.
Yeah.
That's true.
Everyone wanted to be in Trump Towers.
Yeah.
Trump was a beacon of the American dream.
Yeah.
Black people were striving for it. Go and listen to Master P talking about Trump. Trump's the only guy that did this for me. Trump helped me with this. He's helped and interacted with black people for years and years and years. And I think his comments, the comments I may be ill-advised or whatever, but that is not direct evidence, in my opinion, that someone is racist. You can have a day when you say something, and I'm sure you've done it in your life, ill-advised, doesn't necessarily represent your whole philosophy on life.
Fair.
You know, so I think he's kind of loose cannon. He says stuff. He's inflammatory. He's kind of a trickster and a jokester, and he might be racist. I'm not really sure, but for everything that you can put over here to have an argument that he's racist, I think there's also evidence in the contrary. Right? I think there's also evidence in the contrary. So that's what I say. I'm sorry I don't have like lots of things that I can reel off.
That's fine. I just wanted to know if it is that you're a supporter of Trump or not, and if it is that you weren't, why you weren't, right? Because I thought you had conveyed something to the extent of you changing your opinion on Trump.
If I was to vote, I definitely wouldn't have voted for Kamala Harris if I was American.
Yeah.
Now we're getting into the tragedy of politics nowadays, which is you must vote. If you're going to vote, even in the UK, you're basically picking the person you hate the least, or the person you dislike the most.
Yeah.
So if you put me in a situation where I must vote for someone, that doesn't necessarily mean I like the guy, or I don't think the guy's racist.
Yeah.
From the people presented, I have to make a choice.
Yeah.
And you know,
the better of both evils.
I could vote for Kanye West, but the guy probably wouldn't win. So really, there's only two candidates. I could vote for an independent, but the guy ain't gonna win, and that's probably gonna help one party or another.
Yeah.
So let's just make the binary choice.
Yeah.
I would have voted for Trump. And now, if my family sees this, I know we're gonna now have to have conversations.
Do you think Nigeria is a shithole?
It depends on your perspective. I can paint you a very nasty perspective if you would like, but I think that what we do nowadays is make everything binary. Everything is all bad or all good.
It's not what he did.
Sorry?
It's not what he did.
Isn't that
what he did? You're saying that we are guilty of that, but that's exactly what he did by saying Nigeria is a shithole.
Yeah, I didn't say he was correct. The argument was...
I'm asking you if you think so, but I know you're saying depends on
I said
on
it
how
depends
it is
on your perspective.
But
if you go and live in a certain place and you have a certain lack of opportunity and you got bro, let
me take
I've been living in Africa for the last 2 years.
Do you think Nigeria is a shithole?
If you live in Lekki, no. But if you live in that place where it's all water...
I'm allowing Imaya to basically take some weight off of you, right?
No. The thing is, do you know what it is? Amongst Nigerian people, we can have that criticism and say that, if we're being honest. Because we've been to Nigeria, we know how it can be. We know about the corruption. We know how people can treat Nigeria like it's just a dump, right? But we also see the potential. So we wouldn't necessarily say that. Me personally, I think Nigeria is the best country in Africa. You know what I'm saying? I believe it has the best people in the world. Maybe because I'm Nigerian, I'm being biased, but I genuinely believe that. You know what I'm saying? So when I hear that, right, of course, it depends on who's saying it. I may feel offended. But if a Nigerian is telling me that, I would understand where they're coming from because they've been there and they've seen certain things. You know what I'm saying? It's harsh. It's definitely harsh. But the way some people are treated back home in Nigeria, it's not right, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, the government is just siphoning money and they're so corrupt. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, things are getting better. You know what I'm saying? I've not been, like, TJ's probably been there more recent than I have. You know what I'm saying?
I've been in a while.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's annoying to hear another person, especially a white person, especially a European person or European descent saying that. You know what I'm saying? There's no room for that.
If he said that Nigeria has a lot of difficult challenges to overcome and lifestyle, using the words I'm using, and the lifestyle for many is extremely difficult, you would prefer that. But he's conveying the same thing. And go to Nigeria and see if there's any political correctness in the way they speak. Because they don't. They'll just tell you, you are... Bro, like, when I go to Africa, they'll just tell me, like, bro, you are fat. Look at your belly. You've not been going to the gym. What's wrong with you? It's not politically correct. But what's the message? there's ways to talk. He doesn't articulate well sometimes. I see this guy's done. He's Central Park 5 and all of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Let me read that comment.
It's a good point.
So basically, Juju said the man took out a whole ad calling for the death penalty for the Central Park 5 and refuses to apologize to this day. This is why I'm anti-Trump. I grew up in that era in NYC.
I don't know what the ad was. I don't know what information he had at the time. Many people thought those guys were guilty. Turns out they're not guilty. Like I said, you can stack up all of the things negatively against Trump. And by the way, it's your prerogative and your right to say he's done X and Y and Z, so I believe you're racist. The reason I push back on your comment is because
About the shit all.
I don't think one comment about Nigeria constitutes racism. I think there's a leap.
No, I started with the first thing that came to my mind.
Okay.
Many different
Fair
things
enough.
that he said.
Fair
I
enough.
think also during, I can't remember what it was. I think somebody had just killed somebody. Some white person just killed somebody, and there were riots. And then he had said there were good people on both sides, but on the other side,
he was in my opinion, he was misquoted on that. They cut that up in a way. If you go and watch,
misquoted.
yeah, like they kind of cut up. They kind of cut up what he said. If you go and watch like the original statement, the whole thing live, it was pieces of that was taken and put together to make it seem like it was way more inflammatory than it was.
Okay, I don't
yeah, that would be a whole thing to go into now.
No,
people would disagree with me, and people would agree with me.
Yeah, I disagree. But that doesn't really matter. I really just wanted to know if it is you were a Trump supporter, and it sounds as though you are a Trump supporter.
I'm okay.
I don't think there shouldn't be anything wrong. He's also a Trump supporter.
You could label me that.
I'm amongst my ops right now.
You can label me that.
You're amongst friend.
No. You can label me that. My point is that nowadays we have to see everything in
color as
binary.
opposed to just we have to or we shouldn't.
Yeah, well, we're encouraged to always see things in binary. But let's just take it to my life.
Yeah.
You can stack up all the terrible things I've done in my life over here.
Yeah.
You can stack up all the wonderful things I've done in my life.
You've done a lot of wonderful things, by the way.
And
I know you, and I know you.
Judgment. I'm a combination of good decisions and bad decisions and right and wrong, and the label of is he a good person?
Yeah.
Is not at the right resolution if you really wanted to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
You don't know my heart. You don't know my intentions. You don't know. You also, the person I am 5 years ago is not the person I am now. The person I am 10 years ago is not the person I am. And that goes all the way back to my birth.
Fair.
So, I just think,
I believe he might be better better for America than Kamala. Is that okay? Have I?
Yeah, well,
halfway?
I think she doesn't show competency.
To be honest, I wasn't talking about Kamala in the first place. I was just focused on Trump, right?
Yeah,
I do believe just to meet you where you are.
No. You're still pushing me like you're a Trump guy.
No, I'm not a Trump guy. I don't like Trump at all. But
but you're pushing me like I'm a Trump guy.
So wait, you're not?
I just think he was the best choice.
Yeah.
Of a worst bunch.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a role model that I would really like. My heart. This guy's my guy.
Yeah.
It's not my guy. Like it's just. These are the choices.
Yeah.
Everybody's imperfect, and this is, there's things I don't like about.
What are the things you don't like about him?
Like I don't think he did. I don't think he orchestrated the January 6th. I don't think he orchestrated that. But I think he
don't you like about him?
Well, I think he was disingenuous about that. I think he watched what was happening and thought, are guys taking up for me? Let me just wait and see what's happening here, just in case something falls to my side.
Yeah.
Right? And I think it should have been immediate, like, condemnation and let's throw everything at guys doing violence, whatever that was. If that wasn't the immediate result, I think that's negative. Yes. And then now that's been taken into he tried to overthrow the government and all that. I don't know if it, again, it's another controversial thing.
What else don't you like about him? That it doesn't. You don't have to have more. By the way.
I don't think he is always precise with language.
How do you mean? He's not binary enough?
No, he plays a game of kind of saying a lot, but he's not kind of being precise in what he says, and it leaves you open
room to interpretation.
Yeah, it also allows him to formulate his route through difficult conversations.
Give me an example of that. Because Nigeria's a shithole is quite clear.
Well, he didn't say it specifically about Nigeria, apparently. So basically, he did it about developed or African countries.
So he didn't say Nigeria's a shithole?
No, it wasn't Nigeria. No. But what do you call it? Remember, he said this in a meeting.
Hold up.
He said this in a meeting, and somebody came out of the meeting to say that this is what he said. He denied it. So when he was asked about it, he said, no, I didn't say that. My words were tough. He said, my words were tough, right? But I never said it in those words.
What about if he does a trade deal with Nigeria and it benefits Nigeria immensely? What would those words mean? Like, action says a lot. And, you know, I don't know. I don't know. I'm willing to be convinced that he's a racist, but to me, that is not strong enough evidence.
You might be onto something. Hold up. Trump and Nigerian President Buhari deflect awkward question. U.S. President reported.
Brent's just fact-checking people.
Yes.
You know what the thing is? I think the reason why we get into these type of conversations, or at least this is my perspective, is because sometimes when we hear, well, me personally anyway, when I hear somebody who's such a supporter of Biden, or such a supporter of Kamala Harris, or such a supporter of Keir Starmer, or the left, or whatever it may be, and there's so much like taking the time to attack the other side, I just feel like, why are you doing this when the side you really vehemently support has done X, Y, Z? You know what I'm saying? And then what tends to happen is when you try to counter that particular position, it looks like you are a supporter of the right. When really, and I've said this many times on the show, I feel like most people, especially black people, a lot of us may have some liberal views, but a lot of us come from conservative families with conservative views. You know what I'm saying? So we're all a mix of all of these sort of things, and all pretty much somewhere in the middle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
all right. So he did say it, but he said including African countries like Nigeria, Haiti, and El Salvador as shithole countries.
Yeah. So he didn't say Nigeria specifically, innit?
Yeah, he did. And it's because he was invited to Nigeria, and he said that Buhari knows. Wait a minute, let me read the quote. Buhari.
David Cameron said Nigeria is the most corrupt country in the world, or one of the most corrupt countries in the world.
I'm not sure about that. You know the validity of whether the allegations against the president is true or not. So the best thing is for me to be quiet. The Nigerian president knows me and knows where I'm coming from, he said. And you do have some countries that are in very bad shape and very tough places to live in. Our immigrant laws.
So that is essentially the same comment. It's a very tough place to live in. And what was it?
He said, you have some countries that are in a very bad shape and very tough places to live in.
Okay, that is the political correct version of this is a shithole. You might be sitting around with your mandem and say it's a shithole, but if you went out publicly, you might say it's a very tough place to live in and a bad situation for X, Y, and Z. You know, it's.
He said that, sorry, TJ.
Go for it.
Trump denied using that exact language. However, several people present at the meeting confirmed that he did say it.
So, how did he say it? Because here he's basically saying, why do we have so many people coming? Where is it? I was just reading it. Why are we having all these people from shithole countries coming here? That's basically the comment that he said. Yeah. But he was referring to Haiti, El Salvador, and some African countries. That's basically what he was alleged to have said. You know what I'm saying? So obviously, Anyway, it is what it is, man.
I don't think it's right for me to say that he was on record saying it because he's denied saying it.
Let's say he said it.
I believe he said it. Right?
Yeah, let's say he said it.
It's disingenuous to say that he did it like on the podium.
Yeah, he didn't say it. He didn't say it on the podium. Said it in a meeting, right? That's what we established.
Yeah.
In a closed door.
Yeah, and people snitched.
Yeah. But in meetings, madness happened. I'm sure at the top, madness happens in no meetings.
To be honest, TJ and Emmanuel, you all have said that he has a curt way of saying the same thing, right? A crude way of saying the same thing, instead, I should say. And you're fine with that because you translate it, you interpret it the way he should have said it.
Shall I tell you what it is? So basically, what it is he says X, yeah? I may translate it as Y. Same sentiments. And then I would say, see what he said as Y? This is what the guys you support also say. It's the same thing. That's basically where I'm coming from. So my point isn't to try and lower the gravity of his comments. I don't care what either one of them say. I'm Pan-Africanist first. I don't care what no side of any European or Western country says about Africa. I just care about us focusing on Africa. That's the main thing. My issue is always, why are you black people thinking the left is better than the right? They are the same. That's always been my position. So when Trump is saying X, Y, Z in a particular way, he's saying the same thing your savior on the left is saying. When Biden is saying, if you don't vote for me, you're not black, that's one of the most insulting comments I've heard from a white person in power.
Can I add something there?
And people don't care.
They might say something that Trump doesn't say, that let's say how do I approach this subject? If you went to Uganda and was starting to talk about gay people, and I'm sure you guys know the laws and all of that going on.
I don't know.
Being gay is essentially illegal. And the maximum penalty for the worst gay crime, which would be an adult having sex with a same-sex minor, is the death penalty.
Woo!
So, and there's various harsh laws leading up to the death penalty depending on what you've done.
So, paedophilia, death penalty.
Well, no, gay paedophilia, like same-sex paedophilia.
So, regular paedophilia, no death penalty.
I don't know what the law... the reason why I said it like that is because in the news articles, they just say you can get the death penalty for being gay. That's not actually accurate. You probably won't get the death penalty unless
With a minor.
It was with a minor. But there are definitely extremely harsh penalties. It would be dangerous for you to be openly gay. Now go there and start asking them about trans rights. Right? And then imagine that environment, those people, that group. Would they vote on that topic? Would they vote for Trump or would they vote for Kamala?
They vote for Trump.
Right. So I think there is many black people
that vote their political interests.
That might be something that will push them to one side or another. And then you can now stack up all of the policies.
Yeah.
And then people will make their decision. For some people, it will be the abortion stuff.
Yeah.
After that, I don't want to hear anything else. I've made my decision. This thing,
100%.
I will die on this hill.
Yeah.
But there's some people that are like, I'm a man. Maybe I'm not so interested in, that doesn't move me so much.
Yes.
But the trans stuff,
the gender stuff, 100%.
That's too much for me. And Kamala's history. When I add those two together, I'm out of those guys.
Yeah.
And you can pick apart Biden going back all those years, like the free strike rule. You can. So people have their justifications.
Yeah.
I made a video on my channel.
Come on.
Oh, this is now asking for beef. I don't really want beef. I made a video on my channel because, again, reacting to the aunties would never podcast.
They're friend of the show. Please be careful what it is you say.
They made a whole show that anyone that voted for Trump was a racist, misogynist, and there was some very strong comments.
Yeah.
And I reacted to it because I don't believe everyone that voted for Trump was a racist
Yeah.
misogynist.
I don't believe
they
so
didn't
either.
vote for their oppression. That was what another. You voted for your own oppression.
Yeah.
Kind of like the sky is falling. It's the end of the world.
Yeah.
So, some people just voted because they didn't like transgender
100%.
or whatever.
100%.
Yeah.
So, and everyone draws their own lines.
And this is one of the things I don't like as well about us as black people. Like, I remember, I don't even know why this comment stuck out to me, but it was many years ago. And I just read someone saying, if you vote Tory, you are a bad person, or you can never be a good person. And I just thought, how crazy is such a comment? Why do you think this makes sense to you? And I just thought, you must be somebody who's in your early 20s, whose brain hasn't really got to that point where you know life. Because this doesn't make any sense. And I think, unfortunately, again, so many people in our communities, we don't change that mindset. And we grow up thinking, if you vote anything but Labour, if you vote anything but Democrat, you're not a black person, or you're not a real black person, or you're crazy, you're bad, you're evil, you just want to be white, you want to be an elitist. It's actual stupidity. It's childish.
That happened to Kanye West in 2016. And I remember having conversations with friends that were like, he said he votes for Trump. He's off, he's gone. He's lost it. He's lost his mind. And then there was even a song.
In 2016, that could be a good
Little
case,
Dirk said,
that's a good call.
make Kanye black again.
Yeah.
He was ousted he was now no longer black.
Yeah.
And many people had that rhetoric around him because he voted. And I went and listened to what Kanye was saying, and he was like, you might not like my political view, but how dare you now say that doesn't make me black? And so I'm doubling down.
Yeah.
And people even misinterpreted that. Now, in this cycle, I think basically a whole chunk of America are repeating that viewpoint that Kanye was saying. He was the sacrificial lamb in 2016 for that viewpoint. And now just more people have come over to that opinion. Like, it doesn't make me not black. What makes me black? You know, I've looked at what I like about this guy or dislike about that guy, and I made my choice. And now that doesn't make me black. It's kind of like a black kid that doesn't listen to rap and listens to rock music. You know what I mean? And it's like that. Well, he's not really black. He's a bounty or a coconut, something like that. You know. So anyway, that's.
Yeah, it just doesn't get us anywhere. And I think this is the reason why when you speak to somebody who actually takes the time out, at least some time, to think about both sides, because they're thinking about their future, like, it's just a different conversation. Because again, like TJ mentioned earlier about, if you weigh up the pros and cons of Trump, to him at least, they're somewhat balanced. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think you could say the same thing about Biden or Kamala or any other person, but depending on the type of person you are and the values you hold, the things you prioritize is what's going to sway your vote. If you're somebody who's just come out of prison and you've been affected by the 1994 crime bill where Biden did X, Y, and Z and destroyed your life and the friends around you, right? And then he's come out and said to you, said to the public, if you don't vote for me, you are not black. And he votes for Trump. You're going to say he's racist, he's misogynist? It's insane. It's insane.
Let me just demonstrate that I'm trying to come at this with good faith. There are definitely a percentage of Trump supporters that are racist, that are misogynist. There will be a group in there.
A group.
Yeah, I don't know what the size of that group is, but you win the American presidency with the middle. The guys that are like. There's guys that are on the right that are just always going to bleed red, and there's guys on the left that are always going to bleed blue. And there's a group in the middle, and those swing states, and you have to convince that group in the middle. This is my understanding. And that group in the middle is sitting back saying, okay, show me your policies. And whoever wins that middle ground takes the presidency. So it's disingenuous to say those guys in the middle ground that don't necessarily hold to a party or, you know, that are willing to be convinced did it because of racism, misogyny, white supremacy, X, Y, and Z. It's insulting to their reasoning, their process, and their intelligence, in my opinion.
Yeah. 100%. You know what? I do want us to go on to speaking about Africa and how we can do things for ourselves, right? And I want you to tell us about your experience being in Uganda and you moving over there and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. I think the people need to hear about it. But before we do, I just want to demonstrate something to the people about the previous presidents, right? This is going to be a mixture of right and left. and what they have done and not done for black people, yeah? Like, directly. So let's start with Franklin D. Roosevelt, yeah? So he's Roosevelt's New Deal. He had a New Deal, basically, that aimed to alleviate the Great Depression, but often marginalized black Americans, particularly in the South due to discriminatory implementation at local levels. You had Truman in the mid 40s to 1953, right? So this is just after the Second World War. Truman desegregated the U.S. Armed Forces in 1948, setting a precedent for civil rights advancements. His actions signaled U.S. support for racial equality during the early stages of the Cold War. Cool. Seemed positive. Lyndon B. Johnson, he's the one who who became the president after JFK was assassinated. So Johnson's Great Society programs and the Civil Rights Act of 1964 were instrumental in promoting racial equality. These policies not only impacted domestic affairs, but also enhanced U.S. standing amongst African nations during decolonization. If you look more into Lyndon B. Johnson, many people say he was racist. So the same person that's helping with the Civil Rights Act of 1964 is the same person that many people say is a racist. There's more examples of this. Richard Nixon, his administration saw the initiation of affirmative action policies aiming to address racial disparities. So I'm pretty sure people on the left now, Democrats, will say, affirmative action, this is something that we need, etc., etc. And Nixon's administration was one of the first that initiated that particular thing. However, he had a war on drugs at the same time, and that disproportionately affected black communities, leading to mass incarceration. What do you want? So I'm just trying to say that as a human being, you're going to have policies on both sides. It may be down to you as an individual to decide which one you prioritize, right? Next person, Ronald Reagan. He had economic measures and a tough on crime stance had adverse effects on black Americans, right? His administration's approach to apartheid South Africa faced criticism because of its reluctance to impose sanctions, and that affected the US-Africa relations. But also he completely improved America's economics. So that allowed people to then do better and just thrive in it, right? Increased employment and things of that nature. So again, you have to pick. Bill Clinton. People say Bill Clinton's black. Black Americans will be the first people. I've heard it many a times. They say, oh, Bill Clinton's a black man. They love Bill Clinton, right? Cool. But he had the 1994 crime bill that led to the increased incarceration rates amongst black Americans. Internationally, his administration's response to the Rwanda genocide was criticized. Why? Because there was no action when the Rwanda genocide was happening. So in 1994, crime bill, 1994, Rwanda genocide, didn't take action, put in the crime bill. Yet black people say he was an amazing guy. He's even a black person. He's allowed at the bloody cookout. In fact, he's allowed to even
Getting head under the table.
You know what I'm saying? Do everything he can do. Make the meat on the grill even. Right? Cool. George W. Bush. He did the emergency plan for the AIDS relief, provided substantial aid to combat HIV and AIDS in America, saved millions of lives and strengthened US-Africa relations. This is what Bush did, right? Many people also say Bush didn't like black people. Again, that came from Kanye West, right? Because of the whole thing that happened in New Orleans, right? When the levees broke and everything. And basically how he didn't even take the time to even go and sympathize with the people and show his support.
Yeah.
So you've got both sides again. Each person, Barack Obama, the first black US president, his tenure symbolized progress. However, his administration's intervention, in fact, big up Andrew Ade King, the King's Monologue, tune into his YouTube channel. He said one of the things I'll never forgive Obama about is the fact that under his administration, they killed Gaddafi. Now, if you care about Africa and Pan-Africanism, that would be something that maybe you care about, right?
Right.
But also, he was the first black president, so everyone talk about Obama's this. And then when you say, what has he done for black people, people are offended by the question. Yeah. But also, on the continent where we all come from, he's killed Gaddafi. Cool. Donald Trump. He had Trump's America First policies, including challenging diversity initiatives, the whole DEI thing. I mean, he's doing it now. I think that's one of the first things that he even signed in his executive order. I'm going to talk about it in People's Journal, where he's basically trying to do away with the whole DEI thing. Many black people will be opposed to that. They'll be opposed to his comment about Africa, Haiti, El Salvador, right? All of these things. But again, he's done other things that have I guess, helped the black community. In that, again, he's reduced the effect of the 1994 crime bill. He's also released a lot of black people. You know, he called out blacks the little wings of the world. Certain people, anyway, in different positions, right, that black people care about. This is the reason why many people vote for Trump. Again, he's going to fix the economy, at least is what he's saying.
He did something that I said, wow. Mm-hmm. Any military that was, he said in the speech anyway, any military that was fired because they didn't take the vaccine will be reinstated with full back pay.
Wow.
I think a lot of black people would support that.
Wow.
I hate using that as an example of how we help black people.
No, I'm saying I'm following up on this thing is something black people would get behind. This thing is not, and he's pointing out all the contradictions.
No, him just saying that he freed, who was it, Kodak Black and who?
Lil Wayne and them.
Yeah, that's what he said was beneficial to black people.
Okay.
I don't know if it is that should be alongside what you've just said.
No, but it's just one of the things, though. I mentioned that obviously just as a little joke, innit? But there are many people who say, look, my friends or my family members were in prison, but Trump released them. I can't remember what the bill was, but he basically pardoned a lot of these guys and got them out. And this is the reason why they're voting for Trump in this election, as in the one that just went.
By the way, every African American that I've met in Uganda is a Trump supporter.
Wow.
Do you know why?
Immigration mostly.
What?
They don't like they don't like people entering illegally in masses into the country.
Uganda.
No, in
America.
America. These are African Americans.
Oh, I'm aware.
Yeah. So you asked me why?
Why do the people in Uganda like Trump?
African Americans in Uganda. Diaspora that have come to Uganda. I'm in a network of them in Uganda.
Okay.
And all of them support. I've not met one that doesn't support Trump.
But,
and you asked me why, and I said, usually that's the reason.
I apologize. So you're saying the African Americans, are they also part of the ADOS community?
I don't know what ADOS is.
American descendants of slavery.
Some of them profess to be FBA.
Yeah. I don't think they're the same, but they're one of the same type. The same type of philosophy.
We're foundational Black Americans.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now I have more context. That makes sense to me. I wouldn't have said why, because that makes sense to me.
Maybe this opens another can of worms later down the line in what we're talking about, what we're going to talk about.
Right. And bear in mind, I don't. In fact, I do. I do mind that you are sycophantic over Trump, because I mind how he's sycophantic over Trump and how he's sycophantic over Kanye West and
I'm sorry, I don't know the meaning of sycophantic.
Really like so much so that you're promoting such and such. Do you understand?
Well, I've tried to tell you a few times that I'm kind of agnostic, but if given a binary choice, I would choose him. And I don't think you saying that I'm pushing Trump is a fair representation of my opinion.
To be honest, you could be right, but you looked at the camera and said, "Family, we're going to have tough discussions after this."
Yeah, because if you say anything positive about Trump, a lot of people immediately go to what your side of the thing was. Oh, you're a Trump supporter. Yeah.
Can I just also mention, again, before we go into that part, obviously I'm seeing in the comments, Stacey as well saying, is this E-Man's pros for Trump? Okay, cool. So I'm just going to read out a few things for Trump. I didn't want to do this, right? Again, it could be wrong. It could be wrong. So
but
guys,
you brought me here.
Yeah, you know what I mean? But guys, do your own research as well, you know what I'm saying? But apparently this is what Trump did for black and ethnic minority people. He reduced mandatory minimum sentences for non-violent drug offences. Again, that's him correcting some of the ills of the 1994 crime bill that came under Biden. Cool. He gave judges more discretion to avoid excessive prison sentences. He allowed the early release for thousands of mostly black and Latino prisoners. Again, we spoke about that, right? He signed a law giving permanent federal funding to HBCUs. Apparently, a lot of the HBCU leaders credited him for more financial stability than previous administrations. Cool. Stacey, obviously, you may want to speak to that, right? Economic initiatives. He gave tax breaks for businesses investing in low-income minority communities. Okay, that may not benefit black people directly in terms of if they were the business owners, but still benefits them in terms of what they could get as consumers, right? Wage growth for low-income workers, including minorities. Okay, cool. He signed the executive order on policing after George Floyd's death, promoting de-escalation training and tracking police misconduct. Again, do your own research, guys. This is from ChatGPT. He pledged $500 billion investment in black communities with funding for small businesses, home ownership, and job training. He had a COVID relief package that helped black businesses. but PP loans largely went to larger firms over the small black-owned businesses. This is where that kind of messed up for him. And there was a lack of targeted support that worsened health disparities for Black and Latino communities. So this is just a few things that I just typed in. So again, do your own research. But I'm just saying that just to say, the point of that whole exercise is just to say that each president, you can point to the pros and cons. And all these presidents are both a mixture of Democrats and Republicans. I wasn't trying to say any president was better than the other. Just to say all of them, human beings, men, did X and did Y. Both, you can point to pros and cons for each person. So when we go out of our way to have beef amongst ourselves in our own communities about which president is better, I think we're doing ourselves a disservice, man, and we're wasting a lot of time and resources having these conversations where we could be directing all of that on ourselves and, you know what I mean, bettering ourselves in the long run.
Good morning, TEMII. Can you hear us? Or T3MII?
Yeah.
Good morning.
Hey,
How are you?
I'm fine. I'm good. Are you good?
Blessed and highly favored. What are your thoughts on this?
Do you know what? I feel like when you look at the bigger picture, like I always say this, someone can be racist but still marry a black person, sort of thing. Like I'm not saying this is the case, but for example, so when you're tying down like, oh, Trump is racist, I do believe that he might not necessarily be racist, but he says a lot of things and he might be very ignorant. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because
Mm-hmm.
he believes just because I have like black friends or black businessmen, or I have like I'm very close to certain black families, I can say certain things. It's like, oh, I've got black friends. I'm not racist, sort of thing. If you get what I'm trying to say. So I mean, at the end of the day, you can't teach old dog new tricks. Like think about when he was born and how he grew up. Maybe that's the sort of thing that he was exposed to and whatnot. And I mean, like racism has been prominent in America, anyways. So now it might just be more of a microaggression than blatant racism, but it's there. It's in a tone. It's written in the walls. It's just there. I feel like rather than focusing on what he says about black people, look at what he's done for the black community or minority communities in general. I mean, at the end of the day, the main thing, like when you go back to when slavery first started, or when like they were owning slaves and whatnot, the main thing was to prevent the slaves from having access to education or being able to read and write. Because once they knew that blacks were able to read and write, they would be able to fight for their rights. They wanted free labor, and if black people knew their rights, or if black people fought for themselves or were educated enough, they know that they would lose the power over the black people as time has gone on. So think about it. Like, obviously, he boasts like, "Oh, I've done this for black communities. I've released black people from prisons and whatnot, and the Latin some Latin prisoners." But it's like, okay, cool. What happened next? Were there systems in place to help these people get back into society, able to get jobs, to contribute back? Like, because that's the thing. Just because you release these people doesn't mean you're actually helping them. Because what ends up happening is 90% of the people that you end up releasing end up committing the same crime anyways, because there's nothing to change. Like there is no system in place. Sorry, I keep hearing like a back. I can hear myself speak. Give me a second.
Well, we're hearing
Okay.
you kind of cutting in and out, like a
Oh,
pumping sound. I don't know if it's on speakerphone or not. But it's
I
hard
think
to.
I'm on my earphones. I've got my earphones on.
All right. Yes, maybe you could take it off, and then I think what's
Give me a
happening is the
second.
frequency is kind of cutting.
So from the sounds of that though, Brent, does it sound like our caller is a Trump supporter, or
Nah, it doesn't sound like she's a Trump supporter.
was just seeing the positives and the negatives, or what?
I don't know. It sounded like
She's
she
saying-
started off by saying that it sounded like she was a Trump, but then
I
she's
think
like, when it is that you release these criminals, like, what did you do afterwards? Where are the systems in place to help these particular people you're supposed to, we're supposed to be celebrating that you've freed, and they went right back into prison. So what have you really
Hello?
done? Hello.
Hello. I don't think it's sorted out. I don't know what's going on with my phone, but I'm just gonna say what I need to say. It might come off in it.
No, you've been good so far.
But I just heard what you just said, talking about if I'm a Trump supporter. I'm not a Trump supporter, but obviously It's more looking at what have you done as a president since what you've like promised the people. Do you understand? Like it's not about, because even I'm not a Biden supporter either. I'm more of a support. I support transparency. I support making sure that what you have promised the people, you have done. Like you do the things that you've promised the people. Do you understand? So I feel, look at a bigger picture. It isn't about what he said or whatnot. It's about what has he done for the community in general to progress the community. Has he funded schools in Black communities? Like look at social media, for example. The amount of things that I see coming from the Black community when it comes to talking about the current affairs or even education, it's at a limited amount. They're talking about things that aren't progressive in their community. You know, half of them, like when you see there are even certain videos on YouTube when they're asking the average American questions, they do not know anything. Sorry, I don't think I can swear here, but they don't know jack shit about certain things within their history. All they know is maybe Christopher Columbus, and like that's a certain thing. When you control what is being taught in these schools, when you control the narrative, like even before Black people um were at the position in which they are right now, like having the rights, not rights to vote, the second Jim Crow laws have been abolished and all sorts. Before they were telling Black people that, you're a Negro, you don't deserve this, you don't have access to this. There was something called redlining, in which they would put certain areas in which that were mostly populated with Black families and reduce the property value down, so people wouldn't buy those properties. And if you wanted to like leave the neighborhood to get into a better neighborhood in which you can get better education, better jobs, better facilities, you weren't accepted for those homes. So it was basically trapping Black people into those neighborhoods in which they were redundant, they were infested with crime and drug use, to basically prevent the Black community from expanding, growing, and becoming even more better. So what has Trump done anything to improve that for the Black community? No. Has Biden done that to improve for the Black community? Absolutely not.
So
I feel like
faced
the
with the
closest we've
decision, who would
got.
you vote for?
I feel like Obama needs to come back.
What? Obama?
That's
That's
literally
not.
it.
That's
Because
not.
no,
That's not an option.
deep it. That's not an option, Fed. Maybe Michelle. But when someone would like think about it, like Obamacare was there. There were certain laws like that he passed to help minority groups. And even till this day, if you were to ask the average Marga, even if they're white, Black, Hispanic, American, would you prefer Obama, Trump, or Biden? They will tell you Obama. Majority will tell you Obama. Because the country, they would even say during Obama's presidency, the country was better. The economy was better. Obviously, don't get me wrong, every president had their flaws. I'm not saying Obama was like a great man, a knight in shining armor. Obviously, he did certain things when it came to the Middle East and, um, sending troops there and whatnot. No president is perfect. No president has a white cloth. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone does things that they shouldn't do. But what I'm trying to say is, especially for that country, I feel like rather than, they really did shoot themselves in the leg, I believe. I feel like the minority groups that ended up voting for Trump didn't vote for Trump based on, he's gonna help us. It was mostly because they didn't want a Black female president in power. They didn't want a woman in power, period.
So that's what you
That's
think
why
it
they
is.
didn't want Kamala to win.
So you think it's just down to the fact that she was Black and a woman? It's nothing to do with her competence.
I mean,
nothing to
majority
do with
of
her
the
campaign.
MAGA. No, because even her campaign, and on top of that, her campaign also catered to, and also the country, let's be very honest, is homophobic. I mean, from the results that we're seeing, it shows that they're very. That's also one of the reasons I believe minority communities voted for Trump, because they didn't like the fact that there was this.
But I don't want to cut you, but that's not true though. So why can't somebody say, I want to vote for Trump because I don't agree with the fact that trans rights should trump other people's rights. I don't agree that somebody who's not born a man is genuinely a man, and vice versa. I don't believe that somebody who is not biologically a woman should be in the same bathrooms as those who are biologically women. Why does that make you a homophobe? And why is that something that we kind of attach to ethnic minorities?
Sorry, I'm going to address the first part that you just talked about. The angle that in which I was coming from is, remember when it was literally 2023 to 2024, 2022 to 2024, that increase in a lot of the things like for example, drag queens performing in churches.
Yes.
There was articles in which, so stuff like that became an outburst. Stuff, and America is a predominantly quotation Christian country.
Mm-hmm.
It isn't a Christian country. I believe it's a secular country.
Mm-hmm.
Masked as a Christian country. There's a lot of things in there that is far cry from being Christian. But obviously, they like to hold on to that to justify certain laws that they would like to pass because they're homophobic, racist, and so on and so forth. But I'm not saying the reason why they voted for Trump was because they don't believe in gay marriage and whatnot, or a trans man or trans people being able to transition. It was mostly that being everywhere, being taught to children, being like it was very exposing children to things that they felt like children should have been exposed to. That's why they were very adamant.
But
Yes,
is that bad?
Kamala isn't doing anything. Personally, I don't think it's necessarily bad. I feel like every person, what your children watching, you should control what your children is exposed to.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get me wrong. I feel like when it comes to children, that's your responsibility as a parent.
Mm-hmm.
Things will always be shown. Like, for example, you can complain about, they're showing too much trans things and binary things and so much to do with the queer community on my TV shows, on music and everything. That there's too much of it. But same as violence. There's violence everywhere. Even, if you're so against things that, oh my goodness, let me go back. If you're against the fact that a lot of queer topics and actions and so on and so forth is being exposed to your children are being exposed to them. What about porn? What about heterosexual activities that are being like in our music videos, in the things that we see in social media when you scroll? Half of it is full of, I'm trying to say, porn and so on. What about that? Your kids are also being exposed to that.
100%, but at least as a parent, you can kind of manage those particular things because you can.
Right, but as a parent, you can also manage the fact that
you can't.
Kids shouldn't see those things if you don't want your kids to see them.
No, that's not true, because if it's in schools and it's taught, I can't be in schools. I can't be in a class where somebody's saying X, Y, and Z about people's genders and telling my kids that there's 50 different genders. I can't be there. I can't police that particular thing. So one's a completely different thing. One is just degeneracy of society. You can try your best at least to try and stop certain things, your kids from watching TV after 8 o'clock, maybe put certain restrictions on their Wi-Fi and things of that nature. You can kind of try your best. But the other thing there, you can't do. You can't do. And so if you're concerned about those particular things, that's going to be something that triggers you and says, you know what? I hear what Kamala's trying to do. I hear what her running mate is trying to do, trying to give more rights to everybody. Fantastic. But not at the expense of X, Y, and Z. And I care about X, Y, and Z. So this is why I have, you know what I'm saying? And I think this is why I also have an issue with, definitely not yourself, but other people that say, oh, you know what, if you vote for Trump or if you vote for the right, you're a bad person, or you're misogynistic, you're sexist, you're racist. It just doesn't make sense. There's just certain things that the right will articulate and do better than the left, and vice versa. And you just have to prioritize certain things in your life. You may care about the economy more, or you may be super rich and not care about the economy. You just want to give back. And so you care more to be on the left. You know what I'm saying? And so I think the problem is a lot of the time within our own communities as black people, we tend to just have this divide for no reason. We need to, at least from my perspective, humbly speaking, I think both left and right are working for the benefit of America. And those things they're going to do, they're going to put certain things in place which reinforce their position in the world. And if their position in the world is anti-Africa, then both sides are going to do things that are not going to be in our best interest. It's not a right or a left.
I do understand where you are coming from. I do agree with certain parts that you're talking about. But I do believe, like, again, bringing it back, Trump is a businessman before he's a politician. Like, he's a businessman.
Yes.
He's friends with billionaires. He's friends with people who own corporations, CEOs, you name it. Imagine someone in power like that. Who do you think he's mostly going to cater to?
Probably the businesses.
Right.
But that's what
So
America
he
does.
isn't really.
Yeah.
America
He
makes
isn't
deals
really
with
for
big
the
business.
people. Then
That's not true though. That you can't.
no. Let me land.
Yeah,
Think
okay.
about it like this.
Yep.
Like for example, let's bring it back. It's very ironic. I feel like you can't necessarily be lower class, especially the Muslim people who voted for him, I believe, were lower class. You know, not only minority groups, but white people, lower class white people. Right. I do, but it's sort of funny because at the end of the day,
Sorry,
the
I
laws
didn't hear
that he
that. Would you mind
passed,
repeating that? You what was that about
like
the
not
lower
lower
class?
class, working class, should I say? Working class. That's the.
And what about them? Sorry.
I'm talking about the majority of them that would have voted for Trump.
All right.
And business owners and whatnot. I mean, most of the people who voted for Trump are MAGA, like making America white again. The majority of them are white people. So, with that being said, Trump. Actually, let me go back. Trump making the.
Sorry, go on.
Majority
I
of
don't wanna cut
Americans
you.
are white.
Yeah, I was just about to say
Okay.
majority of Americans are white. And remember, this is the first time where more black people voted for Trump or the right than ever before. More black people voted for the left,
And
but
it's
more
going to
black
do
people
them,
than
and
ever
it's
before voted for the right.
I know, and it's going to do them a great disservice
Yeah,
because
but
a lot
how
of
do
the
you know?
people. How do I know? Because he's not going to make laws and pass bills on their behalf.
Who did before?
He's not, and let's be very honest. Majority of the wealth in that country belongs obviously to white people because they're the majority in that country. It's like, for example, let me go back a bit.
Yeah.
It's very ironic. You're voting for someone who's basically not going to help you at all, but who doesn't have your best interest in mind. Do you understand?
But there's a
Like,
whole swath of people that believe the direct opposite.
No, because for example, he literally has Elon Musk. Elon Musk doesn't believe. He literally said that they need to take off that diversity and inclusion quota that they've had since the George Floyd, since the Black Lives Matter, and that became very prominent ever since the Black Lives Matter marches happened during lockdown.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, let's take that off because it's unfair towards basically white people. It's unfair. Yeah. So if you're having those sort of people in your cabinet, mind you, he has 13 billionaires within his cabinet, and the total amount of their wealth goes up to about 406 billion and more.
Yeah.
You have these people in your cabinet, and you've also seen the sort of nature in which they are. I mean, Elon Musk is one of them. Let me look at the other name. Give me a second. Yes, Vivek
Ramaswamy. Yeah.
Yeah, him. It's even from what he said. He talked about how they should limit them and himself. Do you understand? And he was talking about it's the fact that the immigrants are coming in illegally but his parents. I'm not saying his parents came in illegally, but his parents, like for him to even be an American, his parents had to be immigrants too, come into the country for better opportunities.
But you have to.
You've got people making laws and proposing certain things to the white population about, oh no, make America great again. We're here for you. But it's very ironic because you're part of the people that you're literally going against.
But why does that matter? So let's just say I'm not trying to liken this in the exact same way, but let's just say I was somebody who made a lot of money from criminal activity. And somebody comes in and says, I'm going to crack down on criminal activity. But I did this 20 years ago. And I support them. Like, why does that matter? I was a criminal. Do you get what I'm saying? If somebody came into the country illegally, it doesn't matter the president. Kamala, Trump, both presidents are against illegal immigration. It's just the difference is who's willing to do the most effective thing about it.
Or the methods by which they handle it.
That's it, yeah. But both are against it. So we can't say, but we're the children of immigrants, and so that means nothing. It means absolutely nothing.
I understand that, but the thing is, what's been happening is, I'm not necessarily talking about illegal immigrants. I'm talking about when you become like legally, like you're going through the process. It's all about reducing the amount of immigrants that can be American citizens. That's the aim, essentially.
But even then, like surely we have to surely we have to have an understanding that this isn't our country. At least maybe I'm just speaking for myself. I just see Africa as home. That's how I see it. And so my thing is, if we can do certain things for back home and have that mentality in place, I think that's the best thing. But whilst we're here, every now and again, we're reminded of the fact that we are not treated the same. Both presidents will tell you that. So why is it that when some president reminds you about it today, it's different to when another president reminds you in a different way on a different day? It's all the same to me. Do you get what I'm saying? It's all the same.
Right. But what I would like to say is why, as you're saying right now, why are even Africans coming out of the country to go to Western countries for better lives? Let's even go back to the root. Why is that?
Why is African people
leaving? You're talking about back home, like Nigeria is back home to you, sort of thing. But let's be very honest. The countries are corrupt. They're not doing nothing for the people.
When Trump said
people
that he was racist.
Leave. Pardon?
When Trump said that he was racist.
No, he was stating facts. It is true. It isn't racist. It's literally facts.
Sorry, where are you from?
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No, I'm just curious.
I'm Black British. Let's just say that.
Where are your parents from?
They're from Nigeria.
All right, okay.
And this is what I was saying earlier. As Nigerians, we say these things anyway. You know what I'm saying? So maybe this is why we wasn't feeling as offended as other people would. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, his language was bad. Like, you wouldn't expect something.
Yeah, that is true.
No, of course not. But what I'm trying to say, that's why I said his language was bad, right? And anyone in that office shouldn't be speaking about that. You know what I'm saying? We know this. You know what I'm saying? But like I think TJ was saying, like I was saying, sometimes you just hear something for what it is, and you ask yourself, does the other side say the same thing? And I think they do. I really don't see any real difference between both sides. And this is why, me personally, my stance is always what president, what prime minister, what leader can put certain things in place that can make us benefit from it the best or the most. That's always my thing. I don't care about the racist stuff. I don't care.
So far, caller, you've
but
made
that's the thing, though. You need to care about the racist stuff in order to understand.
Sorry, caller.
Sorry about that.
You've made fantastic contributions so far. Good morning, Demi.
Sorry.
No, you don't go anywhere, please, because I don't think you're finished. Good morning, Demi.
Good morning, Brent, E-Man, and guest star. I didn't catch the guest name.
His name is TJ.
Yeah, morning, guys.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too, man. I see you're back on the Trump grind, the Trump campaign. I love it. I love it.
Talk to us, man.
You know what it is? I'm not even gonna do too much of the argument because I feel like we've had this conversation probably a few times now. I think I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions. So the first question, basically, obviously your stance is kind of like you don't care about the politicians or you don't care about one left versus right, whatever. You just care about whatever helps Black people, and I think that's great. And I think that's the view that Black people should have in general. At least that's the view that I have. But then what I don't get is...
Are you covering your microphone?
So, wait. Am I echoing or something?
Yeah, it sounds a bit muffled.
Hold on 1 second.
That's better. Sounds a bit better. Yeah.
Better now?
Kind of.
What about now?
Let's see. Go on.
Yeah, say more.
1 second. Let me just get my earphones, see if that helps.
But yes, how many people we got in the thingy? Right?
So far, we have 249 on YouTube. We have 300 on TikTok, and I think 100 and something on X.
Okay.
Man, you guys are doing great.
Yeah, hello.
Thank you, man. Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, cool. So what I was going to ask you was, I noticed that whenever anyone brings up anything against Trump, for instance, like today's show, you spent like half the show basically listing out like all the good things that Trump has done, trying to kind of defend, his statements that he's made. And it kind of gives me the impression that you might be trying to support him. Like, I'm not saying that you are, but I just want to ask you the question that why are you then so like concerned if people have a negative image of Trump, but you're not so concerned if people have a negative image of like Biden or Kamala Harris or whoever. Like, why does that bother you so much if you don't support either side?
I think it's because it shows me how invested people are in a particular side. So if, for example, everyone just spends 95% of their time attacking the right or attacking Trump, it lets me know that they're pretty much a huge supporter of the left, right? Not always the case, but typically those who will say these particular things are big supporters of Kamala Harris, big supporters of Biden. And that to me is nonsensical, right? In the most respectful way. So because that's the case, I try and show the positives about that particular side to then say, listen, it doesn't matter what side you're on, you can find positives for both things. You can find negative for both things. What we need to focus on is the wider picture, the bigger picture. That's always been my stance. This is the reason why I said on the show one time, if the entire room were right-leaning, you'd probably hear me talking more so about Labour on the show. But since everybody is left-leaning, I'm the only one talking about the right. You know what I'm saying? We need to have the conversation so we can see everything from every angle and then recognize where we stand, you know what I'm saying, in that particular conversation.
Yeah.
There must be a balanced view of both sides, as best you can make it. It's very difficult now because truth is really difficult to sniff out. But if you've got a balanced view of both sides, I don't think there's people that are just Labour and it doesn't matter what changes, what they do, whatever, they're just going to be Labour or thing. And I'm against committing wholeheartedly to one party because pendulums swing, things change, and I want to hear what both sides say. And when you're faced with a binary choice, you then have to pull the trigger on one or the other. So, you know, in this particular stance, probably me and Emmanuel would pull the trigger for Trump. And so therefore we're laying out our arguments for that case. But it's not like we have an allegiance to the Republican Party. If we heard things in the Republican Party we didn't like, we would say, well, we now would pull a trigger for the other side or what have you. But there's those that basically, like, they grew up in a, let's say, a Labour home. They take all the Labour points. They watch left-leaning news. They take all the facts from one side, and then they can become dogmatic. And it can happen on the other side as well. Dogmatic about one side or the other. I would push back against that.
Can I just respond to that quickly then? So like I agree. I don't agree. Obviously, I disagree with what you're saying, but I understand what you're saying. So then my question to that would be, I'm not going to say this about TJ. I'm saying this more about Eman because obviously I've listened to Eman speak more about the left-right issue. But like, for instance, whenever somebody criticizes Trump, so whenever somebody criticizes Biden on the show, like for instance, the beginning part of the show, we were talking about the crime bill. And for instance, before we've talked about Biden being senile and like making wrong decisions at certain times or saying weird things. Most people that you would perceive that are left-leaning or whatever, they don't bother to even like defend that, or they don't bother to like go against it. Like, nobody's going to tell you Biden's not senile. Nobody's going to tell you that 1994 crime bill wasn't bad for black people, because we're not in the business of like defending it. Because to your point, we see it in a way that it's kind of like the negatives that Biden has done, we don't need to defend that. But why is it that when we bring up things that are negative from Trump's side, you immediately go straight back into, Trump's done this, Trump's done that, he supports black people, he has are you not noticing that difference?
TJ wants to answer.
Do you believe that if you voted for Trump, you're a misogynist or a racist or a sexist?
I don't think voting for Trump makes you those things. I think Trump has today. So I think Trump has some of those views, and therefore, if you align yourself with those views, then I would argue that you are such. But I don't think those two things are the same. But it's just a lot of the time they can be connected. So there's nuance to that answer, which is no in the like first answer, but then if you broaden it out, a lot of Trump's views align with that. Therefore, if you align yourself with that,
sure, you have nuance in your answer. But not everybody has nuance in their explanation when they say that. Many people just say those that voted for Trump are anti-black, misogynist, and sexist. So if I hear something that is such a sweeping statement, such a generalization, and I believe to be false, I'll push back against that.
No, you can push back against that statement, but I'm talking about the criticisms of Trump versus the criticisms of Biden. Like, obviously, I don't know what people are saying to you,
that
like,
would
personally
be a criticism
about
of Trump. wouldn't it?
No, so that's not a criticism of Trump. That's a criticism of you supporting Trump. That's the difference. So I'm not saying that you're misogynist or you're this or you're that. For instance, I'm saying that.
Well, if they were to say he's a misogynist, he's a racist, he's a whatever, then that would be a criticism of Trump.
Sure, but can they prove that?
What I'm saying, there is a rhetoric online. It's been said even in this chat today, online. Someone said it today, and I've heard it many times, several times. People say that. So I think that is an unfair. I don't agree with that.
Okay.
So, I'm asking you, do you agree with that? You've given a nuanced answer to some extent, but many people don't give a nuanced point. They just say that. And so if I hear a nuanced, someone goes into an explanation about why they think Trump is racist or misogynist or whatever, and they give me the explanation and their points, maybe I can get on board. Maybe you can persuade me. But if I hear something that is so sweet, I guess the pushback is there is just a default moral high ground that I hear. And I don't think either side has the moral high ground. So when you come to me with moral high ground arguments, I'm like, just put that moral high ground aside and let's just try and look at, in good faith, both sides. If he's really done or said something racist, I will acknowledge it.
Okay, so this is the problem I'm still having though, which is that you're saying that people are coming out with a moral high ground because they're criticizing Trump, but that's not so a criticism of Trump isn't then a propping up of Biden or Obama or like that's where you keep making that connection that isn't there. If somebody says to you Trump is a racist, that is an isolated statement that doesn't involve Biden, Obama, or anybody else. Like that's just a statement. It doesn't now reflect that about, for instance, I can still agree with you that while Trump is racist, Obama has done bad things for black people in general. Like I feel like whether it's you, whether it's Iman, whether it's other Trump
agreed
supporters,
on that.
No. So then that's the point. So then you making the point about somebody coming at you with a moral high ground from the other side. That's not true, because if they can agree with you that Obama has done bad things, but why is it that you cannot just accept what they've said about Trump without launching into this? Oh, the Democrats this, the left that. Like we're black people at the end of the day.
If I believe it not to be true, why should I not speak up?
Yeah, no. So this is, but you're not. But from all of the arguments that I've heard today, it's not that you don't believe it's not true. It's more that you believe the other side does it, or at least from what Eman's saying. Now, if you're saying that you don't believe it's true, then debate that point based on its own merits, as in the merits about Trump or not Trump. Don't then consistently bring Obama or Biden into it. That's the conversation I'm trying to have, which is that why is it you always have to bring Obama and Biden into it and say, oh, well, they did this. If you believe that point about Trump is not true, let's discuss it. Let's interrogate it. Like they talked about the Central Park Five, for example, and your response was to go into a tirade about a bunch of other things that Trump's done. Let's talk about the Central Park Five. If for instance, you want to talk about that right now.
Well, I said I didn't know what was happening at the time. I'm not all that familiar with it, and
cool.
I'm willing to accept. I think that's exactly what I said. So I'm willing to have a conversation, willing to be persuaded. My position is agnostic.
Cool. But then I'm saying to you,
I fail to see how what I've said previously doesn't answer your question.
Okay, no, but all I'm saying to you now is that a defense of Trump, so for instance, a criticism of Trump saying Trump is racist, the rebuttal isn't Biden introduced the crime bill. But it seems like the way this show has gone, that's literally the position we're having. We don't need, the two things aren't connected. We can disagree with both.
Demi, do you know why? Because when somebody says Trump is racist, it sounds like that's a reason why they dislike Trump. So what somebody
is that not a fair reason to dislike
it's
Trump?
Entirely fair. And this is the reason why I then go on to say, but for example, like you just said, the 1994 crime bill, that was racist too. So why is it? So why
absolutely.
is it? Exactly. So why is it that you're in support of the left? That's the point of this. The point is just to basically say both
really
sides are the same.
That's a really good question.
Point.
Okay, no, that's a great question that you've asked. So first of all, the left isn't Biden and Biden isn't the left. Like they're not mutual. Like just like the right isn't Trump right, and Trump isn't the right. So when you when you levy someone by saying, "Oh, how do you support the left X because I present to you Biden?" It's like, how can you say? It's like saying to me, "Oh, how do you like football? I present to you, I don't know,
No, but
Stoke
it's
Football Club.
just because they
Like,
were the incumbent
it's just
government.
insane.
They were the incumbent
No,
governments. That's the reason
but
why.
you can't. But some people would even argue that the Democrats aren't a leftist party. For obviously, I don't want to get into that whole debate.
Yeah, of
but
course.
all I'm just saying is, you can't levy the left against people and just go, "Oh, Biden's done this, the left, therefore you can never support the left."
Yeah, but
what if somebody's leftist politics doesn't even go towards center left? Center left. What if they're more all the way to? Do you get it?
like
Like,
Bernie
so
and
I don't
them. Yeah,
see.
100%. But
Bernie's not even that leftist, but I'm like compared to what we would see in the UK. But I'm just saying, like, it's hard.
get what
Why
you're
would you
saying.
make that? Because I can't. It's unfair for me to make. For instance, if I would say to you, you like Trump, therefore you support everything that's on the right wing. For instance, the Proud Boys. Obviously,
Yeah.
the Proud Boys are insane, but obviously, I wouldn't levy that at you because that's just ridiculous.
But I've
like,
never
so why are you
said-
levying that at the left?
But remember, Demi, I've never said that if you're supporting Biden, you are just a leftist, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that most people who are leftists, right, or Biden supporters, are typically leftists. You know what I'm saying?
No, but
it's not necessarily
no,
that interchangeably, but because obviously we know there's a spectrum. We both know this, right? Everybody listening should know this. But I'm typically saying, when it comes to these particular bipartisan conversations, it's typically left versus right, Democrats versus conservatives. You know what I'm saying? Or Republicans, Labour versus Conservatives. That we're just speaking generally here. So we know there's going to be nuance to it. But the reality
that's our political paradigm.
This is it.
But then obviously this is a long format show, right, where it's a podcast where you get into like deep discussions, and I want to get into deep discussion because I'm interested in this stuff, obviously, as you know, because I've called into the show before. So like when I thank you for the ones.
Come on.
So like obviously when I call and I want to talk about specific issues, I don't kind of want to do it on the left, and I don't think most people even in the, because when I'm reading the chat, I don't think most people in the chat are wanting to do that. Like for instance, when we talk about a specific point, all we want to do is interrogate that point and say why or why isn't Trump racist? Not let's now start doing an equation. Like when we finish with Trump is or isn't racist, then we can move on to Biden is or isn't racist. But why is it that that's the only retort? That's what I'm saying. Deal with the actual point. So like if we say, if I say, for instance, Trump has done a lot of bad things towards black people, let's debate that point. That point. That's it.
So, but you're accusing us of being biased, right?
No, so the reason I'm accusing you of that is because your only rebuttal to the points we've made against Trump is, but Biden does X. I don't get why that, but I already agree with you. And then email will come back and say,
I reject that as being what I don't think I mentioned Biden once.
Okay, email mentioned Biden.
He mentioned Kamala.
Oh, sorry, you mentioned Kamala. Okay, then in that case, Kamala. So why is it that you mentioned Kamala, a black woman, about when I'm saying Trump is racist, or when people are saying Trump is racist?
Okay, so
why is that a rebuttal?
That wasn't my rebuttal to that question.
Okay, let's start again.
I didn't mention Kamala in response to is Trump racist. I don't think I mentioned Kamala Harris once. I said I don't know if he's racist, and I gave my reasons for that. That was my direct response to that direct point.
Okay, you don't know.
Why
so
is
then
that
the
biased?
the people that do know are telling you, and this stuff can be backed up. For example, I guess then. So what's your rebuttal to us saying Trump is racist? Just so I'm clear now.
Because I think there's several instances, not all of which unfortunately I can recall right now, but I've heard many people talk about positive things Trump has done for black people over the years. I also said that up until Trump entered the political sphere, Trump was lauded in the black community as seen in hip hop and music. When I was growing up, everyone would be rapping about going to Trump Towers, being like Donald Trump, making money like Donald Trump. I've heard Master P talk about how much Donald Trump helped him in his career. You know, so there's plenty of evidence that you could put in the pile of Trump is not a racist and put that against the pile of
TJ, like,
Trump is a racist.
Can we be genuine?
You're now being biased. You're now being biased by saying, I've got this evidence, you should believe this evidence. And why don't you believe this evidence?
So I don't think that's biased though, TJ, because like if somebody was to any argument, whether it's in like a scientific nature, in a political nature, anything, like the way you prove something is by providing evidence. For instance, if I was to say Hitler was a white supremacist, I would give you these are all the things that Hitler did. That's the evidence. Now, obviously, it's up to you whether you choose to believe it or not.
Yeah. So I heard the evidence presented, and I said, based on that evidence, I don't think it proves he is.
Okay.
And do you have a problem with my position on that? Because I don't have a problem with your position that you think he is. It's fine.
Sure. No. So to be honest, I think Trump being racist is not really that like it is. It's whatever. It is whatever to me. I think all I wanted to do today was just ask why it is that whenever like criticisms of Trump are brought up, like people who support Trump tend to not get into the point and rather like focus on other people. And I think I've asked that question, to be fair. But I mean, I at the end of the day, your view is your view. I can't obviously change that.
But I don't think that's what we did. If you listen back, I don't think that's what we did. Do you think that's what we did?
We
answered if when we were asked the question anytime we brought up Trump, we avoided that question and then just started pointing at Biden and Kamala. I don't think that's what we did.
So I think E-Man spent like 10 minutes kind of going through what a lot of other presidents did for that specific purpose. He spent time talking about all the negative and positive things. I know, but I'm saying it's no, but I'm just saying it was obviously as in a way to kind of justify Trump's actions. I'm guessing
justify. It's me basically saying black community recognize that both Democrat and Republican presidents will be pretty much the same to you.
Cool.
Understand that the power is in your own hands. That's it.
No, and that's fine. That's fine. And I think that's good. At least we've got to like a point with this Trump thing. So all I want to like the next question I want to ask, I don't want to get too long into this, is just is basically just to ask then, you don't think Trump is racist. Would you be able to say exactly why you don't think Trump is racist? And I'll tell you why I think, and then I guess maybe we can kind of do a pros and cons like you said.
Me or TJ?
Either of you. I think TJ had some points before, so if you want to say them.
My point is that I don't know.
Oh, so you don't.
I'm happy to hear your evidence. Please present your evidence.
Oh, so you don't know that whether Trump is racist or not?
No.
All right, that's fine.
Okay.
How about you, Maya?
I mean, do you know what the thing is? I think for me, I don't care, and so that's basically my position. If he's racist, if he's done certain things to make it hard for black people, he's used his power to do certain things, specifically because they're black people, then he's racist. If he has done that, I'll say he's racist. I don't give a damn. But again, I don't care because I don't see either side of the equation as not being that. You know what I'm saying? That's literally how I see it.
You can say that you don't care if he's racist or not, but you could still say whether you think he's racist or not.
Yeah.
No, you can hold two states of existence. So we heard that you don't care, but do you think he's
that's
racist?
What I'm saying to you. I can't right now. I can't think of the top of my head.
He said if this and this and this and this is the case about Trump, then I would say he's racist.
Sorry, please. Sorry,
exactly.
Yeah. Also, Brent, can you just one second here? Can I just quickly point something out to TJ? So TJ, when I'm saying things like when I bring up a point about Trump being X, Y, and Z, and then the rebuttal is other people, blah blah blah. Like I'm not making that up. That's just happened just now. That's all I'm saying. Like E-Man just did that just now.
No, 100%. But again,
so when TJ's like asking me why I'm saying that, that's
Demi, you have to notice I answered the question. I said, for example, if now,
I absolutely agree that you answered the question.
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm trying to say is, if you right now, again, I don't spend a lot of my time thinking about is Trump racist? Is this person? I really don't. It might seem strange to you guys, me saying that, but the reality is this: if right now you can point one thing to me. And I'm pretty sure you probably can. If you can point one thing to me that says he's racist, and this is the reason why he's racist, I'll say to you, he's racist. And then I'll say, I don't care though.
That's cool. And that's cool. No, but that's cool. That's cool. I'm actually, I'm fine with, I'm literally fine with that because obviously not everyone's going to have the same view as me. 100%. So I just want to get it clear. The two people that have spent like the majority of their time defending or kind of pointing out things as to why Trump is good for black people, one doesn't know whether he's racist, and the second one doesn't care that he is racist.
Yeah, that's very clear. But again, Demi, this is where you people get it wrong. Do you actually think that if somebody's racist, they can't be good for black people?
I absolutely will never. I have pride in who I am as an African. Okay. I will never, regardless of however good, however much money you throw us as to do whatever. Yeah. The point is, if your voice, if your principle, if your personage is anti-black, I will never. Just like in the chat when me and you were talking earlier about the whole Gaddafi thing. Sorry, I'll just finish. Let him finish. So just like when me and you, Iman, were talking about the whole Gaddafi thing, like while Gaddafi had certain blah blah, like I know he had anti-black views. So regardless, I'm never gonna prop up Gaddafi for anything because even though he had a lot of things that could have helped Black Africa, the point is his view on Africans and black people was still bad, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I don't care. Same goes for Trump.
So basically, summarize that. You're basically saying you have pride in yourself as an African, and therefore, if Trump is racist or if any president is racist, you can't see how they can do something that's positive for black people.
Well, I can see how they can do, just like I can see how Gaddafi could. I'm just saying, I would never support them
as the paramount factor before other factors that would.
Yeah, I'm pro-black.
That will determine whether he votes for someone or not.
Okay,
so there's other people that would maybe accept that he's racist, but do not hold the fact that he's racist as the paramount point to vote for him or not.
So if somebody is racist, that to you is the main thing that you look at.
No, it's not the main thing.
Obviously, hierarchy.
It's the priority. Is it number one?
It's definitely up there. I wouldn't say it's number one, but what I'm trying to say is obviously because like I kind of live my life through the lens of like being African, being black, and so on. So like to me, like that would be like a quite important thing. If I'm hearing somebody saying something actively against African people, black people, Nigerian, Yoruba people, whatever, like I would at least that would scare me off them a lot more. Do you get it? Because that's just more like yeah, that's more what I would look at.
You see, this is where I think my position differs to you guys here. Demi, you prioritize racism. I don't
prioritize racism. I just prioritize like people who like are I prioritize being against people who are anti-black. For instance, if I knew someone in the workplace that was anti-black, I would try and stay away from them. Do you get that?
Exactly. So the difference between me and you, I think, is basically I treat everybody like that. I see it as everybody across the board, every politician, to me, does not have black people in their agenda. They are anti-black. That's how I see it. I don't wait for somebody to tell me, oh, Nigeria is this. I don't wait for that. My default position is they are anti-black. This is the reason why I don't have to make comments like I'm pro-black or I'm pro-African, so therefore this, that. No. Because I am truly pro-black and pro-African, I know my history. I don't trust none of them.
Oh no, I agree with you. I agree with you. I don't trust
they all default to zero.
They all default to zero for me. So my thing is wait. My thing is this: whichever president, whichever prime minister can do something, even for their own interests, that can somehow be something that we can use as leverage to better ourselves. That's the person we need to vote for.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn about
agree.
what they call me, because Trump may call me a black this and that in front of my face, but your supporter, right? Maybe not yours, Demi, but you guys who want to support the Starmers of the world and will call you a black something in their homes. I do not make that confusion. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, actually, Eman, I agree with you on this point. And again, this goes back to the point of me saying every time I criticize Trump, there's always a rebuttal about the others.
There has to be.
Again. There has to be a rebuttal, but it doesn't have to be about the others. We can just interrogate Trump specifically.
No.
But,
do you know why? Because people don't seem to understand that.
We understand. No, Eman, you've educated us loads on the show. We understand that. Even if you didn't understand it before watching this show, we certainly have been educated by you now. So even give us grace to the point where we didn't know before, but now we know after you said it.
I'm glad.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, some nasty comments in the chat. You know.
Can I jump in?
Black Rob, how are you?
Good morning.
My arch nemesis.
Yes, Demi. You're Demi, man. You actually you're a good example of like self-righteous but inefficient. You're more you care more about.
I love it. Coming out swinging.
Do you know Lyndon Johnson? Do you know Lyndon Johnson, American? He was a known racist, right?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
He passed the Civil Rights Act. So people with your mentality would have been like, I can't stand for him morally, so I don't want him in office, even if he's going to do something good for my people.
Okay, Black Rob, but let me just say this to you. Why do I have, even if he's done that for black people, why do I still have to support him? Why can't I just still not like him?
There's a thing called you're playing chess instead of checkers.
No, but I'm not the one elected.
Liking him is the cherry on top. If I like him, that's good, but that doesn't. I'm here for my people. So if someone that I dislike is doing good stuff for my people, then
no. But I feel like you're missing. I feel like you're missing a very specific point, which is that whether or not, even if they're doing something good for my people, and that's great, and I can say, that's a great thing for the people. Like, why do I still have to give my personal allegiance to that? But I don't get why I have to do that.
I didn't say that.
Who's giving personal allegiance to anybody?
No,
but that's isn't that what we mean by liking?
You're defending the point that wasn't made. No one said liking.
That's what I meant by liking.
Yeah, but you're defending the point that wasn't made.
No, when I'm saying liking, I mean I'm giving my personal allegiance to that person. Why should I have to do that?
Yeah, but who's doing that, Damien? That's what the black was saying. Like you're talking about something that nobody's talking about. Who's saying that we support this person? We like this person. This person is our savior, our friend. Who is saying?
I'm saying
that?
he's a means to an end.
No, but you said so about Trump. You said I don't care if he's racist, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But I would support him because he does these things for black people. So
Wait.
I don't know.
Wait. I said
Isn't
I
that
support him in what way? When did I say?
Isn't that what you said?
No.
So what is it? So what is it you're
doing?
doing?
You're talking about voting? Are you saying voting is the same as supporting now? Is that what you're
So
saying?
what is?
Yes.
Yeah, technically.
Yes.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
What are we talking about?
Wait,
Black
I don't know what we're.
There's a binary decision that must be made. Vote one or the other.
We've been talking about voting.
Yeah, no, sure.
So we've been talking about voting.
Okay,
So
We're doing semantics now. Vote, support. Okay, let's say they're the same thing.
Yeah,
for
but
the sake
isn't
of the
a vote
conversation.
just
For the sake of the
a
conversation,
vote?
Isn't a
let's say
vote
they're the same thing.
But isn't a vote literally a legal representation of what you support?
For the sake of the conversation, yes. Okay, we're supporting them. Fine.
But is
Let's
it
move on.
not? Is that
Don't
not?
mix up,
That's
please,
why, for instance,
Black Rep.
and I'll give you an example. I've been a Labour supporter for a long time, right? I didn't vote in the last election because I don't support the candidate. That's what support or whatever means to me.
Exactly.
What if that non-vote aided the other side to win?
I don't care. Because I'm more focused on my principles. I don't care. I'm not playing party politics.
So you need to accept
you're not
that
playing
other
party-
people have other strategies in their voting. People voted for
Yeah,
Trump because they
but you
support and
can-
like him, and some people voted him because they thought he's a better of two evils. They
But
don't
this is what
like
I'm
the
talking
guy.
about, isn't it? Like, you're
No, and that's
over
fine.
strategy. As I said, I keep going back to that example. Lyndon B. Johnson, with the mindset you have, you would have been like, nah, you'll probably be the person trying to make sure he doesn't get in office. And the knock-on effect with that, the Civil Rights Act wouldn't have been signed, but you would have felt good about yourself because you stopped a racist from getting in office.
It's not about again, Black Rob. It's not about me feeling good about it. It's just a very simple fact of if I don't agree with some certain principle, I don't get fair enough. You can do your strategy thing. I'm just saying for my own personal views.
Exactly. So it's self-righteous.
No,
you feel good about yourself. Yeah.
But
you feel good about yourself. But the macro level
though.
impact is bad.
But what I'm saying to you is it's not about macro level impact or me feeling good about myself. It's just a simple point of if I don't support something, why should I don't need to do a strict, like this is the thing. I can still campaign and do certain things, but I don't, me personally, stick in a box in a thing. If I don't agree with someone's views, I don't get why you think that's like a positive outcome.
I keep going back to the example. Lyndon Johnson, would you have voted for him if knowing that he's a racist?
No, obviously not.
Okay, cool. So that means you're voting against the Civil Rights Act.
Apologies. Can I come in on this Lyndon Johnson thing?
Let's get an answer from Debbie about the Civil Rights Act, please. And then
so you're voting against
what's the question?
So that means you would vote against the Civil Rights Act being signed.
I mean, it depends on the context that we're obviously living in.
The context is
clear.
The
context is clear.
Okay, so the context is what exactly?
Am I speaking French?
I think your reasoning is quite like reductive. Like, obviously, if I'm a black, when I say context, I'm a black person living in the 1960s where everyone's racist, and maybe this guy's just a little bit less racist. Then sure, maybe in that context, my mind might think, okay, this guy isn't racist because everyone's literally calling me an N-word on the street. Do you see what I mean? Whereas obviously in 2024, a guy actively said, that's what I mean by, like, you can't just say statements out of context and then just think, oh yeah, I've done it, I've got you now. Like, that's not how
we're talking about something that happened historically, right? So just try and picture.
Yes, okay. As a black person in 1964, where everybody is calling me the N-word on the street and this guy isn't, and he's promising to help me and give me better housing, sure, yes, I would vote for him. Fine. Okay, if that's the question I'm on. Yeah, but obviously I can't apply that to today. It's different today. Again,
why
context
can't you apply
matters.
It to today?
Because obviously today nobody's walking around calling me an N-word in the street. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's a different context. Like, of course, a person that's a tiny bit less racist in a world where people are walking around calling you an N-word is preferable, is definitely seen as less racist.
I don't understand why the racism of people around you should have influence on whether the person you're voting for is a racist or not. You said that you would not,
because it's the context of the society I'm living in. Because the society you're living in obviously matters. Like, you can't just. That's the whole point of voting. That's the whole point of electoral systems.
It's a different point. The point is, you said you would never vote for someone that's racist, and then they've said that there's someone that was racist but had a policy for black people. So by omission or by excluding that person, you would have a default vote against something for black people. So these guys here are saying, I'm not interested in whether the guy's racist or not. I just look at the policies and vote for that. And we're asking you, could you have done that?
And I'm responding to you by saying, in the context of a black person living in that time, yes, I could have, because that would have been probably the least racist person, because everybody was more racist than him. So it's about the
context, you
political
wouldn't do
spectrum.
that.
No, in modern day context, I wouldn't vote
He's
for a
bobbing and
person
weaving
that-
because he knows that he has to agree with us. So he's trying to find.
Exactly.
Apologies.
Least racist.
Can we just? Why would I have to agree with you on that point?
No, I'm not saying you have to.
You're
just
not
saying
answering
you
the
would.
question.
No, I'm answering the question. I said I would vote for that person then. I
Okay.
wouldn't vote for a Trump now.
So Ed has left a comment. I don't know much about this history you guys are talking about, but Black Rob, this is what it is that you would look to charge Demi with. Ed says, just for some context, no one voted for Johnson. He became president after JFK.
This is what I was going to say.
The
Sorry.
Civil Rights Act
This is
had
what
already
exactly
been
what I
in
was gonna say.
negotiations under JFK, while LBJ.
Yeah, question. What does that
mean?
mean?
What does that mean?
What does that have to, what does that
Yeah,
have to do
obviously,
with
Black
what
Rob
does
was
that have to do with the point I
presenting
made?
like a
Please,
hypothetical.
please. One
Wait,
at
I
a
understand
time.
that Black
One
Rob was
at a time.
presenting a hypothetical to me,
Sorry,
which
what-
I obviously I think I answered to. Yeah.
Yeah,
Can
so
anyone
he
hear me?
answered that question. So Ed add clarity to what happened, but I was given the hypothetical. So that
Yeah, I
what
mean,
you said
I
doesn't
answered the
do
question
much.
like 3 or 4 times. You would vote for somebody racist, even if, regardless of whatever your moral principles are, and I wouldn't. I guess that's the answer to the
No,
question.
yeah. So I would context. I would vote for someone racist
Now
if
context matters.
their
Got you.
policies
Got
LOL.
you.
the black
What is
people.
going on, man?
Say that again?
So I said if their policies benefit black people, yeah, I'd vote for them because yeah.
Winston Churchill was racist.
Okay, cool. So cool. So let's keep digging into this policy thing. So give me the Trump policies that are directly meant to benefit black people.
We don't need to go back there, man.
No. But the conversation is about Trump. Eman, why do you not want to go into Trump? Like, give me the Trump policies that benefit black people. Since this is the conversation you've put to me. Let's have it.
No. The reason why I'm saying this is because it's pointless. All I'm saying to you is this.
Let's have that
I'm
conversation.
I'm telling you. Remember, I'm not American. I'm not African American. I am not benefiting from those laws. I'm simply saying to you, and I think TJ was doing the same thing.
So what is it?
Listen, we are articulating the fact that more black people than ever voted for Republicans. More black people saw Trump as being a better candidate that will fix the economy, that will sort out immigration, all things that affected them directly. So it's wrong for people to automatically just say these black people don't know nothing, because they want to vote for Trump. So if that will affect black people in terms of fixing the economy, inflation, bring it down so that their money stretches, and also sort out immigration so there's less competition for them, then that affects them directly. But also, back to the whole Lyndon Johnson thing, yeah. We talk Lyndon Johnson, yes, 100%. He didn't determine whether bloody JFK got shot in the head. Yes, he became the president, but he also won an election in his own right as well. So let's not forget that as well. So it means nothing, that point meant nothing. You know what I'm saying? 100% the negotiations were there on the table, but he still had to sign it in. And then after that, he still won an election in his own right. So that's even more context.
Okay, sure. So now that we've dealt with that, as I said, the reason I called up was to obviously talk about Trump and why I think Trump is racist or why we think Trump isn't racist. Obviously, I'm addressing you guys and I'm speaking to you guys. So we've identified that Trump may or may not be a racist. Some people think he is. So for those people to vote for Trump, they would obviously need to see him do something for the black community that's good. I guess what I'm asking from you then is, what is it that, since they're all bad, all the politicians are bad, so all we can do is kind of look at their tangible policies for black people, which I agree with.
Yeah.
Tell me what is that Trump's doing for
I
black
don't know.
people.
I don't know the direct things for black people.
Okay.
I wouldn't have voted for him.
I'll never know anything.
Listen. What I would say to you,
okay, right.
What I would say to you is this:
I have a rebuttal.
the same thing that I charge the Labour Party with and the Tory Party with is very simple. Who is going to make the economy better? That's why, again, you guys know I care about economics. I think economics is number one. Priority should be, at least anyway. Who's going to sort out their economics, right? So that black people who are part of this country, or part of that country anyway, can benefit from a better economic status of the country. Number two, who's going to make it easier for people, black people, again, my priority, to make businesses. Because 9 to 5 is not going to save nobody. We need to be more entrepreneurial. That's the only way black people are ever going to have anything in life. The reason why MLK messed up, and I love MLK, big up MLK, it was MLK Day yesterday or today? Today's the what, 21st? Yesterday, right? Cool. Yesterday. Big up MLK forever. But he made a mistake because he wanted so much, he prioritized so much, so many civil rights leaders prioritized so much integration at the expense of resources our resources staying in the black community so that we can have our own black hotels, black restaurants, black this, black that. He realized later, but it was too late. And now with having the same conversations, I am trying to say to people, choose a president, choose a prime minister that can allow you, that can better facilitate you taking your resources, keeping more money in your pocket, right? And improving your quality of life, which will be basically starting your own businesses. That's the only way black people are going to have it.
But then
That's the only way.
But Eman, I don't even
things.
disagree. I don't even disagree with that. Like, sorry, Black Belt,
Right.
sorry. I don't even disagree with that because I think I don't even have a problem with right-leaning politics. This is where I feel like you keep getting into this like super defense. Like, I come from a conservative Nigerian background. I don't even have a problem with right-leaning politics when it comes to a lot of issues. Like, even on economics, for example, I don't even have that much of a problem with right-wing views. My problem is specifically with the man of Donald Trump. I don't know why you have such a strong allegiance. Why can't you support right-wing politicians?
Hold
no,
on,
what I'm saying
you
is,
asked him why, and
Sorry,
he answered. It
can I just ask
wasn't
a
a strong
question?
allegiance point. You asked him why, and he answered.
No,
Can I just ask
the
a
point.
question? Sorry, Demi.
Yeah, go on, Celeste.
Everyone is waffling the biggest waffle they've ever waffled in their life. Eman, I
Come on, Stacey.
though I disagree. It's not a good morning because you already pissed me off. What is good about it?
War.
Hypertension.
Literally, like, what are we even saying?
Oh, God.
I disagree strongly with your stance. In 2025, I'm learning to respect delusion. So I respect your perspective. What I don't respect is that you can give us that waffle, and cannot simply answer the question
Of
what are they doing to better
I can
the
answer
economy
that.
for Black people? Stop. I didn't ask you. What are they doing in order to promote Black ownership in business?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you.
What are they? And please make sure, don't tell us, oh, do your own research and fact check. You and your stance should fact check your stance before going on this platform. Now, and I'm going to caveat that by saying the reason why we are justified in saying the increase in Black voters for this stupid idiot Trump is due to stupid idiots is because it's platforms like this who get on here knowing that people do not do their research, spit nonsense, lies, and under-researched perspectives, hold people accountable for not doing their own research, and then you don't even balance it. We just asked you several times. You clarified, you misunderstood us. That's not what we said. We asked you to clarify what you said by giving us a list of things that you are critical to Trump about, and you could give us nothing. You couldn't think of anything off the top of your head, correct?
An answer,
So
no.
when we asked, no, stop. I don't want your answer. I want Eman, and I want the guest host of today to answer, because this happens all the time. Every single time you guys answer the question for them, they join your answer without having that backup that is very necessary when you have platforms like this. So you and that guest host that's there, give me quickly.
My name's TJ.
Stop being disrespectful.
My name's
I'm
TJ.
sorry.
This is what happens
Don't be
when
disrespectful.
this is why Kamala lost, by
I'm
the way.
sorry.
Wait.
I'm-
Finish
I'm-
what
I'm-
you're saying, Stacey, but his name's TJ.
Hi, TJ. Nice to meet you.
Nice to
I'm
meet you.
reporting live from Los Angeles. I'm sorry I missed the first part of the show. I was taking a nap so I can catch the nonsense of the day.
She's
So,
our American
please-
correspondent, by the way.
Please do tell us. Hi, nice to meet you. Please do tell us. Back up your facts.
Okay,
I beg you.
can I answer first? I think you'll get me out the
No,
way quickly.
no.
Go on,
If
TJ.
I'm voting, I'm just gonna look at things like, if I'm voting, which I'm not American, remember. So I saw the issues with the border. I saw the apparent support of trans issues, and I saw the abortion issues, and I deemed those issues, my personal opinion, to be a reason why I wouldn't want to vote for Kamala.
Okay.
Now, I didn't vote because I love Trump. I just think I wouldn't vote for Trump because I love Trump. I just think he's the best of two evils.
Okay.
All right, cool. Just firstly, let me start by saying, this is why Black people are in trouble. This is the reason why black people are in trouble, because we spend so much time saying this white man's better than the other white man. This slave master is better than this slave master is better than the other slave master. Right?
Answer the question,
Brother, be serious. Man.
Are we having slave masters policing my language now? You not telling me my break is too long? Is this what's happening?
Be serious.
All right, then let me talk, please. Let me talk, please.
Shut up and dribble.
You remember, Emmanuel don't duck nobody. You'll have seen this many a time. Please don't think today's any different. All right. Number two. The reason why is because of this. Many people may disagree, but I played 2 clips on a show in previous months, especially leading up to the election, when I showed how, at least from one perspective, that Trump basically bettered the economy when he took over, right? So he exponentially reduced the unemployment rates, and he basically made the economy better, right? And on other fronts, I can't recall that right now, again, right? But that's fine. But again, to me, I'm not an American citizen. It's not going to be something that, again, I draw for just like that, innit? But that's basically the 2 things that I care about, right? The economy and unemployment, and what's going to be the best sort of environment for businesses to be started and thrive by Black people. Again, we already know about certain things, how hard it is for Black people to start businesses in this country, just like it is in America, right? But if taxes could be reduced, for example, then we know Black people have better chance of pulling their resources or just getting their own resources, whatever it may be, and starting businesses. TJ mentioned the immigration as well. We already know, especially for Black people from ethnic minorities, their earning power will be reduced. At least this is what we're told by the media and based on numbers as well, that if illegal immigration increases, it will affect those particular groups, because obviously there'll be competition for wages, right? They will most likely take less money for it, right? So those are the particular things that I'm talking about. It seems as though Trump is better equipped to fix the economy than Kamala Harris. That's the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying. Why am I saying it? Number one, because people obviously feel like Kamala is more equipped to do the job. I don't believe so. Why? Because one has been a president before. Number two, because he also improved the unemployment rates. And again, and the economy and things like nature. I know a lot of people want to ascribe a lot of that success to Obama, but of course, when Biden comes in, they want to ascribe some of the success of Biden to Biden and not to Trump. You can't have it both ways. Choose which one you want. But anyway, that's basically what I'm trying to say. So the economy,
ask you a question?
immigration.
Tag me in. I want one to say.
Stacey, can I quickly respond to Iman's point, please?
Can I just
One
because
at a
I
time,
asked,
guys.
So first of all, seeing as Emmanuel was responding to Stacey, can you respond? And then Black Rob, and then who said that they wanted to speak afterwards? Demi?
Me.
All right,
Me,
cool.
yeah.
And then Kofi.
Just real quick, Eman,
Yeah.
when Trump got in office after Obama, what was the unemployment rate?
Do you know I don't know offhand? But if you give me time, I can find it for you.
Yes,
I'm
let's
not
let that be our
American.
homework
You know I'm not
today.
American.
Let's take. I want you to look at the unemployment rate when Obama got in office and when he left, and how much he dropped it in his presidency versus when Trump got into office and when Trump left, and what was the unemployment rate then?
Why don't you just tell us?
And I think,
tell
and I
me.
think
You ain't got it.
I'm gonna do one of.
She might have. If you know, then just tell us.
Tell us.
I want to do one of your cards. I want to encourage Trump supporters to do research in 2025.
Even though you said earlier, none
You
of them will
do
do the research. Tell us.
No, I know where
He has a point,
I know where I'm
Stacey.
coming from.
Tell us.
No.
Stacey's a
I
fair
know where I'm
point.
coming from.
It's a fair point.
I know where I'm coming
You
from.
know they don't like
You know why?
fairness.
You know why it's not a fair point, Brent? You know why it's not a fair point, Brent? We spent at this point an hour plus asking them to back up their facts,
That's
and
a
the
fair
facts
point. You
they're
started
claiming, the facts that they're claiming to give.
You set the precedent.
No.
The facts that they're claiming to give are not supported.
All right, Stacey,
Thank you very much, Stacey.
I'm
Who's
gonna
next
give
up?
it to them.
Who's
I'm gonna
next
give
up?
it to them. Just quickly, just on the unemployment thing.
Wait, that's not Black Rob.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was responding to the
very
unemployment
cheeky.
thing. I
That's
was trying to
very
help out
cheeky.
Stacey. My bad. Fair enough.
So,
Go back, go ahead.
So they gave money to HBCUs.
HBCUs, yep, thank you. I mentioned that earlier in the show.
Oh, yeah, you did. And the First Step Act. So
Is he responsible for that with money not being given for that?
Stacey, I
Please
think
let
you
Black
need
Rob
to.
Y'all always want to call me out.
Let him get his shit off.
Yeah, let
Y'all
Black Rob
always
talk.
want to call me out for the HBCU thing.
All right, so sorry. I apologize for muting you, Queen, right? But please, we are producing a show here and there needs to be order. Order!
Okay. Am I, Brent, am I allowed to respond?
Shit off, Black Rob.
Yeah, let Black Rob finish.
I know this is a highly emotive topic, but let's be respectful. Okay,
Hey, I will kick you off this stage. I will kick you off this stage.
So anyway, First Step Act. So those are two laws. Those are two things that benefit the Black community because it reduced sentencing for a lot of Black inmates. So yes, please and thank you. 2 examples.
Can I respond now?
I would like to know why people think Kamala was so competent, because every time she spoke, she didn't seem to be able to articulate her words well. She didn't seem to be able to be genuine. She had this funny laugh that would come in an awkward way.
Who mentioned Kamala?
I'm just saying, like, voting.
He was unburdened by what was.
We're asked why we would vote for Trump.
All right, so
Brent, can I respond now? Because you haven't given me
back to thing because we can get to Kamala.
time.
But go on, Demi.
Again, TJ, you remember when you asked me, you said, why are you asking me that, why are you telling me that people always respond to Trump criticism with other people? Your answer's there.
No, that's not the answer. That's not the answer. I was asked a question. I gave immigration.
No,
I gave immigration. I gave trans, and I gave whatever the points I gave. I gave 3 points, and this would be the fourth. It doesn't appear that Kamala was competent.
Okay, great. Okay, just to now respond to the general because I'm still focusing on my discussion, which is why is it that whether Trump's racist or not and what Trump's doing or not, because I believe that's the discussion, not kind of trying to swing it left and right, whatever. So firstly, responding to Black Rob's point about the money given to HBCUs, I believe Donald Trump gave HBCUs about 255 million. Biden gave HBCUs about 1.3 billion in additional funding. So yeah, let's make of that what we will.
No, stop that, Demi.
You're doing what you accuse us of. You're doing what you accuse us of.
Firstly, that's exactly what he's doing. Secondly, Trump was in power before Biden. So Trump did the most up to his time. Biden can only improve.
No, that's not how this HBCU. No, that's not how it works. That's literally not how it works.
Okay, tell us.
All presidents have been given support to HBCUs. I'm saying that Biden gave more.
Yes, and I'm saying that Biden came in after Trump. At Trump's point, right, it was just Trump versus everybody else before him. So Trump, of course, Biden's got a standard, and Trump's standard is there. Cool, I'm going to do more. So let's not say Trump versus Biden.
Other presidents have given more to HBCUs. Obama gave more to HBCUs than Trump, and he was before. What do you mean? They can't take the money back?
Okay, cool.
Can they take what? Do you think they can take the money back or something?
No, I'm going to go back to reading my source afterwards.
Can I give context to this quickly while y'all do that? All presidencies gave money to HBCUs.
Yeah, I don't get what it's not permanent.
That we have with Trump's narrative about this is that he takes more credit than his investment when it comes to the amount of money that was put into HBCUs. What Trump, quote unquote, did in terms of giving toward HBCU endowments, it's like he came in as a finisher and then he took credit for the whole thing. It was already in motion by the time he got into office. And again, this wasn't him creating this act. Variations of this act were already in place prior to his arrival. So this
absolutely, Stacey.
Yeah, but Trump said that. We know that.
Yeah, and just to add to that, so sorry, Stacey, not to cut you. Just to add to that as well, Obama gave $4 billion in total, which was obviously way before Trump. So the before thing, I can't really buy it. So I've just looked it up. He gave 1.5 billion annually, reaching just over 4 billion.
Okay, cool. So let me tell you what I was talking about. Demi, let me just say what I was saying when I said permanent. So in 2019, Trump signed a law providing permanent federal funding for HBCUs and other minority service institutions. Prior to him, it was given on a year-to-year basis rather than a permanent guarantee. So year to year, it could change, it could fluctuate, whatever it may be. And that was even under Obama. Trump made it a permanent guarantee. From this point onwards, forever, this will be what you get. And this is the reason why I said a lot of HBCU leaders credited Trump for that and said, now you've given us stability, financial stability going forward. But that means nothing to you guys, obviously.
Overall of Obama's years, he gave at least 1.5 billion annually. Biden was also given at least 1 billion annually. So...
All right, cool.
Can I give a non-comparative feedback to this as a student of a HBCU when this money was being given?
Yeah.
The problem with Trump's way of doing it, someone said it earlier in the chat, the reason why a lot of people are justified in calling him racist based on even things like this is because the how and how he did it. If he truly was not racist, there would be a lot more follow-up to how he went about implementing this giving that you guys seem to give so much credit to him for doing. When I was at Howard when this money was being funneled to our HBCUs. It was very clear from the top down, this is the carrot and there is a stick. Y'all see how these different Republican leaders in different states are saying, Trump included, we federally fund you. Guess what? Those books about slavery, those books about the civil rights movement, the revisionist history they're trying to implement, either you're going to go ahead and implement it in your classroom or that federal funding snatched. We were threatened with that year after year after year. Fuck around on campus, do some regular shit that doesn't align with what Trump's campaign and the Republican Party wants for HBCU. They want to keep you exactly where they want you, exactly where it's beneficial for them, i.e., what's positive for their PR stunt, giving Trump the credit, or guess what? Funding snatched. I was there. My scholarship came from that money. So please do not tell me when I'm telling you this is racist. Oh, but he gave you money. Out of the context.
Was it snatched though?
It didn't get snatched because we fell in line.
Okay,
and that's
cool.
the point.
Do you
If
think
you were truly invested, it wouldn't be a have this money and fall in line for
This is why I have the problem with what you say. Do you know why? Because you said if you were truly invested, You think any of these presidents care about you? I say this stuff to you all the time. When are you going to open your eyes? They don't care about you as a black woman. None of them.
So when we tell you they are racist, why do you argue with us?
I'm saying all of them
why
are.
Is it that
I've
you're,
said this
but then
from the
why is it that
beginning.
you're? But why is it that you're so bothered that we think Trump is racist?
Because it's childish for you to only point one out. That's the reason why.
I agree with you. But then the thing is, E-Man, you can't sit here on a show when you started off the show talking about 1994 crime bill, and everybody in the chat is in agreement with you that is a racist policy from Biden. That's something that was bad. The thing about you vote for black, like we all agree with you when it comes to Biden. So why is it that you can't just agree with us when I don't get why is it that when we're making the point.
I get what Debbie's saying now. I kind of get what Debbie's saying. That's
what I'm saying.
They're all racist, but then if they're all racist, we should stop talking about racism because they're all even.
Exactly.
Okay, but then if that's the case, then let's stop talking about it because they're all racist.
I get it, yeah. But the reality is this, yeah. Nobody here brought up the fact that Trump was racist. So when you say we should all stop talking about being racist, we didn't say, well, Trump's racist. You guys pointed out the fact that you believe Trump is racist. That's the reason why racism became a topic.
I asked you, what is it that Trump is doing for black people? This is prior to you calling up, right? People been saying stuff about, Trump's racist. This is the reason why we're rebutting that particular point. We didn't bring up the fact that... But again, that's fine.
Hold on, they're trying to make an argument that him being racist is
about like a USP. When really, it's been spoken about that like it's a
his racism is unique, and I'll tell you why. Because
it is.
No, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Stop this, man, because it doesn't materialize to anything.
Wait. Why is his racism unique?
Go on, Demi.
So Biden is racist. Biden introduced the 1994 crime bill.
Don't talk about the other person.
I'm telling you, but for me to tell you why something is unique, I have to show you why it is unique compared to the others.
We tried to do that too. So, all right, cool. I'm listening, Demi.
Sorry, this is too funny. So Biden obviously introduced the 1994 crime bill. I think in general, I think Biden has less outwardly horrible disdain for black people. I think there's very specific times in Trump's past when he's been actively discriminating against very specifically black people. I can agree with you that I think Biden in his policies has discriminating against black people, against other types of races. I just feel like when it comes to Trump's rhetoric, because I also think rhetoric is important in the global sphere of how black people are viewed, how we kind of are seen as whether we're kind of in a certain level in society or whatever. And I just feel like Trump also aligns himself more with like white supremacist like groups. So for instance, I think when we were talking about the Tiki Torch riots and the fine people on both sides, the Central Park 5, things like that, I feel like they should just leave a bad taste in my mouth, in terms of like, I feel like he's outwardly professing or kind of given a platform as well to known white supremacists and people that actually are like the Proud Boys, like the people that are doing the Tiki Torch stuff. Like, I don't know. I just feel like he aligns himself more with like openly white supremacist groups. I think that's why his racism is more unique than compared to like Biden and co. Because I've not seen Biden and co like given a platform to groups that profess to be racist.
Yeah, because
I mean, though I agree with you,
they know that most of black people agree with them. They wouldn't want to lose the supporter base. You know what I'm saying?
Though I agree with you, Demi, I don't think that's a sufficient answer for the context of the conversation.
Okay,
I don't think it's important.
Please give more.
I don't think you guys saying that if we all know they're racist, what is the point of us talking about their racism? I think that's a poor angle. We all know white people exist on some spectrum of the racism spectrum. There are people who are extreme, i.e., in my opinion, heavy on my opinion, Trump, and there are people who are less extreme, who usually sit on the more liberal side, but still they are racist nonetheless. The point here that which we should be discussing and what we should have been discussing during the election is how that impacts their policies. Eman, the reason why I can't understand how you can sit here and say you're pro-black, but yet you cape so much for this orange Cheeto, I just don't understand how you don't get that the policies that you are so worried about impacts a lot of things that do not progress the black community educationally, professionally, and financially. You keep talking about how, for example, this is a very minuscule example, but I'm just gonna give it just for the context of this conversation. So please do not bury me under this example.
Yeah.
One of the first things Trump did was was sign an executive order to make all federal jobs completely in person.
Mm.
We know about the whole outside of the federal employment space. We know what the debacle is about in-person jobs now being a requirement, right?
Okay.
We've talked about how due to the current state of the economy,
can you give us a bit more information on that?
yeah, basically the whole debacle outside of people liking flexible work because they get to work from home is that when it comes to the current state of the economy, affordability, if I have children, I can afford childcare. And if you're black and you're already in the category of people who are living paycheck to paycheck, you're in a single family household, a one income household.
Yeah.
This check got to stretch. The same Republicans who are anti-standardized preschool, public school preschool, where am I going to put my child?
This is why I prioritize economics.
So when we tell you, hold on, let me just point. When we tell you that the things that they're doing are racist, it's not just about, we know that white people are racist. It's about how their racism gives context to their policies.
On the flip side, businesses say that their employees are less effective.
Right, but I'm not. I said don't bury me under that example. I was giving a very small example to give a quick understanding of what we're talking about in terms of context. Don't conflate it.
It was a bad example, though.
You, I'm giving the example was specifically for context.
You basically said working from home is racist.
To this conversation.
You turn working from home.
So, I do agree with Stacey's point, but
I don't know how you made that a racist policy that was about race.
I'll walk you through it again.
I heard you. Okay, go on.
Yeah, let's see.
When it comes to context, when we say things like Trump is racist, I'm talking about how E-Man is worried about the top line part of it. We are worried about how their racism and their perspective on Black people impacts their policies. Does that make sense?
So far, yes.
Yeah.
Black Rob?
Yeah, but
I think everyone understood the Black Rob.
No.
Yeah, go on.
That was the point.
Step by step.
And the example you gave was
first
Black
step
Rob.
check.
Black Rob. Do you understand that bit so far?
Yes.
All right.
But that was what I was trying to talk about. The example wasn't the example. The example, but I said that, so let's not be obtuse. I said that example was not.
And the example you gave was people working at home have to go back to work, and going back to work, what disproportionately affects more Black people? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
The example was about context.
Why
racism matters to their policies. I told you, don't bury me under the policy, which I quickly thought of off the top of my head. I'm saying
don't hold you to the statement you made. Okay, let's.
Can I just bring this conversation back to what I started off asking about, which is what is it? Thank you, Brent. So what is it? So like I said, I want to know. So if this is to E-Man, this is just a political. I'm sorry, this is an economics issue because we've now established through this long conversation that both Biden and Trump are racist. Cool. I can agree with that. I can attest to that.
All right, cool.
Now, what is it that Trump is doing more for Black people than Biden? Because now that's the discussion we should be having since we've established that they're both racist. So let's focus now on how if we're going to say Trump is the better alternative, let's focus now on how Trump will help Black people more.
Okay, cool.
Tell me.
What if it's not, if Trump is, what if it is about how bad you think the other party is? Remember, it's a binary decision. to vote or not to vote?
I was under the impression that this was a pro-black platform, so that's why I focused it on black people.
It is.
Yeah,
Demi.
he is, but he's basically
Yeah,
just
so
saying,
that's my
that
that's why
question
I'm
was
asking the
answered.
question in
We
that
just
way.
gave a couple examples
But
before.
even if
Stop. Demi wants
Yeah.
clarity. Just give Demi clarity.
we
If
give
you've
to-
said
give
it
me
before,
clarity.
just say it again.
let me give clarity. Okay, cool. I believe
More
Trump
and
will be
more than
better
Biden,
equipped.
because I can tell you the things that Biden will do, but or has done, but more than Biden. That's what I want to know.
It does.
If it's the best of two choices.
I don't think it necessarily has to be more than. I think it has to be about what's the biggest impact and what I deem the most important. I don't think it's about the amount. It's about the quality of the particular thing.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I just want to say, for me, the number one thing is economics. Always going to be that, right? And I believe he's better equipped to manage the economy. Why do I believe that? Because I believe, from at least what I've heard, what I've seen, what I've read, right? I can't pull up the sources right now. Give me time. I'll try to do so, right? I believe I even put a video. If you don't mind, Brent, there's a video in the doc that
Sorry,
I put
this
up.
is-
But any specific examples though, Iman? Just
wait.
one specific example that
Okay,
we can
cool.
hold on
He
to.
reduced unemployment rates, right? And people, again, from the same clip, what you'll see is that people say a lot of the time that it was just a case of him just benefiting from the Obama administration.
What do you mean?
But what is being said is that when Trump came in, based on what he did, whatever it was, right, it exponentially went up. So there was an acceleration, right? So it was down to some of the things that he put in place. Plus, also, he wasn't up against Biden, he was up against Kamala. And I believe, based on what they were both saying, based on what he had done before, him actually being a president, I believe he's better equipped to do that particular job. Also, he seemed like he was stronger on the ball about immigration. Again, I'm not American, none of these things affect me directly. I'm just trying to articulate the angle of those people who voted for Trump. So, immigration, it would have reduced the amount of competition for these black ethnic minorities that Stacey is concerned about, that says they don't earn a lot of money. So if you do something about immigration, then at least they will have less competition and hopefully they'll have better wages. Cool.
Okay.
With regards
That's actually really clear. Yeah.
With regards to the HBCU particular thing, you guys keep talking, going back over. This is the last point I'm going to make it. Hopefully I don't have to keep talking about it. You guys talking about, how much did Obama give?
4 billion.
4 billion. How, over what period of time?
4 years.
8 years, right? So he did it over 8
No,
years.
4 years.
Okay,
no, 4 billion over the first 4 years.
Okay,
I don't
cool.
know what he gave over the second.
Maybe the second was 0. So based on what I'm seeing on ChatGPT, again, ChatGPT could be wrong. It's been wrong before, right? Obama allocated 4 billion in total to HBCUs over 8 years.
Oh, over 8 years. Okay.
Trump did 2.5 billion over 4 years. Multiply that by 2, you get 5, pretty much more than Obama, right? Cool. Also, under Obama, funding was not permanent. It was renewed yearly. Again, you guys don't seem to care about that stuff. But at least with Trump, it was now made a permanent guarantee. HBCU leaders said, thank you for the financial stability, Mr. Trump. Also, Trump also forgave $322 million in HBCU disaster relief loans. So when people are saying this and they're saying, you know what, I think it will affect my pockets more. We can't just keep talking about, I know you're not saying this again, Demi, but I'm trying to reiterate the point, right? We can't just keep talking about, racist, he's racist, he said this about this. That. No, in terms of people's real lives, stuff that Stacey's talking about, all you guys needed to say was, thank you, Trump, for giving us the peace. Of course you would. Of course you would. You say it to anybody, right? He gave you the thing, it's permanent, he gave you more than Obama.
Okay, you know what, Iman? That's a really good, clear articulation. I actually really like that. So then, can you now do the same for Biden, please?
Do what for Biden?
Give me kind of the spiel that you've just given.
I can't.
Why is that?
Because that's your job.
No, it's not my. No, I'll tell you why it's not my job. No, I'll explain why I'm making this point. Literally, it's the point I made from the very top of the show, which is this, Eman. You obviously clearly support Trump, but instead you go ring around the roses.
Okay, off the top. Okay, off the top.
Stop. Let me just quickly finish my point because you don't want me to finish my point. You go around the house. No, you go around the houses telling me that you don't care about whether Trump's this or that. You just care about the policy, and it's about which policies fit in which. So forget about the racism. So I'm asking you, since you don't care. You can surely make the same argument for Biden because you would have researched it because that's what's important.
Okay, thank you very much for putting me on the spot. So Biden, like you said, he proposed a $45 billion in HBCU funding. So this is better, more than Trump. Again, this is why I said don't compare to Trump because Trump was before him. If Trump comes in after him, which he has just done yesterday, maybe he will do more than this $45 billion proposed. I don't know. So far though, out of that $45 billion, Biden only delivered $7 billion. Bear that in mind. Also, with regards to the executive order, Trump is now putting something in place to say,
So much
if you come into the
context.
country as the child of an illegal immigrant, you won't get
No,
right
man, I'm asking you for
birthright.
points about Biden.
This is
About
exactly what
Biden.
this is exactly what I'm saying.
No, this is a Trump policy you're
No,
giving me.
no,
This
but
is
you
a
have
Trump
to listen to the
executive
rest
order
of it.
that's just been
You have to
signed.
listen to the rest of it. You have to listen to the rest of it. So what I'm trying to say, I mentioned the whole Biden thing as a positive. The fact that he proposed 45 billion. That's the first positive. So I mentioned the Trump thing as with regards to HBCUs. I mentioned the Biden
How
thing.
much did Trump?
Proposed-
How much did Trump propose and deliver?
Demi,
Why
Demi,
don't you
Demi,
have
Demi,
that?
let
No,
me
no,
finish
because
the
I'm trying.
points.
Well, how
Demi,
much
let
did
me
Trump
finish the
propose and
points.
deliver?
Let me finish the
Because you
points.
don't know that, but you know. Sorry, go on.
Listen, you can't have it both ways, man. Listen.
No, I said sorry. Go on.
Trump secured, again, he secured 2.5 billion for them over the 4 years. I already mentioned that particular thing. I'm now agreeing with you again and saying that Biden proposed 45 billion, right?
Yes.
So far, apparently, that was 7 billion was delivered by Biden. Apparently, it wasn't part of a permanent law, but still, he still gave more than Trump. So that's a positive for Trump. I'm also saying to you that recently, I believe it was yesterday, but Trump signed in an executive order saying that illegal immigrants, right, their children will not have automatic right to be citizens. Trump, again, for many black people, minorities, they wouldn't like that. So they'll say, no, if I'm a legal immigrant and I'm now in the country, I give birth to somebody here, we deserve the right to call our children Americans and have the same right as other Americans. For many people, ethnic minorities and black people, I'm pretty sure Stacey, correct me if I'm wrong, would like the fact that if your child was born in America, even as an illegal citizen, illegal immigrant, that person is a American bona fide citizen, right? So that's a positive for people who are black, who may see that as a positive, right? Cool. Third thing.
Okay.
Also, if you care, again, a lot about, again, I'm trying to do the Kamala and I can't remember.
Biden.
Is it
So
wise?
I asked for
Is it wise?
Sorry, what did you say?
No, but it wasn't. Like, Trump wasn't up against Biden. But I'm
No, sorry,
I'm basically doing the
I
Biden
didn't
administration.
catch what you said.
But was it Wise? Is that his name? The running mate of Kamala.
Oh,
Is it Tim Wise?
Is it
Yeah.
Tim Walls.
Thank you. That's the guy. Anyway, so basically there was an increase in particular rights for trans and talking about gender, all that sort of stuff. So for many people who are black and are going through those things, because again, that's part of the black community. There's LGBTQ plus people in the black community. That is a positive for those minorities, because obviously we know already being black is tough. Being black and a woman is tough. Being black and a trans is probably tougher, right? Cool. So they're getting some type of rights. So if I cared about all those three things that I mentioned over the other things, that would be positive for Biden. I hope that is giving you some answers.
That answers my question very well. So what I would say to that then is, why is it that with the research that you've done into what Biden's done, why haven't you focused on the economics? Because you seem to be focused on the economics. You told me about trans and some other
because I don't
stuff.
think, again, I can't focus on the economics as a positive for Biden, because I don't think it was better than Trump, and I don't think the person who's going to take.
No, you don't
over
need to
from
think
Biden,
it was better, but if you don't care whether or not about either side and they're all kind of out to get black people, all you should do is focus on their economics and then give us a kind of reasoned response as to what it is. Because I can tell you some of the things economically that Biden's proposing to do. I still don't support Biden, just like I don't support Keir Starmer, but I'm just
obviously you might be more of a supporter of Biden than I am. So if you know the information, let the people know.
To arrive at your point.
No, but then all I'm saying is we started off.
He increased more in the welfare state. He did that, number one, and number two, he also helped with the whole healthcare insurance thing as well.
So, Demi, I don't know the point you're making. You're just basically giving them out your point on whether he understood policy from both sides.
I'll tell you the point. I'll tell you the point. So the point I'm trying to make is this: we started off this conversation by basically saying, "Is Trump racist?" When I was listening to, and this is why I called in, basically like giving arguments to suggest why Trump isn't racist by coming up with all these different fanciful like economic plans that he has for black people, and then all I asked for was the plans directly aimed at black people, or what things he's done to improve the lives of black people. So, and because obviously that was the rebuttal to whether or not he's racist, and I still can't seem to get that. And then all I'm asking is, if it's the case that they're all racist, as E-Man suggested, then we should be able to say we don't care about all the things that Biden has done against black people, and we should only focus on his economic policies towards black people. And I've yet to see any such argument being made on Biden's side, only for Trump. So it leads me to conclude that this is not a black people issue, and it's more we support Trump for these specific reasons. It's not about black people.
If I was a teacher, you get an F for this.
Before you respond, with
completely
comprehension. Kofi, thank you for
comprehension. Deeper than me.
You are a star. I apologize. I've only just remembered that you're just chilling there patiently. Go.
Yeah, sorry, I'll make a really quick point.
Happy New Year,
So
Kofi, man.
Imam and TJ keep going on about the economics of Trump over Obama or Biden or whatnot. But if you just check, just simple unemployment rate.
Yeah.
So when Trump left, unemployment I think went up to about 6.4% when he left. When Biden left, unemployment went down to about 4.1%. And when he joined, I think when Obama left, unemployment rate was only 3.4%. So this great economic guy Trump had high unemployment rate. Jobs fell down by 2 million as well in his power, whereas Obama's jobs went up by 11 million. So I don't really think it's about economics. Loads of people try and say it's about economics, but I don't. I personally feel that there's this thing about, as TJ mentioned, it's really about Trump being pro-right on trans stuff, abortion,
Immigration.
and the perception that the Democrats are just too left-leaning on that type of stuff. So I don't really
culture wars.
do it
Culture
economics. And if it was, then there's no way you would go away from the Democratic Party right now, where there's been historic wage rises and such. So I just don't buy the economic point of view.
I think
That's the only
something
point
is.
I want to make.
I
All
think
the other points have been made by Demi quite well, Demi and Stacey. So that was it. So I just want to argue,
Sorry.
if you're going to look on economics, but yet the facts are telling you there, when Trump was there, unemployment went up and jobs went down.
It would be obtuse for us to not mention COVID. You gotta add it in there. You have to also add the fact, in fairness, because I think that Debbie and I have been doing a good job about being fair. We have to remember that COVID is inflated by COVID.
I mean, yeah,
So,
no,
just
COVID was there.
Let's finish.
COVID was there. I won't disagree with that COVID was there. However, he didn't help himself during COVID. Did he? He took too long to close down, to make close down shop. Not even close down shops, but to make protections for when COVID was going to occur. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I don't want to conflate that.
Sorry, I'm just about to jump off. By the way, I'm just about to jump off.
I can't just use COVID as an excuse.
I don't want to conflate that with there being a relationship with the unemployment rates, because I think it's bigger than that, given it was a pandemic. I don't think that's a just statement to make. But the point that I was trying to make earlier about the unemployment rates and Trump's impact, it wasn't that the number was 3.5% when he got into office and 6.5% when he got out of office. The point was that a lot of times, E-Man, I'm going to use your name lightly because I don't remember the exact line that you referenced this, but a lot of Trump supporters say the unemployment, Trump did a lot for unemployment without having actual data to back that up. Like if the rate, he didn't do any, we understand that COVID was there, but there's no history showing that he did anything to assist with unemployment for them to use that as their backup. So I'm just imploring that that's not used as backup at all.
Okay, so Stacey, I hear what you're saying, and this is why I mentioned the acceleration. So by the end of Obama's term, unemployment decreased to 4.7%, right? Trump continued the downward trend, reaching a 50-year low of 3.5% in 2020. Obama left office in 2017. 3 years later, 1 year before Trump was out, Trump brought it down to 3.5%, the lowest in 50 years. If you want to give Obama credit for something that happened 3 years into Trump's 4-year presidency, that's fine. Guys, let's just use brain.
Amen.
That's all I'm asking.
But Eman, I don't
Hold on, can I respond to that?
argument,
Just because I'm the one who brought up that point.
Say
My
again?
point in that, in respect to the Obama thing, is that the data. If somebody in 2025 were to say Obama has a history proving that he's able to impact things like the unemployment rate, you can say that in his presidency, I think when he started his presidency, the unemployment rate was at 7%. And he brought it down to the 3s. That's a 4% difference, right? So you can say within his term, whatever he did impacted our unemployment rates by X percentage. Okay. Whereas with Trump, it's hard to make that claim because it started at 3-point-something% and it rose to 6%.
I get you. I get what you're saying.
And COVID completed. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying that Trump did nothing. I'm saying that there's no backup because the numbers are not there. So I'm saying you should not use that.
I hear what you're saying.
And I think also it's unfair to kind of
last thing
because it takes a while for policies to kind of seep through as well.
Yeah,
to
but
say
let's
that
not do 3 years. Let's not do 3 years because if you want to do that, then claim everything in the first 3 years of Biden's tenure. Then
yeah, sure. No, I have no problem with doing that. If you want to present me stuff, no, because I understand how like the policy cycle works. And obviously, for instance, if you issue a law, for example, that talks about, for example, Biden introduced the CHIPS Act here, where it talks about bringing manufacturing of certain chips like into the US. Obviously, that's not literally going to happen overnight. It's going to take time to like build up the factories, kind of build up the manpower, like equip the company. Like so, obviously, stuff like that stuff takes time. So I think. I can, if you, and again, this is the thing I keep saying, on the side of Biden, and you're saying we can attribute some stuff to Trump. Sure, of course we can, because I'm not being disingenuous. Like, of course I would kind of attribute some of that stuff to Trump, because I know things take time, especially when it comes to macro level policies. Like, it's not, of course. So when you talk about the unemployment thing, I think on the side of Obama, I do think a lot of that is the after effects of what Obama did. Like Obama brought from the peak of his presidency around 10% unemployment down to like around 4 point something or whatever. So and obviously I think the runoff of that, I'm not saying Trump didn't do anything good, because it's like anytime someone even just dares to just mention any kind of chink in Trump's armor, you just jump straight to the defense. And this is the whole point I'm making.
That's not what happened.
No, because I can acknowledge I can acknowledge any chink in Obama or Kamala or Biden or whoever, because that's not my goal here. My goal here is to tell you that Trump is racist.
Demi, you don't acknowledge it, and I tell you why. Because
no, I do, because I've just accepted what you said about Biden. Everything you said about Biden, I accept.
Demi does, to be fair, but Demi's not indicative of most left-leaning. Like, I think, to be honest,
I accept everything you've said about Biden.
Okay, cool. But
I believe it's more. I believe that's more.
Sorry, go on.
I believe for the left, that's actually more the case where they refuse to accept that Biden was incapacitated for months.
Yep.
They refuse to accept Kamala doesn't know what she's talking about and just repeats herself all the time.
Can we focus on the people here? Like, not even just me, but the chat, the community.
But Demi,
even in the community, everyone agrees that Biden was senile. Like, literally everybody in TDA generally, when we speak about
Biden being senile.
Everyone agrees.
Demi, you're not indicative, because you actually can. You could be a bit more critical. You could accept that you're more critical of the people that you support. And
I don't even support. I don't support Biden or generally centre-left political parties. I don't really support many political parties, to be honest.
And I don't think it's fair to categorize because people that are more centre-right are still critical of Trump, but they understand that they. So I don't.
But I think all I kept called in to say was that when we were saying that Trump isn't racist, I vehemently disagreed with that, and I think that point has been proven. I think we all agree that Trump is obviously very racist.
And I think the next step to that is that consequential in the decision to choose him, and I think it is.
Yeah, and that's a personal choice everyone can decide to make. But of course. But all I want to say is let's not come on like platforms and start denying whether Trump's racist or not. Like arguing about shithole countries.
I don't think anyone.
But that was the whole conversation when we were talking about is the shithole countries comment racist? Oh, we don't know about Central Park 5. Oh, the housing thing you did.
I stand on my position. I don't know.
I just want to give a last feedback before I leave, because I think we're getting into the talking in circles territory.
Yeah, I'm going to jump off it, but it's nice to meet you guys.
I think as we've learned, not just in this conversation, but in pre-election, during the election, and when the election results came in, politics, per usual, will always be polarizing, right? We are never going to convince Trump supporters that they're delusional the same way we're never going to convince Kamala and Biden supporters that these people are not racist. And you know what? Honestly, it's as me personally, and I would like to think that I speak for a lot of people, because I feel like this is I've been seeing, not just in conversation, but in the American social sphere or news sphere. We're beyond, the election is over. There's nothing that we can do. Kamala lost, Trump won. We're stuck here for 4 years. What we are interested in seeing, and Iman, I really hope that you take this hill that you chose to die on and apply it to how you go about the news that you deliver and the angle in which you deliver them. Yeah. When Trump is doing all these things for us, for the Black people, I really hope that you report on it. Or when he doesn't do stuff for us and he does things that are actually averse to us, our communities, our business, financial, professional, whatever growth, I hope that you're also critical of it, because what I think we are going to see, as evident by his first not even 24 hours in office, a lot of the people who caused that increase in support for him are going to be crying premium tears very soon, and I'm ready to clap them.
All
It
right.
sounds like you want to
Okay.
see him fail just to prove your point.
That's all it is.
No, it's not that I want to see him fail just to prove his point. I want to see him do exactly what he said he was going to do.
Okay.
I want to see him, for the people who voted for him, I want all their hopes and dreams to come to fruition, because I think that America has a stupidity problem, and sometimes we need to wake up call in order for the stupid to understand that they've been stupid.
This is it. So do you believe people who vote for Trump are stupid then?
Yeah, and that's my personal belief. We've already talked about
There's
this.
been basically everything you've said from when you got on the thing has been laced with insult all along the way, with the default position that is kind of obvious that anyone that supports Trump is delusional. You just used it a second ago. All of this stuff, and I just don't think that's in good faith. And it also makes me skeptical. Also makes me skeptical about the points you make, because if you're gonna lace in insult into the points that you make all the way along, that's clearly leading one side. You know, we're never gonna be able to convince these people they're not delusional, and we're never gonna convince these people that Trump is not racist. That's already framing it in a negative slant to one group or another. I'm here to have a good faith conversation, and I'm here to be convinced. I also think that there's a lot of us looking up the facts and everything. I think people don't go that deep. They just feel their emotions in the moment. They do think, they even vote on things like how the guy looks. Obama was so articulate. He was like, he was handsome. He was fit. He has like kind of a good way of speaking and communicating. And there's just like when a person stands in front of trial in a trial, and they've got tattoos and piercings all over their face, people start making inference from that. So it's like Trump is, what I can see, the Kevin Samuels of politics. It sounds misogynistic. I feel like it's misogynistic, so he must be a misogynist. And so I'm gonna go with my emotion. And then we start looking for all the facts to justify that. And I think that's what's happening with Trump. It sounds racist. I think this is racist or whatever. Not everybody has that view. Not everyone thinks it's racist, and they shouldn't be condemned if they put their point forward to say why they think he's racist or not.
I agree with you, but the problem is, as we spent the last 2 hours trying to ask y'all to do, is that oftentimes, and this is not exclusive to just y'all, whenever we ask y'all to back up the things that you're saying, it's always, I'm being put on the spot. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Like, I think that, funny enough,
we gave you the answers. We backed it all up, man.
I think every answer was answered ad nauseum.
I let y'all make yours. When in this election, what I think was particularly interesting, and this could be skewed by my age, as in I haven't been eligible to vote for many elections, but I just, again, in combination with both that I've heard, one thing that I think was interesting, especially in the social media sphere, is that when it came to the whole Democrat versus Republican thing, we've already experienced Trump, and we already know, we can insult him all day long, but we recognized there was an education gap, especially when it came to our communities, about what people knew versus what they were digesting.
But there's people that thinking it was a raving success.
Hold on, but my thing is, well, I'm not disagreeing with that. Never have. But the thing that was amazing to me is that, especially on the Democrat side, we were asking, okay, we're not object to that. I'm just saying, tell me where I can find that information. Tell me what the efforts were. Tell me when they happened. And I don't have problem giving credit where you just saw me do it. When we talked about the unemployment rates, I said, remember, when it came to Trump, I'm not saying he did nothing. I didn't say he caused the unemployment rates to rise. We have to recognize that COVID was a big part of why those numbers spiked, and I cannot blame him.
Okay, so where is the delusion in E-Man's points?
Let me finish my point. The reason why we say delusion, and I can even send videos for future reference about this, when in the general trees when people were going up to Trump supporters, this is something that a lot of people did, a lot of news platforms did, and we're giving different points. People they were asking Trump supporters, "What are your thoughts on this?" And they were like, "Oh well, this is crazy." Da, da, da. They were giving negative feedback. Little did they know that was stuff that Trump was saying. there's no backup to a lot of the hills that people are dying on. We don't have a problem with you dying on those hills. When you said that you feel like you align yourself more with Trump's views because of his values on gender and his values on, I forget what the second one was. I said, okay, cool.
Immigration.
Exactly, immigration. I said, okay, cool. You have somewhere where you're going with that. I didn't get to investigate that further, but you are giving me a basis to work with, and I could ask you questions, and we can go back and forth and have dialogue about that. At that point, once you give me those things, it's about opinion, right? But a lot of the times when we ask people about those things, they either give us nothing or they give us things that are not rooted in fact. And that is a lot of people's problem that makes them come to the conclusions of delusion,
I hear
stupidity,
At the beginning of the
educatedness.
conversation, I stated that I was of your opinion in 2016, but then I started to find a lot of things that from the Democrat side that also weren't rooted in fact. So I started to think, so the example I brought up was Oprah Winfrey saying, "We may never get the chance to vote again, and he will be a dictator." And those things are, in my mind, fully disingenuous. They know that is a manipulation. It's not representative of what Trump actually said. And if we want to crucify Trump, let us crucify him on what he actually said, not a skewed vision of your left twisting of what he said. I want to persecute him based on the things he actually said. And so when I start seeing multiple occasions of being disingenuous around what he said, I start to distrust what's being said from that side. And that's why well, I'll leave it there.
But sometimes you say
And I
that
think
what he
really
says
something
shouldn't be taken like word for word. It should be interpreted differently. Didn't you say that?
No, I said that we need to remove what I was trying to say was we need to remove the emotion out of what he said. He said let's just agree for this thing that he said Nigeria was a shithole. Yeah. And then the Nigerian president said Nigeria is a very difficult place with a lot of challenges and a lot of difficulties. I think those two statements are more or less the same. One is just politically correct and one is not. One is emotionally riling and one is, Nigerians might have not even noticed that second statement. And everyone has their tactic and their way to put their words together. And I said I didn't like the fact that Trump isn't always precise in his language. But I need to remove the emotion and try and get out what is the meaning by which he said. Sometimes you can say, I want to kill a guy. But you might just mean I'm really angry at the guy right now. Right? That was the intention in your heart. So what we need to try and get to as close to the intention in your heart and just get off the emotion for a moment and be like, oh, that was racist. That obviously means that he doesn't like black people. But then someone else articulates it in another way. And I think it's basically the same. It's basically the same thing. So that's the point about the.
And on both sides, that's an opportunity for us to go ahead and have that dialogue where we're saying, okay, I hear what you're saying, but this is not fact. This is what happened, and vice versa. I will say that on both ends get emotional. I will take that. I receive that. When it comes to this topic, everybody knows I get very emotional about this topic because this is my life. I live here. But I think that is a flaw on both ends. We all need to just be having the dialogue where we're comparing notes. And
100%.
oftentimes
Well said.
people don't we don't get to do the comparative note thing because of the lauded topics that are at the top and forefront of people's mind. And that's not to say that those things are irrelevant, but a lot of the backup with those top line things aren't grounded in fact.
100%. But
I would say that on both sides. And again, that's something that I feel like we take accountability for, that a lot of, this is my observation, my opinion, not to be contested for real. Like, this is something I feel like we Democrats do a lot better because we usually say, okay, I accept so-and-so did this wrong, so-and-so did this wrong. I receive what you're saying about so-and-so, but this is why I still disagree. And I don't think we're often met with the same thing from the other side. It's usually very critical of Democrats without also being critical of your own side in ways that we are. And that just is my opinion.
I personally, obviously, I'm not in America, so I don't interact with Democrats and Republicans like that. Online, though, it doesn't seem that way to me. But again, that's just what it seems like to me. who am I? You know what I'm saying? All I'm trying to say is I agree with you, like TJ was saying. Everybody needs to compare notes. And I think remove the emotion and see what the person has done or not done. But we can't say we want to compare notes and have the bias coming into the situation, because obviously when you, Stacey and Demi, were trying to put me on the spot, saying, "Well, you got facts for this," and then I presented the facts to you guys, you lot was shuffling. You know what I'm saying? When I was telling you about the difference in the unemployment rates, I didn't even get onto the wage growth and all them things there. You didn't want to acknowledge that it happened under Trump's tenure, and you didn't want to give him any props for it. So if that's the case, there's almost no point in having the conversation, because we're already coming in with a bias, and we don't want to leave the conversation with our minds changed. We have to
But one could also argue.
genuinely believe that we're all coming together to learn from each other and see what the facts is and choose whoever it is. Because it's kind of like what Brent was saying the other day about that flat earther who went to the Antarctica, right, and realized, wait a minute, there is a 24-hour sun. So you know what? The world is round. At some point, we just have to acknowledge it. But I believe there are some people who would have gone up there and said, no, you know what? I believe they put me in some sort of, what's that show with Jim Carrey?
Optical illusion or something.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And there's something going on. Like, you're still just tethered to that particular side. And I think this is what's killing black people. This is the reason why it offends people so much when I say something that seems like it's pro-right or pro-Tory or pro-this. Like, people have to stop being tethered to political parties. None of them, I feel like that just needs to be the default. None of them care about you. None of them. You can make pros and cons for both sides. I done said this before. Labour, as much as they say, or at least purport to be the party that us as black people in the UK need to vote for, none of them have had a black leader. None of them. Look at the cabinet. Only David Lammy in there. But Tories have at least done that. And when you show that, it will be said to be, oh, that's just symbolic. We don't care about that representation. If the Labour Party had it now, you would say that's progress. So we have to be fair and unbiased across the board.
And you know how you
and that's
can
all
aid
I'm
in
trying
that.
to say that.
And you know how you can aid in that. And we've had this talk many times about being on a platform and how you go about presenting your information. By all means, be a Trump supporter. By all means, be conservative. But when you give your take on these things, all we're asking, at least me, and I think Demi, because I think that's the point that we were making this whole time that I don't know if you guys truly understood at the end of the day. We want the feedback and the criticism to be equal. Like the amount of time that you take dismantling the views of the liberals, we want that to be the same thing for the conservatives. So that when people walk away from your platform, I think it happens with everyone's platform, not just this one. You're gonna naturally want to spend more time speaking towards. You're gonna have a natural bias. You're gonna spend more time speaking to the towards the side that you support most. And I'm not faulting you for that. I think that's, again, natural, but we all have to do our due diligence to address both sides. And when we ask those questions, at least for me, I'm speaking for myself, that is where I was coming from this whole time.
Okay,
the
well,
same thing us,
and I'm glad you said that, but at the same time, this is why I also presented the facts. Even though I said I didn't have it to mind, when you guys put me on the spot, trying to make a fool of me, I said, okay, cool, I'm gonna pull it from the mind and I'm show you. So it was there. But secondly, I believe I do that. Because, like, if you look at Labour so far, I've criticised Labour prior to the elections, but I did give points to Rachel Reeves for doing certain things. I know, obviously, Stacey, you may not care about this, UK politics, right? I gave props to Rachel Reeves for doing particular things, but I also criticised certain things. I gave props to Starmer, I believe it was last week, for a particular thing. So my thing is, I'm going to criticise and talk about whoever's in power. That's what I'm going to do. But I'm always going to challenge the mindset of black people who are so tethered to a political party, because I believe that is childish. And I'm not even trying to be disrespectful, but I do believe we do have to elevate above that particular thing, because none of them will ever have us as priority in mind. And why should they? Why should they? You know what I'm saying?
Hey, man, I gave you that feedback on the American side. I've told you this several times. I don't understand enough about UK politics to be able to give you that type of feedback. But when it comes to American politics, you know that I've felt for a long time that you guys do not go about it in a very not unbiased way, because that's not the right word, but it's not in a balanced way. And I think I've always said that's a dangerous way to go about it. But story for another day. I think, like I said earlier, we can run in circles around this very polarizing thing of politics. We got 2025 to 2029. I'm interested to see what happens. For those of you who voted against yourself, may your tears be premium. And we go again next election. That's my thoughts.
All
Ready
right.
to observe, and we're hoping for the best.
Okay, cool. All right.
Thank you, everybody who contributed in that this heated discussion. Thank you, Stacey. Thank you, Black Rob. Thank you, Demi. Thank you, the first caller. I didn't get your name, but it was the first time you were calling in. Thank you very much.
I believe it was Temi.
I know what the
Okay,
act
cool.
said. I don't know if that's the name.
Okay.
Thank you. Who else was there? Kofi.
Yep.
Who else was there?
That was it.
You sure?
Yeah. Coffee, Demi, Stacey, Black Rob, Temi in the beginning. That was it.
All right, cool. Thank you, everybody, for participating.
All right. Let's get into some more headlines.
All right. So just so you're aware, this young man is an FBA. The person who's left the comment on the screen. And
Andre 420.
This is how Trump has emboldened people. Should I block him?
No. No.
Free speech, let him say what he needs to say. I'm happy for his opinion.
Lovely. I'll just type him out. I don't like that comment. Not on this pro-black platform.
Is he racist? Yes.
All right, let us jump into the next headlines. You're going to read all the headlines, man?
Yeah, might as well.
Thank you.
All right, people. So, next headline. A UN official in Gaza has warned that the rebuilding process in the devastated Palestinian territory will take an awful lot of time, despite the promised surge in humanitarian deliveries under a ceasefire and hostage release deal between Israel and Hamas. We're not just talking about food, healthcare, buildings, road infrastructure. We've got individuals, families, communities that need to be rebuilt. This is what Sam Rose, who is acting director of the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees in Gaza, said when speaking with the BBC. More than 630 aid lorries crossed into Gaza, with at least 300 going to the north after the ceasefire took effect on Sunday. Mr. Rose said that he hoped for the same number or more to enter on Monday. Next headline, and Jeremy Corbyn has been interviewed under caution by police following a pro-Palestinian rally in central London. The former Labour leader, who's 75 years old, voluntarily attended a police station in the capital on Sunday afternoon. The BBC has reported that John McDonnell, who's 73, who was a shadow chancellor under during Mr. Corbyn's leadership, also agreed to be voluntarily interviewed. The Met Police said that they witnessed a deliberate effort, including by protest organisers, to breach conditions that had been imposed on the event. This had been denied by the PSC, and who have basically accused the Met of heavy-handed tactics. Police said that the organisers had agreed the protest would be static, to prevent crowds from forming in the vicinity of a synagogue located a short distance from the BBC's headquarters near Portland Place. Next headline, and people with diabetes taking medications found in weight loss jabs have a reduced risk of 42 conditions. This is what researchers found, paving the way for such drugs being used to treat a host of health problems. The most comprehensive study of its kind showed that psychotic disorders, infections, and dementia were among conditions found to be less likely to occur when GLP-1RAs were found in the medications by Saxenda, Wegovy, and Mounjaro. The researchers compared health outcomes for people with diabetes who received usual care with those who were given drugs such as liraglutide and a couple others. While the team revealed the risk of many conditions were lower for the latter group, the risk of other conditions, including arthritic disorders, was increased. Scientists say that the benefits are not just restricted to people with diabetes, suggesting that they could also be found in other people using the jabs, such as those who take them to fight obesity. Next headline, and 32 people are to give evidence in support of The Guardian's defense of legal action that was brought against it by the actor and producer Noel Clarke. The details were set out on Monday at the High Court in London in a pre-trial review hearing before a defamation and data protection trial. This was scheduled to start at the beginning of March. Noel Clarke, for those who don't know, he's best known for his Kidulthood film trilogy, and he's suing the Guardian for libel over articles published back in 2021 and 2022 after an investigation that set out multiple claims of misconduct against him. In written submissions for the hearing on Monday, Gavin Miller, KC, representing the Guardian, described the case as the most substantial piece of libel litigation to come before the court in recent years. The submission states that the Guardian has served 34 signed witness statements, of which 32 will give evidence for the Guardian at the trial, which is expected to last 6 weeks. And our last headline, apparently a weather bomb is forecast to hit parts of the UK later this week, bringing strong winds, heavy rain and snow. The first half of the week will be benign, with cloudy weather and outbreaks of rain for much of the country before the arrival of more unsettled conditions. Gusts of up to 80 miles per hour could cause power cuts, travel disruption, and damage to buildings from Thursday. And there could also be a danger to life from flying debris. And that's it for our headlines. It's time to pay the bills. Let's get into asking for a friend.
Correction, Andre 420 is he's Canadian.
Oh yeah.
So he's an FBC. And I hope Trump annexes Canada. Asking for a friend. It's a long one.
All right, people, asking for a friend today. Yeah, it's a lot of detail to this one, so bear with me and try and absorb all the information. So this person says, they're 37, and they said, hello, lovely people. Sorry, after I wrote it, I realized how long it is. I can never call in live due to work. I just wanted to add another perspective that's not London-centered. I have just turned 37. I am a black single woman who has done well in my career. I earn about 65k, which I'm happy with, and I've worked as a clinical psychologist for the last 13 years. I am actively working to support and improve mental health outcomes in the black community, especially black families. Okay, it's been interesting listening to conversations that people have about people like me and the assumptions that are made regarding being a little older and single. I truly believe that there is a large group of women like me who have done what people say you're supposed to do in your life to get married. I'm one of them. I do believe that this is a generational thing for people around my age and a little older. From the age of 15 years old, I lived in Hertfordshire. I still live there, thereabouts. There were, and still not many black people where I live. I have always wanted children. I actually wanted a large family. I'm not a flaky person. I'm quite level-headed, geeky, and down to earth. I don't believe in buying designers, but black owned. I get my nails done. I'm curvy, 5'4", not big. I'm in the gym. I wear my hair in braids or out natural, which is quite long, mid-backish. I wear some makeup, quite light coverage, but can never do lashes. I've tried and it does not work out. But anyway, I'm just not a makeup girly. But just to provide a picture. No picture, but hopefully you guys saw the picture, right? I was not allowed to date when I was in college. I never had a boyfriend then. At uni, I went with the view that I'm going to find my husband. I did get into a relationship at uni, but when we graduated, he wanted to sow his wild oats. Moving on and growing older, I would go out every opportunity, go to events, etc., with the hope of meeting a man to have an intentional relationship with. I would always enter situations being clear that I'm not in it for anything casual. I'm not expecting a commitment and a serious relationship within the first couple of dates, but moving with intention. But I was always out. When dating apps became popular, I joined them. I spent years going on dates and spent periods of time just not wanting to talk to men due to some hurtful behaviors from them. I've never had a whole phase and don't plan to. Good on you. The last guy I went on a date with had poor hygiene and I have no idea what he was doing in life. He was age 40, by the way. The guy before that lied and hid 2 children from me. Men that I have met online, despite saying and making it clear that I don't want anything casual, have approached me and just wanted sex or were just flaky. I learned not to entertain these men. I've had guys tell me that they like talking to me and want my attention, or men at age 40, 45 say that they don't know if they want children or get married. I'm quite intentional, so I have these conversations early on. I've also had men just mess me around and actually have grown a lot over the years, done a lot of self-evaluation reflection. I have been told by the men that I have dated in the past that I'm a kind person, attractive, smart, and easy to get on with and get to know. My friends, men and women, my friend who are men are married, say that I attract some of these men because I am secure and it's something they want as they don't have it. Apparently, I also have one of those faces that is easy to talk to. When I'm out and about, people do just randomly talk to me. I've heard many life stories on trains and tube journeys from strangers. I'm not insecure. I know I'm intelligent, but also really value hearing different perspectives and ideas from people. I'm not above reproach, and I'm not a perfect person. At the end of the day, I'm confident in who God made me to be. big up you. There are slim pickings of black men where I live, and this makes it even more difficult. I work in a female-dominated industry, and it is hard to meet black men who would like to settle down. I fear I'm now jaded and tired. I don't hate men. I have a family full of amazing men and don't care for the gender wars. I think it's useless and not helpful for black people, actually quite detrimental. Despite my love and work for the black community, I fear I'm likely to venture out of dating just black men as I need to widen my scope. But who knows? I'm conscious of my age and the stereotypes that people have about people like me. I suppose I just wanted to share my experiences and thoughts about something that a lot of people who are not in this situation speak of so confidently. Now I have no choice but to climb the ladder as whose house will I live in? Yes. Now I have no choice but to climb the ladder of whose house will I live in? Whose money am I going to spend on holiday and buy food with? How can I not spoil my godson and nephews? I love them. Not sure what my dilemma is. Maybe it's just to share experiences, which is hurtful. Maybe share your thoughts and reflections. There you go. Whew. Brent, you first, man.
I am now reading it again.
Oh, gosh.
I was responding to something in the chat.
All right, you know what? TJ, what's your thoughts, man?
I feel her pain.
Yeah.
I find it hard to believe that she hasn't encountered someone that she couldn't have settled down with so far. Of course, I could be wrong. The only other thing I'll add is that my current relationship has taught me that much of what I thought that mattered before entering a relationship doesn't matter once you're in the relationship. And I think at this stage, 36, a more pragmatic view could be applied.
So what dated black in it?
I'm not talking about race. I'm talking
just filling the gap. Sorry.
So when I say pragmatic, you will spend most of the time with your partner communicating, negotiating, and there will be flaws. So find the person from the viewpoint of, I can tolerate these flaws and still negotiate and communicate, rather than trying to find like all the things that you want in the man. What can go wrong and break, but still tolerate in the relationship? That's going to be different for everybody. I had another point. It's leaving me right now. But I think a pragmatic view, and don't lead with less so to lead with emotions. That's more of a privilege when you're younger and there's not a clock time set against you. But at this point,
can I ask what you now tolerate that you didn't tolerate before? What you've had to compromise on?
I was fixated on looks highly for a long time. How beautiful is she? And how, when I walk into a room, how will others judge me based on how beautiful my girl is?
All right.
Yeah. So in a relationship, over time, I think my girlfriend's very beautiful.
She
but
is.
what I've noticed is that
No offense.
what I've noticed is that familiarity and a new shiny object will always catch the eye.
Always.
And it's a bottomless pit that you can never
100%.
overcome. And what keeps our relationship together is how we argue and resolve, how we communicate, negotiate things. And can I provide her support even when I don't necessarily feel like it? And can she provide me support so that we can maintain this thing? It's not a feeling of like, oh, look at her, she's so fine, she's so whatever. She's fine. Trust me, to me, she's very fine. But that's not what holds the relationship. There's 1,000 girls, especially in Uganda, with another nyash, right? And all of that stuff going on. And even if you get a 10 out of 10, your girl is not going to have every attribute, or your man is not going to have every attribute. You'll look to the side and see, oh, this guy's got this or that. So I'm just saying, like, I think the things that hold the relationship together are way less like heart emotion and whatnot. And it's more sort of, you know what, like she could have really turned the knife in there, but she gave me grace. And, you know, I then have the attitude to give her grace, and we progress that way. Can we apologize to each other? Can we humble ourselves to each other? These types of things. So I say that as like, this is a more pragmatic way to look at a relationship. The kind of looks, the physical, all of that stuff, like we're in a long race and looks is guaranteed to fail. Your health can fail. All these other things can fail. But like, yeah, the sort of way you negotiate with each other is kind of key in my opinion.
Can I ask how you got there, where you've now decided to fight for what is valuable to you now, where you've now given her grace and she's given you grace? Did it happen right from the
I left relationships seeking this ideal that doesn't really exist, or maybe it exists for some, I don't know, but for me, I don't think the ideal exists. I'm talking like physical, like all these things that are like, yeah, she's going to be this, she's going to be that. So I've left relationships, and then I've gone into other relationships and maybe other relationships, and I've seen that girl there was ride or die to the very bottom for me. And she showed me that. And all I had to do was reciprocate, and that would have worked. And so the next time I experienced that, I was like, this is it. I don't need to go no further. This is like, this girl here is ride or die. She's, in her mind, you know, chasing a girl that's very beautiful, that finally relents. Yeah, that finally relents and then says, all right, you know, that girl is going to view me as a compromise. And then that respect and that thing will never truly be there. And I think a relationship will be in danger the moment you do something wrong or whatever, or another, maybe a better opportunity for her comes along. But you meet someone and you're like, maybe not everything is there, here, and here, but the attitude is can do, cooperative, and they are ride or die. They're showing me they're ride or die.
Is she British?
Who?
Your girlfriend?
No, she's Ugandan.
Born there?
Yeah.
All right. Interesting.
Yeah, but I had that here, and I walked away from it also.
You had what here?
This thing,
Compliant?
this like pragmatic situation, and I kind of was like, well, I'm looking for this. I want better.
Okay.
And it doesn't exist.
So you're saying you didn't have to go to different shores to find this particular level of woman who was giving you the good. You just wasn't ready. You weren't ready.
I'd say that's not entirely the case.
I want you to basically frame it how you need me to hear it.
When I got back into the dating market, I found it to be incredibly challenging and uncomfortable.
What do you mean? I'm currently there, so I need some help.
Okay. I had several dates where it was clear they were just there for me to take them out. Okay. And I had one date that expressly told me that on the date.
That I'm just here to eat. I said yes, just for food.
At one point in the date, she showed me her Tinder thing and was just like matches out up the wazoo.
She showed you.
And she was like, you know what's funny? I just choose 2 or 3 guys a week and I get to go out for dinner. No, the first statement was, I don't do second dates. So I was like, what? She was like, no, not you. I'm taking you serious. That's what she said to me. Okay, cool. Taking you serious. And she goes, but, you know, I'm a bit naughty, you know. She shows me her Tinder and Hinge or whatever it is, and it's just like, drrrr, and she's like, I just go through each week and I just get a guy to buy me dinner 2 or 3 times a week, and they'll take me to a restaurant. Right?
Yeah.
At the end of the date, £150 in, first date. It's not.
That's like.
I'll come to the finances in a minute. £150 in. Before I got to my car and pressed the button, I got a text. I don't think we connected. Thanks very much, brother. Please delete my number.
What?
Delete my number.
So I was clearly one of those rosters. Now I'm not saying
Men
every
should not be treated like this. This is what Black Rob talks about.
I'm not saying this is every situation, but I'm saying there I saw a growing attitude where and plenty of girls I went on, I think they were there on good faith. But I just saw a challenging attitude around what the expectations are, whatever. Now let's say I had an objective to go on 1 date a week. So let's say I spend £150 to £200 a week on a date where 3 out of 4 of them are disingenuous. You do the maths. That's a mortgage payment for some people 100%. A month. So, you know, all of that. Now, saying let's just keep it a buck. I'm a red-blooded male. I've not always been. I'm not. There's no halo above my head.
Come on.
And I've been a torag. I've been, I've been a bad guy in many circumstances. Some people that only know me as a bad guy, if they were watching this, would be like, he did this, he did that. I accept.
There are different levels of bad guy. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just saying, there's a process. There's a process of. There's a process.
You don't look like a bad guy.
The process of growth. Yeah. Don't let the light skin.
This is normally light skinned people that get upset. That's what Black Rob says.
You know, there's all sorts of processes that I've gone through and still going through, have my struggles and my problems, whatever. So I just found the dating market to be incredibly challenging from a male perspective. Now, we then see all of the content online. Everyone's being influenced by this. And there is a gender thing. In my feed, there is the grandkids of Kevin Samuel content just everywhere. And you know, there's this thing of, I watched a video yesterday, the girl was saying, if you don't buy my nails, this before the date, then like, I can't. So I found it difficult to find genuine whatever. Or I could find them if perhaps attraction wasn't so high. I could find willing partners if attraction wasn't so high.
You mean that you had to compromise on looks?
I'm trying to say that.
I'm here to basically help.
No, that's not what I'm trying to say. There's a polite way of saying the more butters she is,
there you go,
the more genuine the interaction tended to be. Okay.
But you didn't want that?
No.
You wanted aesthetics? All right.
There is obviously a level of looks that you would want to be attracted to and whatnot.
But you could get both of them, though, innit? Both of them were attracted to you. You were desirable to both of them. The butters ones and the wavy ones.
And not at the same rate.
But the wavy ones were basically telling you, when you got to your car, yeah, this is over.
You know, let's give me some credit. A couple wavy ones were interesting.
Come on.
But I'm just saying, oh man.
So it was difficult. You said before you left the UK, you found
the
one.
wavier the girl is, the more options she has. 100%. And if she wants to abuse that, some may not. If they want to abuse that, the temptation will be there. Yeah. So and then a girl that likes you removes barriers.
100%.
For you to link.
What are red flags?
If she just likes you, if you know, Chris Brown walked in the room, a girl that says you have to take me to Nobu would go on a romantic walk on the canal
with Chris Brown because of how he looks. So,
you know, I started seeing that and analysing like, oh, this girl just... there was one girl I dated, bless her heart. I realised that she would buy me stuff. She would want to... Like, I'm not saying big stuff. I'll talk to her on the phone. I said, last night I didn't sleep very well.
She's thoughtful.
And then when we turn up at the date, this girl turned up with oils for sleep, like essential
on.
oils,
That's what I'm saying.
things like that.
Come on.
And that's like
That's a wife, man.
versus a girl that's got a push-up face. Like, so is this the only, like, is this where you usually take girls on your first date?
Disgusting.
Will you be, you know, like, you know, that girl just that was probably a girl I could have gone with if I was if I was able to see it in a more mature space. So now I'm in this relationship. I've settled on this. I've also another thing I think people underestimate. My mum told me this years ago.
You settled, okay.
She said, just commit. Find someone that's okay and commit. The act of committing,
Jesus Christ.
the act of committing will change
Your mindset.
You've got the blinkers and you're like, this is it. And then you've now opened the space for you to really hone in on this relationship. And that predicts success for the relationship. On top of that, your focus becomes I don't know, exclusionary. I don't know. I think I slightly missed the second point I had in my mind.
I get the gist of it.
I was like, commit. I'm going to date a girl till I think I know her enough before I cross that line of commitment. But it's like, lead with commitment. It's counterintuitive.
Okay.
Lead with commitment. Make a leap of commitment. And then, you know, and that's where you start getting into seeing the success rates of arranged marriages. Those guys are enforced commitment early. And so those guys are like, right, Mrs., we don't have a choice here. How are we going to make this work? Let's negotiate that. And I think that's an unpopular viewpoint in modernity because we think we know better. But, you know, I think the divorce rates and how people were married back in the day show that maybe throwing the baby out with the bathwater with some of those older things, you know, are viable. But if you're interested in, you know, come jam in Uganda. I'm sure we can.
If I'm interested in finding a fine,
it's not a
Ugandan
solution
woman.
for everybody.
I've heard a lot about Ugandan
and
women.
there's some criminals there as well. Crimbo women are there.
What do you mean?
Right.
What do you mean?
Women whose sole purpose is to remove you from all of your resources with no emotion.
That sucked me dry.
Yeah, that is there. Just be warned.
But as you said, that's here also, isn't it?
It's here, yeah. But I'm just saying, don't have a romantic idea that I'm just gonna land and African women carrying
Ugandan women,
bowls of water will just be like my husband. No, there's criminals there, fully ready.
Did you get sucked over there?
No, not by a woman. No.
You just heard stories. Wait, you got sucked by a man?
Hey, please.
No,
That's enough.
pause.
Wait.
I've been
Is that death
scammed.
penalty?
I've been scammed multiple occasions.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so I don't know what the meaning.
That's
of
just
sucked
business
is.
related, isn't it?
Yeah, business, whatever. So, yeah, no,
countries.
yeah, I haven't had. But I, you know, I feel for that lady because I think as a man, I've had multiple chances to bite at the cherry, and I don't have the time constraint of pregnancy to allow me maybe this, you know, this time around could be like a 3-point shot. You know, it's not a layup, it's a 3-point shot.
I like the analogy.
For her, she might be on a half court buzzer beater. You know, and it's just, she's clearly thinking about it a lot and she's clearly in distress. And all the stuff I'm laying on the table about my experience, the chances are that she can say she's had waste man do the same kind of whatever nonsense to her. So she did a good job of closing off all of my Kevin Samuels points.
Serious.
So yeah, she was like, you know, I'm this,
that,
I did it. I don't just want to like, you know, make judgment. But I said at the beginning, the chances are she probably encountered someone that she could have made a relationship with.
Yeah. So you're officially, technically a passport bro.
The funny thing about labels is that
I know there's a negative connotation attached to it.
Everyone will tell me what I am. It depends on your definition. If you're talking about just traversing the globe
Now, you found love on the continent.
to bang girls, maybe that was someone in a past life.
Wink, wink.
Maybe that was someone in a past life. That kind of thing. I've participated in that kind of behavior.
Evolved out to that now.
Yeah, but at a certain point, I want a family and I want marriage and I want all of those things.
Yeah.
And I'm not the same man I was 5 years ago. I'm not, whatever.
Yeah.
So, and I'm still not perfect.
Yeah.
But I want a relationship.
Yeah.
So, and I want to get married and I want to have kids.
Yeah. I love the fact that in the beginning of this conversation, you basically said that you've reached a point with her where you all could like be upset with each other, but still look to help each other, knowing full well that, this is temporary.
It's not measured, the success of the relationship is not measured by when it's all great. It's when you're fuming at her and you can, there's a difference between saying, you're I'm struggling to see the example, but you're a loser. Imagine you say that in an argument. You're a loser versus right now you're losing. That you're a loser goes in the heart. Like might remember that she thinks I'm a loser. It's final. It's definite, right? And there's relationships where you have those types of flare-ups and those types of things. But then you find a relationship where she might be like, I'm really upset right now.
Yeah.
I don't want to tee off on you.
Yeah.
So just give me 10 minutes. I'm just going to chill, come back. The major thing I noticed with my current girl is that she apologizes, sometimes unprovoked. She'll say, I think I did this thing. I think it upset you. I just want to say I'm sorry if I did.
That didn't happen.
Why have you said that like it's not normal for women to do that?
But damn
because a lot.
Wait, I'm curious.
There's been times when I've been in.
Frame that it sounds as though that's not your regular experience.
This guy is trying to get me in trouble.
Listen to him, man.
I've had plenty of girls that apologize. I just really noticed it with her.
Yeah.
But I've been in situations where I've spoken to girls. I'm in a relationship with a girl, and there'll be something that like is bang to rights. Blood on the hand. Gun. On possession, and it was like this in the headlights, and they're like, but I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for the way that you. It's like that's not the argument right now.
It's disarming, isn't it?
It's what?
It's disarming, isn't it?
Well, it's gaslighting, isn't it?
No. When she apologizes, it's disarming.
Yeah, it makes me want to make sure I'm apologizing when I need to.
Of course. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna cry.
Like, was I being too harsh? Was I being too harsh? Let me just make sure that, you know what I mean? It's true. Things get reciprocated that you're not even ready to reciprocate for. Like, man.
You know what Kevin said in the chat? Kevin said she's a born miracle.
But the thing is, on the flip side,
oh man.
On the flip side, do you apologize?
Yeah.
And do you wait for her to basically beg for it?
No, not always.
So you volunteered?
Yeah, I volunteer it. Yeah. I can get moody and frustrated and stuff, and then maybe 10 minutes later your conscience will tell you, you were harsh on her.
Yeah. 10 minutes,
Yeah, or whatever it might be.
That's right.
Yeah.
Not in the moment.
Huh?
You can't do it in the moment.
Yeah, in the moment you're not rational.
Got a miss of
you're frustrated or angry or whatever.
Yeah.
It's when I think your conscience starts telling you.
Yeah.
You see her walking by and she's crestfallen.
Oh, crestfallen.
Or whatever, and you're like, I was too harsh on you, sorry if I did that. But I probably think the ratio of apology is higher for her to me than me to her. But I'm learning that from her even.
Oh.
I'm even learning that from her.
Yeah.
Like Black Rob said, you've got to keep her, man. You've got to keep her.
Does she apologize in the moment?
She can apologize very quickly, yeah. Like, yeah. I don't know what you mean in the moment.
Well, the same question I asked you. You said 10 minutes afterwards. And you said in the moment, you're frustrated. You have to see a crestfallen first.
No, I don't have to see a crestfallen.
No.
I think your
focus on the
conscious
question.
tells
Wait. That's what I meant. I just responded to you saying what you mean. So does she apologize in the moment?
Yeah, I think sometimes. Yeah.
But you said it was quick.
Quick.
As to say, that's what she thinks you need to hear.
That's what she thinks I need to hear.
Is
Sorry.
that why you said quick?
No, I mean quick like she's perpetrated X and then immediately says sorry.
Rightfully
Like,
so.
no, I went too far, I'm sorry.
Rightfully so.
Right. That's what I mean, quick.
Good, man.
That's legit, right? That's how it should be.
But remember, this is based off of somebody writing the dilemma in it. How can we advise?
Oh, 100%. We're basically
I
showcasing.
gave bars at the beginning on that.
Yeah, that's true.
It divulged.
Remember, he was in the streets, right? And he came to the light. So there are going to be other men. She just has to basically, keep on keeping on,
Okay.
Keep on keeping on.
Analyze the factors that you think matter in your selection process. A lot of those factors don't matter once you get in a relationship. Go and ask someone who's married, what are the factors that matter? And then try and change your analysis. Maybe your analysis maps perfectly. But if it doesn't map, then, like I said, someone that you can still maintain with in the hardest moments, in the darkest moments, or and think about a relationship as someone you're continuously negotiating with. You're always negotiating with someone. You don't want to negotiate with an asshole. That's an Adonis. You'll just lose attraction for that person. That's obviously an extreme point, but it's not about like I love him, look at like whatever. It's those things that are day in, day out in a relationship. So these are things that I think this current relationship I'm in has kind of shown me.
Beautiful. Did you find her on Tinder?
No.
How did you meet?
So we did actually speak online. I traveled to Uganda. I don't know, I'm getting all of this wrong. I went to South Africa.
Oh, you went South Africa first? Yeah. So you travel a little bit first.
Yeah,
my countries. Use your passport well.
Maybe we just tell the story.
Fit.
Okay. Are we going into any other dilemmas?
No, this is the only one. This is the only one that matters.
So maybe I'll just tell who I am.
100%.
Okay. So I'm mixed, Nigerian and British.
Yeah.
My mum is white. My dad is black. He's Yoruba.
Big up.
So your mum was the person that gave you that fantastic advice?
Yes.
All right.
I grew up the first 5 years in Lagos. And that was the last of an almost 20-year period where my parents lived together in Lagos.
Okay.
So my mum married my dad. She actually speaks fluent Yoruba.
Come on.
She
is from Yoruba land.
And they're still together now.
Come on.
She cooks all of the food learnt from my grandma. She's also very middle class and very British. So she spent almost 20 years in Lagos
duality.
And Nigeria. Yeah, I'm mixed, and I don't know how to divide it. I'm mixed.
No.
You know what I mean?
Your mum. She's Yoruba and she's also British.
She's a white Brit that learned Yoruba.
She's Yoruba, yeah.
Okay. This guy. All right. So, I've grown up in a mixed home, but we kind of have a colorblind situation.
Come on, you don't see color.
I also have a full white sister that's not from my dad.
Come on.
She also lived with us in Nigeria, went to school in Nigeria.
She too can basically cook and speak Yoruba?
No, she can't speak Yoruba. She never learnt. My mum is the only one that learnt. I think one of my sisters learnt because she was in boarding school. But they never really spoke to us in Yoruba.
Yeah.
And school and everything out there was English.
Yeah.
So, then came to the UK, grew up in the UK. And in the UK, my experience, I think, is perceived as black in general. Like when you're getting arrested, you're an IC3 male. So, but in Nigeria, I'm not perceived as black, or in Africa generally, depending on where you go, I'm not perceived as black. Anyway, I took it upon myself. during COVID, I was working remotely, and I wasn't supposed to travel, but I traveled working remotely, and I'd saved up money, and I had in the back of my mind I want to find a wife,
On the
and I
continent.
was also frustrated with some of the relationship situations I was having, the dating and whatnot.
Yeah.
And Africa, you can have a similar time zone. Otherwise, you might have found me in Medellin or somewhere like that.
Is that right?
Yeah, I thought about it.
That's
But I went to South Africa.
where Black Lad Travel goes.
I went to South Africa. I've been to Cape Town before. Cape Town is a beautiful place. But I immediately realized that this will be a trip more for fun.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't encountering women that had the kinds of values there, and I was quite disappointed in that. Let's just say it seemed like many girls I was talking to were baby mums. It seemed like many girls I was talking to were on the wave that I'm leaving in the UK or maybe in America. They're on this going to the club, social media hype kind of thing. I'm sure there's plenty of beautiful, wonderful girls out there. I didn't meet them. So,
but the baby mums could still be wonderful, but that's not what you're looking for. You weren't looking for somebody who had children.
It's just interesting when you talk to a girl or a woman in a nightclub, and she's there partying, and she has the same story as 5 other women you've spoken to.
Yeah.
The child is with the grandma in a province, and I'm here. And it's not just that. You can start to get a thing of the mentality of someone when you speak to them.
Yeah.
So it's nothing to do with them being baby mums, is it? It's just the mentality that individual. Don't let Brent derail you.
I think
No.
I
like
would
the
say
picture that you're basically painting. I just want complete color. I don't want the binary stuff.
yeah. I actually think there's too much harshness on men that choose baby mums.
120%.
I've dated a baby mum before.
120%.
And there are many boys and girls that would benefit
From a father
from a
in the
loving
house.
father in the home.
Yep.
And so the duality of that is that it is still a man's choice to decide if he wants to get involved in that.
Fair.
So I'm already carrying myself from UK to South Africa.
Yeah.
I'm already meeting, I'm already doing a lot, and the chances of the relationship will work is already going to be strained.
Yeah.
Let me find someone that doesn't have
children.
complications.
Yeah.
Eh?
Yeah, you call it complications.
Okay.
This guy.
No, I understand.
Additional
I understand you.
wahala, right? So, I just didn't really find that. It might have not just been baby mums, just the attitude, the general thing, a lot of girls trying to finesse and this and that and whatever.
Yeah.
So, okay, where else can I go? My friend had told me about Uganda. And then I started...
Is he also a passport bro or is he not?
No, he just went there for a wedding.
Okay.
And I had the inclination that some of the women in Uganda were rather fetching. Because I'm still looking for something physical.
Yes.
Right? And there's a lot of, the structure of the body in Africa can be strong sometimes. So I was thinking about all of these things. Anyway, we started talking online. I don't know. Started talking online anyway. I was like, I'm going to come to Uganda.
Yeah.
I came to Uganda, I met her. And then I was just impressed by her. She's from the village, moved herself to the city, started a business. She had 2 employees. She's not making UK money, but she's showing that she has aptitude and all of this. She's organized, she's on time. And then she was just a can-do attitude type of person. I caught typhoid. For 2 weeks, I was laid up, I was finished. And this person's just...
She cared for you.
Yeah.
Caring for me, concerned, everything. And...
it's innate characteristics of a black woman.
Yeah, so it was just she made it very easy from our relationship to to blossom.
Yeah.
And then I did a test. I gave her money
Wait a minute.
that I was ready to lose.
Wait, you tested her?
Yeah.
Talk to me.
So I gave her.
And at this point, obviously, you're dating with intent. You have to make sure that this isn't her being kind and whatnot.
I'm looking for red flags. Because I'm making a big risk, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So I gave her like about £200, which for her was significant money.
There's still a lot here, man.
Yeah. But I was willing to lose it. I said, this is gone. This money's gone. And she invested it. She multiplied the money.
Come on.
That's what I'm saying.
Come on.
And was like, so I've got this. What do I do with it now? What do you want? You know? And it was just things like this along the way that made me more whatever.
Question. Did she ask for the money?
You know, she's entrepreneurial.
Yes.
And we were talking about business all the time.
Yes.
How can I get more sales? What do you think?
Yes.
From your perspective, coming to Africa, what do you think?
Yes.
So I would say, well, have you tried marketing like this? You know what? I don't know computer stuff very well.
Yeah.
How can I So a lot of our conversation was just about business.
Yes.
We connected over that. So, you know, that led to,
So that wasn't a test.
one of the things I see in Uganda is that there's talented, hardworking people that don't necessarily know how to address a bigger opportunity.
Yeah.
So they're surviving or doing well in some mode, in some place.
Yep.
But they haven't. If they applied it to a bigger opportunity, which takes risk and fear and all of that. They would profit more.
Yep.
So I was like, you're selling, one of the things she sold was shoes. So I was like, you're selling retail.
Yep.
What are the wholesale guys doing? You know, you got multiple whatever. So then she started a wholesale business and I gave her the seed to start that. And that's when the name Subi started.
100%. I'm still confused where the test is in that though.
Because if she'd run off with the money, it's over.
Okay.
I wanted to see if she would be like, you know, I've got him. I've got the money. It's a significant amount of money for her.
Yeah.
You know, I have encountered girls where you do some little thing and they show you that they're just there just to take what they can.
Yeah, you did say about the girl when they got to the car after the £150 was spent.
Yeah, I think you need to be on your P's and Q's even more in that regard in Africa.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, you know, people are in survival mode.
Yes.
You know, so so once I was confident that.
So she flipped it. She brought back and said, "Hey, this is what I did with the money you gave me."
Yeah, we talked about what she could do, and she did it, and she was faithful with it, and you know, and then that's how the relationship started growing and blossoming. And then I spent I think I spent 6 months there.
You'd already had sex, right? Sorry, you'd already slept with her.
Early doors.
As in before you gave her the money.
No.
Whoa.
Dating with intention.
I love that.
You know what I'm saying?
Listen, man, I'm not the disciplined guy that you lot are painting in this moment.
No. What is that?
Just like...
I believe you. I actually
I'm trying to be
you.
fair and
No, I
balanced.
believe you. I just wanted to know if it is that before you gave the money over, had you already consummated your bond?
No, we hadn't.
Okay. But she just looked after you and whatnot, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
And anyway, those things would have...
She also bathed you and stuff, right?
No, she didn't bathe me.
So you were really down
Just
with typhoid, too tough?
She thought... I was feeling... First of all, I got my typhoid jab. I saw you lot talking about things. I got my typhoid jab. I got my yellow fever. And then, like, I went to the thing. You have to get yellow fever to enter Uganda.
Yeah.
So I went to the place and I was like, hi, I want to get yellow fever. I'm traveling to Uganda. The guy started scaring my life. So, are you planning to breathe in Africa? If you are, here are drugs. So, you know, I don't know what I took. I took about £350 worth of vaccinations. Wow. One of which was typhoid. So, I'm feeling ill. And I'm not thinking it can be any... I've had my jabs and everything. I'm just thinking I'm feeling a little bit weak. And she was like, no, you're sick. Something's wrong with you. Something's wrong with you. She then forced me to go to the
Clinic.
to like a local hospital, and they did a blood test, and they were like, "You got typhoid," and it felt like I was on Maury Povich saying the child is mine. I was like, I've had the jab. I've had the jab. Why have I got this? What you need to know about those
That's what
vaccines?
people with COVID jabs said.
What you need to know about the vaccines is that
Sorry.
the doctor said you would be totally finished if you didn't have the jab. You're maintaining right now because you had the jab.
Yeah.
So be happy you had the jab, because right now you'd be finished.
Yeah.
You know, that thing is out both ends.
Yeah.
That thing is headache, mad. It's a lot. 2 weeks.
Wow.
You know, energy drained, and they're still asking for rent and all those. You know what I mean? Like nothing stops. So anyway, she pushed me to go there. We found out, and then I was like, oh, okay, you know, help me get my medication, whatever. And then she was basically like, you just need to rest here. Anything that needs to be done, I'll handle it. So she was going off doing whatever, handling things, meeting whoever needed to be whatever I was on. So this is a faithful and viable thing. So then, you know, I'm basically like, this is me.
Yeah.
I'm cool. This is me. How do I pull this off? I need to be economically viable in another place.
Yeah.
You know, the chances of her coming, it's much easier for me to go than her to come, et cetera, et cetera. So you start going through the process step by step. And then that is what's led to the last 2 years. It's been the absolute challenge of my life. It's been incredibly difficult. You know, I had a substantial amount of savings saved. I basically spent most of my savings to survive and to move forward. Every mistake you make is a costly one. And you don't know what you're going to make mistakes on. And I'm doing business.
Yeah.
Guys are taking me for rides and all sorts, because you're not, you know, let's just say, you're mostly here. How much of Nigeria were you?
Last time I went to Nigeria was, maybe 5 years ago. It's been a while.
Okay. You are equipped to be aware of the kinds of dangers and situations that might occur in Africa in terms of safety. You're not just totally no idea, right? And so I feel like I was like that as well. My mum would be like, watch out for this, watch out for that, watch out for that. This is a 20-year person as a white person in Uganda. What it doesn't do is deal with the emotions in the moment when guys are trying to have it over on you, when you're encountering problems, and you will encounter difficulty and problems. Your culture, everything about the things that the things that you think are status quo here, that you think are solid, some of those things might be shaken when you get there, because that's just not the expectation. That's just not how things are run there. And it's no amount of preparedness that I think the average person, unless they've really got a network and they're really embedded, and then maybe their family's there and they speak the language, it's going to be so hard. You know, I started an agency in that period, an SEO agency. And I started a YouTube channel. And now those two things, I started an agency with a friend of mine, and those two things allow me to work completely remotely.
Amazing. What's the SEO agency?
Search engine optimization.
Oh, okay.
Right, so where you rank in Google, where you rank in search engines.
Yeah.
Now even where you rank in AI results.
Okay.
Right, so if you're a business that needs to get custom,
Yeah.
and I'm in a very specific niche of that. And so I found a little lane. Me and my partner, we're there, and we're in year 2, and we're moving forward with that. And then there's YouTube, and then, you know, combine all that with my savings. You know, now now it's time for growth. I've had the valley, the dip, the difficulty. I'm sure there's difficulty to come. So then Uganda, another thing that is, there is a duality. It's difficult, horrible, hard, beautiful, disgusting. All of those things can exist, right? I caught typhoid because whoever brought me food didn't clean that food, and I later saw where that food came from, and I wouldn't step foot in that place if I'd seen. It was It was like a delivery service. But have you ever been in the countryside and feel like you're in the celestial plane with T'Challa because the stars are awe-inspiring?
Beautiful, right? That's how Uganda is.
It can be. If you go, my girl takes me to the village, and you go and sit there, and there's her little brothers are climbing a mango tree, and this one's bringing coffee that they've grown themselves. And bro, I'm telling you, bro, like, it's just rearranged all sorts of things in my mind. Like, I don't need any designer clothes. I might partake in designer clothes, but when you see that people are fulfilled without any of the stuff that I think is necessary to survive here, you know, I had an idea that her family was poor. Her family just don't calculate money the way they calculate wealth in land owned. So every extra finance they make at the end of the year goes into buying land.
Jeez, yep.
How many of us own 200 acres?
Yeah.
There's a lot of land and a lot of produce. The economics of land over there, you know, my girl had saved, all the land she owns is inherited. They have a system of inheritance in her family, in her group. She'd been saving, and she saved £1,200 about, and someone wanted to sell a piece of land, and she was like, I'm going to buy my first own piece of land. This, I document it on my channel when she bought the land. That land annually earns 4 times the cost of the land in year one.
Imagine.
There's no investment I can think of in the UK where you can put in 1 and get 4 back. And it's not as simple as that, because you couldn't go. You need to be plugged into the network of the community. You can't just go and get land and whatnot. She's a daughter of that place. Also, they wouldn't sell to you as a stranger because you're the term for Oyimbo there is Muzungu.
Muzungu.
Yeah, so I'm a Muzungu there.
Yeah.
Right, so and sometimes that just means foreigner, and sometimes that means white. They actually say I am white, and would not even believe that my dad is black or African, right? So, you know, that will be a situation unique to me, maybe. But so I'm watching all of this, and I'm just like, there's other ways to live life. There's other ways to look at things. I thought democracy was the only way. And then I don't know, but I wonder if a benevolent king is just as good. I don't know. But there are leaders in Africa that take everything at the expense of the people.
Yep.
But there's some that do some stuff for the people, or can do stuff for the people, that have been in power, and it's not a democracy, or it's a de facto not a democracy. May seem like a democracy on the outside, but they never lose an election or something like that. And I would previously have defaulted to that is bad, he's a dictator, he's a whatever. Some of my opinions on that have been challenged because I've gone there and I'm just observing how things work. Are the people here angry? Are they upset? Is there upward mobility? It's not always there. It's not always there. I'm just saying things have been challenged based on me moving there and seeing. Might be other things as well. You know, this is just an example.
Yeah.
So it's and at the same time, every day someone trying to get money out of me, scam me, take from me. At the same time, there's many that, like I said, people are in a struggle situation, and this is why I wanted to get onto Pan-Africanism, because people in that situation they're not even concerned with thinking about Pan-Africanism. And I've seen so much division. And I was expecting to go there and being like, Africa, you know, motherland, we're all together. But bro, just remove that. I don't know where that exists. you might find an individual or a small group here or there or someone, but on the most hand, people are at each other's necks. Think about it like this. Most people in Uganda probably never left Uganda, and their entire concerns are based on the intertribal relationships. My girl asked me what the N-word means. She didn't understand. Why did they say this? What is this word? Why? What is it? What does it mean? I hear it. So she doesn't even have a whole picture of what's going on for us, diaspora out there, figuring out whatever. You know, so they're not thinking about the unity of Africa, or whatever. They're concerned with their part, and perhaps they don't even have the opportunity to expand and broaden their vision. They're surviving, and they're dealing with what's in front of them directly. So the other thing I wanted to ask you, E-Man, is what is Pan-Africanism?
I see it as a mindset, also a movement, physically in a tangible way, to unite Africa. I like to say Black Africa under a particular banner, and basically just do everything in our interests for the overall betterment of the people of Africa.
Okay.
That's basically how I see it.
So you said you like to say Black Africa.
Yeah.
Is Gaddafi black?
No, he's an Arab.
Okay. What if his actions are for the betterment of Africa?
Fantastic.
Would he be part of that group?
Well, many people do. Well, many people call him a Pan-African anyway. You know what I'm saying? They see him as a Pan-African. And I support Gaddafi in some ways. I've also seen some certain things where I've thought, okay, I've questioned how you view Africans, Black Africans. You know what I'm saying? And this is why on the show, I've had a lot of criticism for North Africa. You know what I'm saying? Because I believe that the Arab populations, and I'm definitely generalizing there, but the Arab populations definitely have certain things in place where they look down on us as Black Africans. There's a difference between us and them.
Now this could get dangerous. Could you define what black is?
See, we've had this conversation on the show
physically.
many times. Physically. My own definition, or what I believe the world subscribes to.
Your definition.
See, I might go with Maulana Karenga and Khaled Abdul Muhammad's definition, which is a combination of color, culture, consciousness, also adding in commitment, right? And I believe people like us, basically, who have densely melanated, right, who are descendants of the African continent, are Black people. Okay.
I was trying to push you to say physically.
Okay.
Because I think it's way harder than... when I ask myself the question, what is a black person, I found it difficult to make clear lines.
Yes.
If we say it's melanated, then there's people in Asia that have dark skin. If we say it's Afro hair, there's people in Africa that don't have Afro hair. If we say it's a broad nose, there's people in Africa that don't have a broad nose. In fact, I heard Neil deGrasse Tyson say the greatest genetic diversity exists within Africa. Next to us in Uganda, you've got the Dinka, the guys that are mad
7
guy
8 foot tall.
And then there's guys that their whole tribe is average 5'2". Right next to each other. So trying to draw that line around black, I think can be difficult. And so we're divided in some of those ways.
100%.
And people subscribe to certain things for themselves in a divided way sometimes based off that. And then we're culturally divided. We spoke to this African-American lady. She has a perspective on black, what that means culturally. A British person will have that. And I've just told you that people say I'm white in Uganda. They say I'm colored in South Africa. You know, they have a perspective on what that means. And then we're divided by tribe. We're divided by religion. We've got Israelites and we've got Muslim and Christian. And then you've got those that were torn from their history that are trying to fill that gap, or may or may not be. Some of them will just say, I'm American, that's my culture. Some are searching. Many of the African Americans I'm friends with are trying to reconnect with their roots in Africa. and many of them are FBA as well, and they see a clear delineation. Although they're in Uganda, they're a clear like, no, these guys don't like us, we don't like them. That's just the way it is. You know, but I'm here and I'm getting on with it, and I have my individuals that I'm friends with.
Yeah.
But you know, Africans don't welcome us. Africans don't like us, so we don't like them. And so I find it. I don't know where the unity can
come from.
Actually exist.
Yeah, it's a tough one, man. And again, I've said in the show many times that blackness or being black is fake, because anybody can be black nowadays. And I find it kind of funny that you can always kind of tell what a white person is, but you can't tell what a black person is. You know what I'm saying? And it varies all over the damn place, right? And this is why predominantly I subscribe first and foremost to being a Yoruba person, and then secondly African. But in a particular context, if I know who I'm talking to and I understand the mindset, I will be happy to call myself black. You know what I'm saying? Because I understand it's about language. We have to have some sort of lingua franca here so that we can all communicate and, you know what I mean, like relay certain information to each other. So I definitely get what you're saying there. But I think this is why I kind of went to that other definition, so that we can kind of put into the equation some level of consciousness. Because without that, I don't think people will care or have any sort of take the time to divert some resources, be it time, effort, money, whatever it is, to the overall betterment of people that look like us. Because the reality is, whether we define ourselves as black or not, whether we call ourselves Moors or not, whether we call ourselves whatever it is, Hebrews or whatever it may be, there's going to be people on the outside of us who see us the same and treat us the same.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what I think the issue is. We need to understand that in some capacity, we need to have an overarching banner that can unite us all. Very easy, it's easy to say, but very hard to implement. Because like you rightly said, and this is why it's so important, I think, for all black people to go back home, as in go to Africa. Because you'll see exactly what you just said, where people back home are not concerned with being black. They don't call themselves black.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't call themselves these things. They subscribe to being their tribes. And that's how they see the world. You know what I'm saying? So
white people are just on the TV over there.
Yeah, that's it. You know? That's a good and a bad thing, though, because sometimes we don't understand the external forces which keep us fighting. That's active.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So I like to think of things, and I don't know if this would be called Pan-Africanism, but let's just paint a picture of the greatness of Africa's potential. So I'm talking about sweet infrastructure, whether that be high-speed trains, whether that be the roads are clean, everything is paved well, things are lit at night, constant power, constant water, you know, high-speed internet. I would love to see that, you know, that kind of thing. And then so many people are surviving, struggling, just trying to make it to tomorrow. You know, those kind of guys, I would love to see them be more self-actualized, be able to interact on a, you know, like, you've got to overcome so much because the infrastructure is poor. Like, if you have a great business that might be global and you're born and raised in Uganda, you won't have necessarily access to the global market.
Yeah.
This is something I found. It would cost me, I had a shoe, we still have a shoe business in Uganda. It would cost me anywhere from 60 to 150 pounds to ship you the shoe. And the shoe costs 30 pounds or 20 pounds. So I'm excluded from a global market. Whereas in the UK, I could ship anywhere for cheap, and you can maybe even get it, you know, within 5 days anywhere on the planet or something like that. Banking, you'll be excluded from banking. So I see if there was an opportunity for those things to all be lifted, that's the way I see the betterment of Africa. Like, that's the mind that I have for Africa. Now, would it be bad of me if I negotiated that situation with the help of white people?
I think it would depend on the terms, personally.
I like that.
I think it depends on the terms. I would believe, the best approach, or at least the first approach, should be to try and do it with your own.
Okay.
I'm always going to be first, do for self, economic self-reliance, Marcus Garvey, Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That's my philosophy, first and foremost. But I do believe with the right terms,
Yes.
you can also still be do for self, as long as you're in a position of power, or at least there's some mutual gain there, and you're not the person who's going to be, you know what I mean, like trodden over.
I totally agree. So right now,
Yeah,
the negotiation between Africa and the rest of the world is a lopsided deal.
it is.
Now, many people, again, trigger warning, maybe start getting in trouble, will say that's white people's fault.
Okay.
Colonialism,
Yep.
slavery, whatever you could say, all the things you say, cool. What I believe in is that if Africans were excellent, robust, on time, what's the word for honesty in business? You know,
Genuine integrity.
integrity,
Yeah.
and willing to benefit themselves as long as it's not at the cost of their neighbor. I think those people would have to, anyone outside China, whoever's coming to Africa, would have to negotiate based on our excellence, and we would have more leverage in that conversation. And maybe there are these outside influences that want to come and disrupt. That's their job.
Yep.
That's what they want. That's their job to do, to enhance themselves and get the best deal for themselves. But when you are excellent, when you are on point, they have to come to the table because you're bringing leverage to the situation. And so, you know, the resources in Congo are just being raped and extracted. And that process of rape and extraction at the ground level is included. Black people participate in that process at the expense of their own. And so I see blood on hands. I see blood on hands in Africa in many areas. And that also disheartens me around the possibility that Africa could really get its act together.
I hear what you're saying, and I agree. And
Translate that before you respond. What is he saying?
I believe basically saying that in one sentence, Africans have to take responsibility for their own actions also. That's basically what I'm hearing.
Okay.
That it's not just white people that are responsible for why we're in the situation that we're in.
Yep.
That's basically what I hear.
Would you agree that that's what you're saying?
Yes. And I think it's actually a stronger lever to pull in the direction of where we want to go. Because pointing at the oppressor, they have no obligation to change based off us pointing at them.
Okay.
But we have the ability to change ourselves. It's easier for us to change ourselves than to change them. And sometimes what I think is that the moral high ground and pointing of the oppressor allows them to not push themselves to excellence.
Victimhood.
Yes. And so I think make yourself as robust as possible, then they are forced to come correct to the negotiating table. And then we can exchange, okay, you need this cobalt, you need this whatever. These are our terms.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're seeing with this Traore guy.
Yep.
I hope.
Yeah. Big up Traore.
And, you know, I think that is a potential model for what's going on out there. And it's like, we don't need to call them out. We just be excellent. And then they'll have to come like, can we get some of that resource? It's like, yeah, this is the price. This is the thing.
Yeah.
No, you can't corrupt us.
Yeah.
So we give it to you on the cheap.
Agreed.
We have our checks and balances for the betterment of our people.
Yeah. I totally agree with you. But at the same time, I have to push back and say, but what about the times in history where our leaders have come together and said, you know what, we're going to do exactly that. And they've been picked off, they've been targeted. by the oppressors and killed.
It's a dangerous game, isn't it?
It is. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not trying to justify, because I criticize our corrupt leaders all the time. But it is, I think, a reason why some people don't overstep. It's the same reason why you hear certain people go on podcasts and say certain things, but only up to a certain point. It's the reason why certain people don't talk about certain communities. There's a reason why certain things don't occur, because people are mindful of this oppressor out there that can actually change their reality, their economic reality, just like this.
You're absolutely right, and that is actually the correct pushback, I think. So should we not bother?
No, we have to. But at the same time, we have to, I think in some areas, give grace. Some, right? But at the same time, understand who we have as leaders. And I think we have to also recognize how much power we have as people outside of our governments. So I say that just to say, for example, we've seen it again. I'm glad you mentioned Traoré. For those who don't know, Traoré is the military president, took over the coup of Burkina Faso. And he's pretty much subscribes to the tenets and the ideology of Thomas Sankara. He wants the country to be debt-free. He doesn't want to subscribe to the old governments and how they did things, where they're just basically the butt of the West.
And the release of just raw materials rather than processing it and maximizing for them.
And he's already changed things in such a short time. Yeah. So this, I think, speaks exactly what you're saying, that we can do it, right? But at the same time, I don't think...
Several attempts on his life already.
There you go. Thank you. There you go. If he was not a strong man that said to himself, okay, I'm cool. Not necessarily cool, but I understand that this could cost my life, then we wouldn't have what we have. You know what I'm saying? And so are we wrong, or are we sometimes putting too much blame on certain people who say, you know, I value my life. I don't want my kids to go out without a father. I don't want my wife to be a widow. You know what I'm saying? This is the reason why I'm kind of doing the best I can do for the country, but not all I can do.
Well, this is where unity comes into play, in my opinion. It's much harder when, like, whilst ECOWAS and this new federation are beefing, you know, this group, you know what I'm talking about? It seems there's tension between ECOWAS and this new group Traoré's with this, who are they? Burkina Faso, Chad,
and Niger.
And Mali, maybe.
Yeah, Mali, yeah. But also, I think, it's basically what you said,
so
the three.
While that tension is happening, that's an opportunity for people to get in between us.
Yeah.
And so this is where unity comes in, and just by default, if we can do that, an added level of security starts to grow.
Yeah. But it's still 3 against all of ECOWAS. ECOWAS, for those who don't know, is basically the economic unity of West African countries. There's a group basically where all of them come together. And
it's like Schengen zone or something like that. Or, like, you know.
You know what I mean? So, basically, they've pulled out of ECOWAS. They don't want to be part of ECOWAS. If it is that ECOWAS are trying to, because ECOWAS was trying to put pressure on them to basically remove military rule and bring it back to civilian rule. Yeah. They said, no, we're doing our own thing. This is the countries that Tia just mentioned, Mali, Burkina Faso, and you sure it's not Niger, or is it Chad?
It's Niger, I think.
Niger,
you're right,
okay. Those 3. But yeah, sorry.
So there's also another way we can fight, I believe. But unfortunately, it's not glamorous and sexy.
Okay.
Self-responsibility.
Okay.
How can we... I'm just a person that sells tomatoes in the market.
Yeah.
But can I do it excellently as possible? Because what I found is there is a epidemic of good enough in Africa when I've gone there.
Yeah.
Give you an example. I had a sofa made. The guy comes to measure the space where the sofa is gonna go, and there's a door, like on the wall, there's a door, so it's supposed to go up to the door.
Yeah.
When he comes with the sofa, it goes into the space of the door.
Yeah.
Like halfway. He came and measured.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what's going on here? This whatever. If you don't like it, then you just you've paid you have to pay up front. He's got leverage on me. So it's like, this is what I can do.
Yeah.
I've got 1,000 stories like that.
Yeah.
1,000. There is no... So at the individual, it begats... excellence begats excellence.
Yeah, agreed.
And coming from the West, you don't know how much excellence you actually are rolling with. Because when you go there and you're like, what do you mean I can't do this? This is Africa, my friend.
Yeah.
You're here, you're whatever. And so those of us that go to Africa must maintain.
Yeah.
I try to be on time. Sometimes it means I have to wait hours. I've made a video about this. It's funny because, you know, people laugh at me for being on time. And it's a little corner of a battle that I'm making against Africa, and I will lose terribly probably for the rest of my life. People will just not meet me on time. But maybe one person sees that and then it rubs off on them. And in that little part of their life, they can. And I think that's actually how you affect change. You don't affect change necessarily by telling someone to be excellent. You show excellence and they follow.
Yeah.
So if there's anyone on the continent or anyone in the diaspora that wants to be able to make a step right now, I think that's one way. Years ago, I used to throw litter on the floor because I'm a bad man, innit? Throw litter on the floor. And then I realized that that is a representation of all blacks in the UK. This is what blacks do. They throw litter on the floor. And I stopped that day ever throwing litter on the floor again. That is a mini battle won. And it's sometimes it's tiny mini battles across multiple stuff.
But what brought you to that realization at that point?
I just saw a white person looking at me. And my badness, I mean, I wasn't even bad. Who did I think, what am I doing? It's my neighborhood. I'm littering the place. You come to a realization.
You mentioned doing things well and starting small, right?
Start where you can, yeah.
100%. And this segues nicely to Krypton Conan looking to open up a wholesale shop called Safeways. Have you seen it yet?
No.
Well, I'll give some more information.
Please.
So basically, there was a lot of talk about this over the weekend, I believe. Krypton Conan, they've come out with this new supermarket business called Safeways, right? And Conan basically, we like to get involved in businesses that solve problems and give back to the community. So the whole idea behind this is basically having something that benefits the community, particularly blacks, Asians, and ethnic minorities, right? So they say that Safeways is Britain's first large-scale supermarket housed in a 15,000 square foot venue to meet the needs of blacks, Asians, and ethnic communities, right? That's what it's basically about. Now, they were on the forefront of this particular poster or pictures, basically on people's websites and people's posts on Instagram. So they're there, and there's an Asian man in the middle or with them, whatever, right? And the impression was, okay, these guys own the company, right?
The Asians meaning?
No, as in Krypton Conan.
Okay.
Because they were right there saying, this is what we've done, this is our business, we've started a supermarket. So somebody is taking the time to go over to company's house and look. And what has emerged is that they own each 2% of the company.
Okay.
So collectively 4%, the rest of it's owned by the Asian man in the picture, I believe, and maybe another Asian gentleman who own both 96% in total. So basically, that's basically what people are talking about. So Brent is basically bringing that up to say, in a situation like that where there's now criticism for how they've promoted this particular business and they only own 2%, basically very huge minority share, right? Which, yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. But they were pushing to the forefront. Is this still a good step in the right direction? Since they don't own the company per se, they own 2%.
It's yet to be revealed. Does it do what they say? It does. Does it have the outcomes for black people that they say it does? There's more than one way to grow. Mm-hmm. There's more than one way to start a business. Yeah. One way is to get venture backing. Mm-hmm. And you will not own all of your business if you get venture backing. Yes. But you may be able to grow faster than bootstrap. Mm-hmm. And another way is to do bootstrap. You may grow slower, but you will get all ownership. Mm-hmm. And there's more than one way to skin that apple or whatever the term is. Mm-hmm. You know, in my mind, I was just thinking about Prime. What's his name?
Logan Paul
and KSI.
Yeah.
You know, they are there as the promoters of Prime, but they're not like the they're not. Someone came to them with this opportunity. Your responsibility is promotion of this thing. Our responsibility is logistics, delivery,
Yeah.
and there will be guys in the front that own it, and there'll be guys in the back that own it.
Yeah.
That's all the way that business works. So there will be those that will say, "I want this to be totally black owned," and what. I would rather say, what are the outcomes that this thing is? Because, by the way, I know this might be heretical. Why couldn't a white person start something that helps black people in the UK? What if a white person said, I'm going to open a supermarket to aid black and ethnic people, and they were doing it excellently, and they were feeding kids that didn't have lunch?
Yeah.
Are we going to be like, we can't support them because they're white? Maybe some would.
I think people would be happy about that, and I think they would applaud them. But I think because the imagery is, oh, me, Crept, you, Conan, we own this. This is what we've started, etc., etc. Even though they're not lying in what they've said, right? People thought
It's minority owned.
It's, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then when they've now seen that, wait a minute, it's just kind of just like Pax hair shop, where it's really an Asian business. But they've just got these black people in the forefront to kind of sell it to us, because there'll be black people that may, especially those who say, you know what, support black businesses, that will stop going to Tesco to go to Safeways.
Yeah.
But I'm doing this because it's Crept and Conan, only to find out that they only own 4%. And when I say only, I'm only saying only in a particular way. 4% is, you know what I mean?
And a cynical person could say they are token owners.
Precisely.
For those, that could be a cynical view.
Precisely.
We don't know. How could we decipher that? I mean, that's why all I can say is we look at the outcomes. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, I would like to hope that it has a righteous goal and it helps people. And I wish them every success. I hope they win. They've started already to show business acumen. Those guys, they seem to be doing very well. They seem to be doing things excellently. So I hope it succeeds and it works and it helps black people. I don't know.
Yeah. But then I guess maybe they need to change the idea that it's a black-owned business.
Well, they said minorities. Are Asians minorities?
I mean, they said it's for the betterment of black, Asian, and minorities. But the impression is, I guess, from the imagery, I can't remember, because I first saw this on Shadeborough. And, you know, they only do like a brief caption saying, you know, we've decided to do this, we've started this supermarket for us, etc., etc. So when you're hearing those words, the way it's put out there, people perceive this as, this is Crept and Conan's.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This is a black business I'm coming there to support.
Yeah.
And to be very frank, a lot of black people don't want to continue supporting other businesses or Asian businesses or white businesses when I could and try my best to support black businesses. That means I feel duped. This is some people's, you know what I'm saying?
But when you're entering the realm of business, the marketplace decides.
For sure.
And so if black people don't support them, then you will have your answer. You know, they won't be successful. They won't be profitable. Maybe it'll just turn into all Indians buying Indian stuff. But business is a cold. Business is not concerned with any racial issues. Is there a market? Does it serve that market? And you can try and engineer some social stuff. People do that in business. But the marketplace will decide. And so we just have to wait and see. I would love to be able to tell you, no, this is wrong, or yes, this is right. I just don't know we have. And everyone is going to make their own judgments about that. And then the collective of that will patronize the place or not.
Yeah. Brent, what did you put on the screen? Is it was it Mirad's comment?
Comments that people are making.
Okay, cool. All right, so I don't need to read it. But yeah, I mean, Brent, what was your take on it though?
I think I have a few takes. I don't think I've processed everything just yet, because I do believe when I first saw it, I thought that they were basically majority owners. Just how it looked marketing wise, right? Yes, I did see. I don't know what his name is. The person in the center, the Asian fella. I saw him and I was like, this is a partnership, right? And I know statistically they are disproportionately represented in the merchant class, right? So it makes sense that there would be warehouses, franchises, where that particular man is represented, right? I saw it as, these two guys have looked to invest in something that is going to be in a predominantly black area. And for that stores or that franchise's benefit, this is a good look for them because you would have more sales if these are the brand ambassadors. They can still be co-founders. They could still be stakeholders. Technically, right? But right now they're brand ambassadors to me.
Right.
I'm seeing it like this. It's being pushed like this.
Yeah, that's the way I would see it.
And I'm mindful that in this merchant class, just maybe a year or so ago, there were tensions, right? When that lady got roughed up in that particular store.
In Peckham.
In Peckham, in a predominantly black area.
Someone got roughed up?
Yeah, in the store.
Yeah, she basically, there was a situation where she went in to buy something. I believe she wanted to return something, right? They didn't allow her. They got into a kerfuffle. And basically the man was manhandling her very violently. Yeah. And then basically led to protests, people coming down. They shut down the store.
Yeah, and they were saying, don't go and shop there anymore. Go and support your auntie and uncle selling the same type of products, right?
What products were they selling?
Hair care and stuff, I believe.
And is the shop still thriving or is it dead?
I think that shop is, lock off.
Did they change the name of the shop? Was it owned by different people? I'm not too sure. I think they're still doing the hair stuff there, but it's a different name, different owner perhaps.
So I remember a store in America where...
Yeah, let me finish.
They were...
Sorry, bro. So I'm thinking, this will be good, especially seeing as it's in a predominantly black area, to boost sales. It'll be good to basically have them as brand ambassadors.
Yes.
Because 100%, if I lived there and I believed that these two men who I'm seeing are setting up this venture, whether it's a partnership or not, I'm going to patronize that place. If I'm going to go anywhere else, brother, I'm seeing you here, I'm going to patronize the place. So it's a good look. I don't know if born in reality now, I go into the shop and I'm seeing all of the stuff the same as I see it over here in Venus. I don't know. But Tropical Sun is largely represented on those aisles too.
Okay.
This guy.
If they are stocking black-owned products,
right,
I'm down to. I'll go there and purchase it because I know it's benefiting the black community.
Right. Is Tropical Sun owned by
No.
Okay.
No.
That was a key question.
No.
Oh, God.
So my thoughts haven't finished processing yet. I'm waiting until more information comes out. It's only this morning that I heard that they were 4% kind of stakeholders. So it's only this morning.
Does
right?
Tropical Sun own Bigger? The drink Bigger?
Ooh, I don't know,
I don't know.
Because I saw a list of the richest Jamaicans and the company that owns Bigger, if I'm not mistaken, I could get fact checked, they were white. I've been drinking Bigger as like this. When I was young, you could only find Bigger in a Caribbean shop.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah, it might have started off one way, but very soon it's like purchased and, you know, and you never know when the changeover is.
Even if it's servicing the community, there is a way where wealth finds its way back.
100%.
Yes, but at the same time, we have to pay attention to the fact that black people are too much of us are consumers. We don't have enough producers. And I think that speaks to the issue here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I agree, 100% is good that these products can come, they increase the competition and hopefully give us cheaper goods, right? Fantastic. But if we're continually in the position of being a consumer, I think we find ourselves always chasing, always being in a position where we can't necessarily have that financial stability. We can't lobby for change. We need to own things.
Okay. Did I cut you?
No.
Okay. I started a YouTube channel.
Yes.
Do it badly till you get it well. Just start, turn on the camera. It's not HD, just turn it on. Talk, do it badly, produce it, put it out, no intro, no worries. Keep going. You will improve incrementally.
Yeah.
Maybe you'd shut down that channel, but the next channel you make will work. Maybe someone else will see and start their channel, blah, 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 blah. Do they have to do it? How many black supermarkets are there currently before this in the UK?
Can't think of any.
Okay, I don't think there's ever been a situation like this. Maybe they're not doing it well.
Yeah.
But they've done something.
Okay, I get
It's
you.
in the right direction. May not be perfect. We don't get perfect, especially we often don't get perfect on the first try. You know, Leangelo Ball, you know the Ball brothers in the NBA.
No. With the
LeVar Ball,
Yeah, LeVar
he has
Ball.
the three light-skinned sons. They brought out a trainer called, on the Big Baller brand, they brought out a shoe.
Okay.
And the shoe was $500. And they did no brand deals with Nike or whatever, which would have been, you know, they wanted to be partners or nothing.
Yeah.
And they got ridiculed and the price was bad and the shoe broke and whatever. Now we got Jaylen Brown. And Jaylen Brown wears his own brand. They're all black.
Yeah.
And he's in front of our eyes building a brand by a black player at that. And developing the shoe that he plays with in games and created a lane. And that seemed to me like a process. It was Jordan, sponsorship, open doors, it moves.
Yeah.
Might stay stagnant for a while, then you have this guy, this guy, he's just trying to profit, he's this.
Yeah.
And then you get to this. So maybe it's a process. Maybe those blacks that are not happy with it can go and create their own supermarket
sure.
and then do a better job.
This is my my thing, right? I mean, to suggest as though we can't have our own fully owned supermarket chain is mental. We can't, because I'm sure we can do import export very quickly, very easily, right? I'm sure we can gather the funds to have marquee shop fronts in predominantly black areas. I think that's the cheapest of investments pertaining to the entire scope of what is needed. Just the flipping brick and mortar.
Yeah.
Right? Especially if it is that, you know, once everybody can get that particular product at a reasonable price, because a lot of the decisions are made off of how
Price
much is it.
makes a difference.
Yeah. And if it is that you like I said, you control that import-export, you can basically be competitive with the rest of them. So once it is that you do that and you get that branding right, it is fully black owned. And each time it is that you guys purchase from here, I don't know, 0.1% goes into this particular community responsibility project. I'm telling you, it's going to be funded. It's going to be supported. It's going to be patronized.
Do we have the unity necessary?
And this is the biggest thing that will always come knocking against that unity aspect. Who's going to basically round everybody up to say, this is what we're going to do. This is how profitable it will be. This is how sustainable it can be. But we just need to basically, you know, come together. And this is how we do it.
But I don't want to be, you know me, I don't like to be negative. Because I agree with both of you here, right? I believe that we do have to round up the people, let the people know, give them the information so that we can come together and do that particular thing. That's number one, right? And I do believe that, I think the more we have these conversations, it is starting to occur. Like you said, it is a process. But
Dean Forbes and them guys.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's gradually occurring. But Brent will be the first one to tell you, at least without talking too much, how you've given people amazing information about the greatest investment there is at the moment, right? And people, for some reason, didn't see the vision.
The 100%. And
Cool.
I think that will always be something we theorize and discuss whilst we have a platform to talk about it.
Cool.
But I 100% believe it's possible because we're doing it. Do you understand?
Precisely.
So I'm not saying woe is us. There's no
Yes.
victimhood over here.
Good.
I am saying before we started doing what we were doing, these were the problems that we foresaw.
Yes.
And in going through that particular challenge, we saw these things that we theorized would happen, right? But there's no defeatist mentality over here.
Yeah.
There is room for it. There is need for it. It's just how well can you basically get this done, making sure that everybody feels like they're winning in this. That's the biggest thing with our community.
Yeah,
it has
that's
to
great
be
business.
100%.
Exactly, that's it.
Right? So I am not going to stand or sit here and think that this can't be done, because it will be done. 100%. And God willing, it's done in my lifetime. I'm not saying that it's that
everything.
No, I'm saying I could die tomorrow. Is what I'm saying. Yes, Sam. Yeah. I do believe it's going to be done in my lifetime, provided that I live, a few 5 to 10 years. 100%, it's going to be done in my lifetime, and it's going to be easier than people think it is, because it's just going to be actioned, as opposed to let's theorize all this time and just talk. Do you understand? Once you see proactive measures taken to basically achieve this, and you then realize we've just opened up that, we just opened up that, then you realize, it's able to be done.
Yeah.
It just needed this particular group of people. You don't need plenty of people. But the people that you go to, you need to incentivize them. It's easier to do that. There are people who are wealthy who, for whatever reason, whatever belief system, whatever ideology, would just pour in. It's to find them.
Yeah.
It's to find them. And
I don't think the investment is the issue. I think it's like, I've invested in coffee in Uganda. I've traded coffee. And that's the source of the coffee. It's their biggest export. And my girl's family it's the 3rd generation coffee farmers. And that supply chain process is a madness. Now, I could get investment. Me being over there, I could probably get people to invest and in me setting up something with coffee. But boy, it's hard to trust guys on ground. It's hard to have, because, in the UK, you've got respect for contracts, respect for the rule of law. You can take someone to task. We just heard about this defamation with my man. Much of that doesn't exist where the resources come from. So, this is actually a gargantuan task. And that Asian guy, they probably already solved for that in their community.
How?
Because they already have, you were saying a market, they already have a market for this, and those guys have tagged in. So they probably already solved for that. That's something that maybe happened since the 90s that they've developed.
So 100%. They've got factories.
We've got to go through this process.
They've got factories in India, Pakistan, whatnot.
Yeah.
Patterned nicely.
Yes.
Right? You just need that particular trade route. You've got that there. Once you set up there, remember, it's their culture to even look to keep it within anyway.
Yes. And I don't know I'm just saying, like, bro, like, guys are looking to bump you over there, bro.
But I think that's with
hard.
any race. I think that's with any given race.
Bro, I don't know, man. It's 100%.
That's given with any given race.
Do you know what it is? I think it just, you know what? 2 things. I agree with you. I do think that sometimes back home, sometimes you feel like, no, it's different back home. But also at the same time, like Brent's saying, it is part of just being a business owner, right? This is why being an entrepreneur is not for everybody at all. And this is why every now and again I'm trying to be letting people know, like, this is the reason why I'm sympathetic to people who own things, right? Because it's not as easy as people think. They just want to make money, etc., etc. Of course you want to make money, but it's not like they're just trying to exploit people. But anyway, number 2, also, in addition to that, I feel like, what was my first thing? First thing was, I said, yes, it's kind of part of the process. But secondly, I think the reason why, I don't know, I see things changing though. I basically see that Black people will come together and things will start to change. I do believe that. I do believe, like you said, it is part of the process. But I think in order for the process to continue, we also have to continue criticizing what's there.
Right.
Because I think that's necessary for that ball to roll. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, we will become complacent and think just owning things is okay. It is. But like you then said, with the lack of competition comes complacency.
Yeah.
And you see that back home, where it's like, okay, I can just do good enough because I've got your money. And that's it. You know what I'm saying? So all those things have to be factored in at the same time. But yeah.
It's got to be attempted, I guess. And if I was able to set up a coffee farm and export and all of that, I don't know if I want to get into those situations because it's tough, man. But it only takes, I guess, one integrous guy with integrity to have one farm, and we can start with that, and maybe that can grow and build. You also got a political situation where there's countries where if they see a group doing well, the government comes in and like starts shaking guys down.
Yeah, but the cost of doing business, right?
Right.
And you have to factor it into your flipping costs.
I forgot the second point I was making. Sorry, but all I was going to say is I think sometimes it hits us more because we don't expect that to happen amongst our own people. You know
Don't
what
expect what to happen.
us to be fleeced like that. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, why would you want to take advantage of me this much? You know what I'm saying? Where I just want to do something that benefits all of us.
You would be seen as a Muzungu
100%.
in Uganda, and it would take time to develop the necessary relationships and whatnot. In fact, first of all, they'll just see you as an American. They don't care that you're British.
Yeah.
Like it's like actually I'm Japanese. You're Chinese. So there's a lot to break down, and that stuff's going to take time. But I think what I'm getting from this is that the attempt must be made, and it must be done. Like I said, it must be done badly. If all you can start with is a coffee shop, maybe it starts there, and then with the vision to expand. And maybe we need to have this intergenerational, long-term thinking about this stuff.
Yeah.
You know, because Africa is becoming on an even playing field, not digitally. They're seeing, they got smartphones, they got internet, and they're seeing the world and observing what is going on. And they're starting to be able to level that disconnect. They might not have the infrastructure the same level, but you know, they're noticing what's going on in the world and interacting where they can and participating where they can. So I think, yeah, you start where you are.
Question.
Yes.
TJ, let's just say, seeing as you have now roots in Uganda through your partner and her family.
Yeah.
So there is somebody who's there that can manage the politics with trade, right?
Okay.
Let's just say you own a farm now.
As in me.
On 100%.
Right, right,
You are now by proxy,
yes.
the person I can now deal with.
Yes.
Because you have land, you have a coffee farm there.
Right.
I come to you saying, okay, I'm opening up a coffee shop. It's going to be small, but it's going to be branded as 100% Ugandan coffee or black owned. Right. I'm giving you, let's say I do this and I say 25% of the company I'm giving to you because I'm going to be here, but you're the source.
Right.
Make sure that everything's patterned that way.
Yeah.
You do what you need to do because you already got the lay of the land over there.
Right.
Through, obviously, your partner and her family this time.
Right.
And by then you would have already known which palms to grease, what type of contracts you need to do to make sure when you ship this thing, it's getting to me without much more cost added to it, right? And then once that's in play, it becomes the thing. That particular business, I'm now responsible for marketing it as well as possible. Right. And I've done a great job. I've got some, celebrities in. I've given them 2%. I've brought them
Right. Yes.
But remember, I'm 75%.
Yes.
And just exceeded just 2 each to them. Right?
You're the Asian in this equation.
More. I'm the Asian in this equation, right? Remember, I did my due diligence. You set the pace, making sure the lay of the land over there was patterned. Yeah. Right. I've made sure I'm opening it up over here. I'm saying it's 100% pure Ugandan coffee. The good.
Yes.
Right. And we do some, assets where we can show you where it's sourced and whatnot. Get some influencers to go over there, make it spicy. Right.
Yeah. Strong as hell, by the way.
It's lovely.
It's lovely.
It's lovely.
Yeah.
So everybody now knows this is what's happening. If you want the best coffee straight from Uganda, you go there.
Yeah.
And you're basically pouring into the black economy. 100%, I can basically franchise that. Right?
Yeah.
I could put it in all these particular bases, and very soon, the whites are going to love it because the blacks love it. Right? They're also going to patronize. Right? 100%, after a while, big boys are going to come to say, I like what you're doing.
Yeah.
Can you sell me this? And a lot of times, where the fault lies is the black person says, wow, you're going to give me 10 million for this thing. I started with just 50K, right? Here you go.
What if he's tired?
No, fair. And I allow for all of that.
Yes.
I allow for all of that. I don't blame anybody for saying, I've only built this up to then sell it on because I'm going to use this money to do whatever else, right? But for me, can you see how that is possible?
Yes.
It's plausible.
Yes,
And,
very
and
much.
the hiccup now comes when it's time to sell and you've said yes, right? So it's no longer black owned. It now gets magnified.
Right.
It's still pushed like it's black owned because they've done a nice little quiet turnover, right? And it's continued. My suggestion, if we want to see less of these particular conversations, more of us hold on to what we have and build what we have. You see how this guy Zuckerberg and this Elon and then this next guy, right?
Vivek?
Not Vivek, the Amazon fella.
Bezos.
When you are offered money to maximize profits, to sell up and go, say, no, come partner with me. But I'm still going to be the head of this. I'm still going to hold the majority share. And I'm going to be the whale, the shark that then turns around and looks to buy all these other particular businesses.
Right.
Let me have the holding power. Let me have the staying power because I'm in this for legacy. I'm in this for more than just a flip.
And I'm going to ensure the supply chain still stays.
Everybody doesn't have to be this way inclined.
Yeah.
Not everybody is interested in what Emmanuel was there suggesting, the perils of owning a business and scaling a business. Not everybody's into that.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
But if it is that you do want to change things, then that's the only way to change things. And other communities have clocked onto that for hundreds of years.
Right.
They've clocked onto that. We're going to keep it here. We are going to hire you guys to work for us, but we're going to keep it here. We're going to hire you guys to make this the most marketable thing ever. And sometimes, because we have the capital now, when we see that you've done all the work to get it where it needs to get to be, we're going to come in and we're going to purchase it. We're going to dangle a lot of money in front of you. Do you understand? Money you've never seen in your life. Money that will be sorting out your entire family for 3 lifetimes. Because we know that's chump change. That's chump change. So that particular mindset needs to be instilled in a few of us.
What exactly? The mindset of buying others or staying?
Staying.
It's I think that's a conversation for another day as well, man, because it's tough. Like, I understand why sometimes some people do sell. Because if you sell in your
I did say that.
Yeah, exactly.
I allow for all of that.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, like you rightly said, obviously certain people do have to stay in it so that we can continue to own certain things. And I guess it's one of those things. Obviously, because of time, we do have to wrap up soon. But I did want to read. In fact, there's 2 things. Have you heard of a restaurant called Africana?
No.
Okay, Brent, have you heard of Africana?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I went Africana the other day. Yeah. I thought, oh. By the way, I was looking in the area for something in it. So I'm with the family, whatever. Let's get something to eat. Cool. Africana, okay. African restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Go there, get some food. None of these people are plant-based, so there's stuff there, right? And there's little something on the menu too for me. Cool. We go. I walk in. I've not seen a black face. Not even talking about people eating. I'm talking about the staff.
Yes.
So bars on the right. I think there's an Asian man there. Then there's a white woman there who's basically meant to come in and, welcome you and whatnot, show you a seat and whatnot. Another Asian guy walking around and 2 other Asian staff down the back. And I thought to myself, this is Afrikaner though, right? And I know this might not seem strange to you or to other people, but in my head, I thought something didn't add up. Because in my head, I just wanted to eat. I didn't care about anything. But I did know I was going to Afrikaner. So when I went to Afrikaner and I didn't see no black people, no African people, something didn't seem correct to me. I obviously got to my table, I've sat down, looked around, and I've seen the one black person. He's the chef. So maybe he's responsible for that African food, Afrikaner food in there. I don't know. But it just seemed weird to me. And I think this is the reason why, again, people were talking about the whole Krypton Kona thing. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, cool. I'm giving you the impression that this is Afrikaner, that this is African, this is black.
Yes.
But then really, it just seems like you're just a face of something. You're just the name of the something.
I've got a trigger warning for this.
Okay, talk to us.
I knew someone that knew I'm not even going to say the restaurant because a lot of people would know it.
Okay.
A prominent Caribbean restaurant in London.
Okay.
Turtle Bay.
Yep.
No,
Let's not say that.
This is before Turtle Bay was a
Okay,
thing.
cool.
Damn. And he's had a policy to stop hiring blacks as his serving staff. And my friend asked him why. Do I not see any blacks?
Yeah.
And he said they cannot serve. They're not humble. They don't do well. I can bring in X, Y, and Z group, and they will do well. And that's a conundrum.
You see, I hear that, but I don't hear it. I'll tell you why. Because there's an Indian shop here that I go to, yeah.
The high blocks.
What is that?
There's one in Ilford.
There's an Indian restaurant, yeah.
And they're very,
you
very
gonna say?
docile.
But what I'm going to say, though, is that this Indian man, obviously you could tell he's the owner of it. He's there. He's very present in the shop. Especially, I went to that shop when they first pretty much kind of opened, innit? So he was very there at the front. Like, you know what I mean? Come in and make you feel welcome, sort of thing. You see his sons around him also taking charge and doing certain things. I say all of that just to say this, though. He's clearly a Muslim, right? Because obviously during Ramadan, they're closed down, all that sort of stuff. Fantastic. But he's hiring other black people. Yes, they're probably Muslims too. They look like they're East African and whatnot. But he's at least going out of his way to hiring, in addition to the Asians there, some young black girls and young black boys. You know what I'm saying? So why is it that us as black people will find it difficult to find our own if the Asian man can find us? You see what I'm saying? And they did a fantastic job.
Okay, that's fair. Maybe that is outdated or...
No, I'm sure you can still find it.
Incorrect.
You can still find certain black people who, when they go work for a black person, they act completely different than if it is they were hired by a white or
Facts. That's a fact. 100%.
One of the hardest aspects of many businesses is just you have the business and everything, the infrastructure and everything, but that human component.
Yeah, agreed.
You know, people got personalities and problems and issues and all sorts, and that gets in your business, gets in the way. It's tough.
I think everyone even says that same thing about a particular type of restaurant. Let me just say, Caribbean shops, right? You just go there and you feel like
food done.
The customer service is zero.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This
Don't
is
look
what
at me while you're talking. Don't look around. I've never
Obviously
been to a
not-
Caribbean restaurant that has bad service.
You never been to one?
What are we?
Bro.
This guy's a terrorist. Listen, yeah. At the end of the day, I found a couple. Oh, that sounds bad.
You can find them.
Looking.
You can find them, but the stereotype is there for a reason. You can find them.
Precisely.
The stereotype is there for a reason.
Precisely.
And we've all experienced it.
Precisely. You know what I'm saying? All I was going to say is the two that I know, one near one of my many numerous workplaces, and one near my house. Amazing customer service. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I love these guys. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, hopefully things are changing though with time. You know what I'm saying?
Can I tell you a little story about staff that is slightly tangent, but maybe a little interesting and entertaining?
Mm-hmm.
My girl opened, in addition to her shop, she opened meat selling on the side of the street. She has 3 locations now. Like their version of Suya. Okay. And her biggest problem is hiring staff. She finally got these 2 guys that seemed reliable. And one day, on the weekend, the guy called her and said, I can't work for the next month. And she said, why? He goes, I'm going back to the village to get circumcised. It's my tribal, whatever.
Fair.
So I'm gonna be in pain, and you know it's a whole thing. They got to show no pain, you know, and get circumcised publicly and all of this. It's a whole thing, ceremony, etc. So she goes, all right, cool. At least I've got the other guy and whatever. The Monday comes around. The other guy's not answering his phone. He's not available. He's not there. And then court manages to get hold of the other guy. Why aren't you at work? Oh, I went to witness the circumcision.
Ooh.
It's a big event.
The guy ain't come back. So you know the challenges of staff. It's, you know, that's obviously it's not quite on the nose with here in the UK, but I think it really is a difficult thing. And when you've got a business that you poured your heart into, having people that will represent it on your behalf the way you would want it represented, it's a challenge. It's a challenge, especially if they're doing unskilled work and they're just trying to like get through. You know, it's not their passion project to be a server in your shop or a shelf stacker or something, you know. And so, you know, that's the reality of the quality that you might get when you need people like that. But maybe you can do something to pay them more. I don't know.
Well, the last thing I did want to say, just to kind of end on a positive, just in case we are talking from, as it pertains anyway, directly about the whole Krept and Conan situation, if we are talking from a position of ignorance, right? So basically, Krept put out a tweet in response to somebody else who basically said, before this comment, and this comes obviously about the whole being a black-owned business, right? He said, before this comment, I thought I was the only person that actually looked in Company's House. Cool. So Krept is basically responding to that, basically saying, not sure if you guys understand how to navigate Company's House, because firstly, you'll see us on the confirmation statement, or even how vested equity or franchise modeling works into a big, in bold, long-term business model. So he's basically saying, anyway, he said, you really need to understand this before making uneducated comments. This is no small project. This is the start of something that really has the chance to put our people in a serious position of power and change. Crazy how small-minded some of you can be, man. Kind of sad. So that's just to paint the picture that obviously Krept's basically saying, even though it may look like we only have 2%, potentially this is just a step in the right direction. Like you're saying, it's a step to, you know what I'm saying, to a better opportunity. So I guess, you know what I mean, just so that we can paint the whole picture for everybody
and show us.
Yeah.
Let us see the results. That's when we will know.
Good morning, Christy.
Morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Well, afternoon. I'm annoyed that you lot spent however long you spent on the other topic, but anyway, I digress. In terms of this one, I'm annoyed because I feel like we give each other a bad rep, but at the same time we want black-owned businesses to thrive at the same time. So it's like, which is it? Is it Ichiwali or One Mic? Like, what do we want? Like, I get that there's definitely criticism to be had, 100%. But I hate this viewing it from the lens that other races don't bump themselves either. Like to say it's only specific to black people that's bumping us, or like we're only bumping ourselves. Other races who are dealing, other races who are dealing with each other, obviously, I guess because we're not in them, they also have the same complaints. They would have the same complaints. So if we're dealing with proximity, that's what's going to happen. There's going to be bad people you do business with, and there's going to be good people you do business with. To say that it's just only, I thought to tailor it towards just us, like, oh, it's never, because if we keep on doing this, woe is me, it's, oh, we never support. So how are we going to get anywhere?
Yeah, I hear you, Christy. Definitely hear you on that.
I personally don't like that. That whole, the point, he didn't mention the restaurant or whoever, saying, oh, they're professional and this and that and stuff. you could find unprofessionalism in the other races as well. So I think it can be a cop out at certain times.
Yeah.
I feel like we'll go in with the negative already, so we're already on the deficit already. And again, not to say there's not criticisms to be had. There should be a level of professionalism when you're going into certain, I guess, customer service facing, front facing, them kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So
100%.
When discussing these topics, how should we level these criticisms?
For me, I think to like with the whole Krypton Conan thing, if black people didn't support, why are they now the face of, why are people championing them if black people don't support? There's a reason why they bought into this business and they're at the forefront, right? If black people weren't supporting, they wouldn't even. If we saw this, we wouldn't even care. We wouldn't even care.
No, they
But
know,
clearly they're banking on the
black
black people to come
They know
and
that
support.
black
They
people
know
spend
they
money.
know that we're gonna rally behind the likes of Krypton Conan.
Yeah.
So people are gonna go there. Let's be clear. The black people are gonna go there. Whether it makes any difference to the Asian, I don't know. But there's a reason why they bought into that business, and there's a reason why they're promoting it, because they know we are gonna come. We're gonna come. So my issue is when we can get used for tokenism at some point, and then say, and we will rally around, but then at the same time we're like, oh, we don't support. There's a reason why we get used for front facing things, and in the background, who's getting the money and on the back end? It ain't us. But they know to put the front person in front to be like, to make it seem that way, because they know they're gonna come.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I agree. I'm with Brent on the sentiments that me personally I'm not knocking them. I'm not knocking them. Me personally, I didn't really want to see the Asian guy in the middle. Personally, that's just I didn't like that. But if that's the way they're gonna get in,
yeah,
cool. If that's the way they're gonna get in, my thing is, I also believe that their same counterparts who have money, who are black, could also have pulled money together, and that could have been a thing. I'm not saying they can't involve an Asian. An Asian could have been a consultant. You don't need to be in the picture though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the supply chains and infrastructure is a big deal there.
Yeah.
That's a huge component. If they've already got that in place, that's worth a whole lot.
I hear that. My thing is, again, not knocking them. The supplies that's going to go into that, they got the huge chain supplies. Are there going to be black-owned products in there, or is it just going to be pushing their products?
And that's what I want to see.
Well, I think it will.
So that's what I care about.
Yeah, yeah.
Because if it's going to empower us and they're in the door, cool.
Yeah.
But if they're using it, if it's just going to be a front-facing thing, then no, I'm not really for that. Because again, it's just a tokenism type thing.
I think it will be, because in the article they do speak about how other supermarkets have only one world food aisle, right? And so obviously this opportunity to have all of that. And so if that's the case, I'm assuming that there'll be probably more black-owned products, basically. So hopefully that is the case. And I think maybe Krept is kind of alluding to that when he says you people don't understand, innit? That this is just a step in the right direction. I'm able to obviously gain more leverage, but also this is potentially a big opportunity for those of us who actually want to get into manufacturing foods and stuff like this. You know,
is this store currently open?
I believe it just opened. You know, I think so. I'll double check for you. I think it just opened.
This is the internet. People will go and research those products, and people will talk about it. Yeah, and we'll see what fruit it bears.
It's set to open on the 1st of February.
Okay.
It's in a week and a bit.
Almost now.
Mm-hmm. Is somebody else on the call?
Hi, Eddie.
Hey, how you doing?
You want to say hi to Stacey? I think she's gone to bed now, but you would know that anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Christy's here. You can say hello to Christy.
How you doing, Christy?
Christy.
Oh, hi.
Like you did hear him. The witch.
Are you right?
Eddie, I'm not even trying to be funny here, but are you doing anything to progress the black plight?
Are you dating black?
Are you dating black? Have black kids? Or, I don't know, shopping black stores? Do you care about that sort of thing?
Or are you just watching black porn?
Anyway, guys, I gotta go.
All right, thank you, Christy.
Okay.
Eddie?
Oh yes, I believe in the black horse.
Come on.
All right, then. That's what I'm saying. This is why we appreciate you calling up and being in the chat every day, man. What time is it where you are?
Thanks. It's 8:30.
Okay, cool. Okay.
But I do want to know if it is that you date black, Eddie.
No, but I have some black friends.
Ooh, you've got the black friends.
Yeah.
Trump has some black friends.
Oh wow.
We got to laugh at you.
Yeah, first time.
All right, Eddie, man. Appreciate you calling.
Thanks.
All right. Oh, man. I think, bro, we have to wrap up, man.
Yeah, we do.
I think this is the longest show we've ever
We're not having a show tomorrow. No. We have business to conduct.
It's true.
We're not.
I wonder if this is my fault.
No, it's not your fault. No. This since we started back in the new year, it's been stop and start because we've got quite a few things that we're doing, which is all very productive. But it's disrupting our normal service. But obviously, we heard you're coming in. We decided to come in today for that. We opened up the studio just for you.
We appreciate that.
Oh, amen.
And you're welcome back anytime, man. Next time you're back in the country, or even if you want to come back, big up, Eddie. But if you want to come back and show prior to you going back home as well, you know what I mean? Let me know, and then we can make it happen, man.
Yeah, I mean, I can be chiming in from
Precisely. You can jump on Discord anytime.
This is it, man. 100%. Definitely.
Because people might want to see the chisel good looks.
Come on.
In live.
But yes. All right, man. Any parting words? Oh, please let the people know where they can find you, man.
I would love it if people would come to my YouTube channel, the Subi Shop.
I'll leave it in the comments section.
I'm still figuring out content. I'm still figuring out what to talk about. And if you want to help me figure out what content I should be making, we're on a growth trajectory, and that's where you can find me, and also see what I'm up to while I'm in Uganda.
Amazing. All right, people, man. It's been an amazing show. Thank you for tuning in. We'll be back. We're back on Thursday, right? We'll be back on
I don't know why you even tell them Thursday. It could be Friday. Well, it's definitely Friday because we're gonna have a guest coming through.
We got a guest on Thursday.
Guest
too,
host. What?
Yes, I told you already,
This is
man.
new information to me.
It's not the information.
We'll see you on Thursday then. We'll be seeing you on Thursday.
All right,
God
people.
damn it.
Stay blessed. Peace.
Later.